39 all out, trail Middlesex by 94. 148 for 3 Sussex in their second innings against Leicestershire, lead by 315 runs now.
Potts is in and grunting again, and this time flies through to Ollie Robinson behind the stumps, left alone by Harmer. And that ends the over. Essex, a wicket maiden for Potts there. And what does that leave Essex on?
299 for 6. And just to finish off the scores, Yorkshire have enforced the follow-on against Gloucestershire at Scarborough. Remember, Gloucestershire won the toss, put Yorkshire in. They promptly racked up 456. Gloucestershire hustled out for 197 in their first innings, and they're in trouble already. They are 6 for 1, so they trail Yorkshire by 253 runs with 9 second innings wickets intact. That could escalate quite quickly for Gloucestershire and finish quite quickly as well.
I'm going to make way for Marty, who I'm sure is very happy after that last over.
He's bashing away on his keyboard in the background, but thank you, Beth, you've earned your break. Beth Harvey of Sussex with us. So, Essex under the cosh here as Paul Walter plays defensively out to Ben Raines. The first ball of this over from the Sir Alistair Cook end. 299 for 6. We're in the 85th over of this Essex first innings now. A bit of cloud, Martin I think mentioned earlier on, just beginning to blow in, but it's very high, it's very wispy, still plenty of blue sky around as well, but it just takes the intensity of the sunshine and the heat away slightly as well. As Rain, those red undersoles of his bowling boots, comes in and bowls to Walter again, and Walter on the drive miscues. He was aiming at sort of cover, extra cover, and it dribbles up to mid-on, and there is no run there. Remember, Durham returning to First Division cricket, promoted last season, and making a really good fist of it as well on their return. Essex second position at the start of play, and that big game to come up starting on Sunday down at the Oval, which will have commentary for you on BBC Essex and the BBC Sport website and app. As Rain is into Walter once again. Walter on the drive, gets it right this time, and for the third time this morning drives wide of mid-off and picks up 4 runs, and this time just stands and admires the shot and doesn't even bother setting off for the run because he knows what the result will be, and that brings up the Essex 300 as well. 303 for 6 after 84.3 overs, and it's taken just shy of 6 hours for them to get there as well, but they need to be out there for a whole deal longer if they're going to get themselves back into this game. Worcestershire have lost another wicket, 189 for 9. They trail the leader Surrey now by 301 runs. So Rain's been driven to the long off fence, very quickly ball back in hand, running away from us, in and bowls to Walter. That's short, and Walter pulls that one away in the air. And a slight check with the man on the mid-wicket fence as to whether that was one bounce or whether it was on the full. It was on the full. Mid-wicket lost sight of it. He went away to his right and it went away to his left, and when he turned to his left he just saw it end up around about 5 or 6 rows back in the public stand, in the Felsted School stand away to our left. And there's one Juliet balcony door open there on the top floor of one of the apartments. And Martin was mentioning earlier on, there was a person stood out on the 3rd floor of the retirement flats at the Graham Gooch end as well, but the doors have now been closed. Maybe they've headed out for the day, and for the second time this morning the bag of balls has to come out. One ball was replaced because it got damaged after Walter had driven it up to long off for 4. This one's gone out of the ground. I thought it maybe ended up in 5th or 6th row of the public stand, because there were a couple of people stood up pointing, but they weren't pointing at the seat, they were pointing into the gardens of the flat, so that one won't come back, and we'll have to have another ball. And again there's a long conversation, and Matthew Potts is down there with the 2 umpires, Martin Saggers and Paul Pollard, and eventually they've picked out one which they think best resembles the one which disappeared out of the ground a couple of moments ago. Paul Walter continues to go great guns here, 133 not out, Martin Emerson, but the wicket of Michael Pepper's a huge bonus.
Yeah, that ball's lasted 4.4 overs. Somebody needs to go into the flats and get it back, because that's about 80 quid's worth, isn't it?
We did have one hit the roof of those flats in the T20 blast a couple of weeks ago, which is a mighty hit. So Rain has the replacement ball back in his hand. Slower delivery, fuller delivery, whipped away behind square by Walter. And then we pick up the single, 310 for 6, the Essex score.
Paul Walter, when he came out yesterday, just looked so relaxed. Looked like he had the demeanour of a man who was just going to go out there, play his own game and be there for the long stay. And he's done a cracking job. So he came out at number 6. I think that was when Cox was out. So they were 120 for 4 at that point, and at the time 467 behind. So he's really done a good job here to keep Essex going.
Slight adjustment in the field here for the right-handed Harmer, bringing mid-wicket up, saving the 1. First slip in, and then man at 3.5/4 slips a deal closer as Rain is into Harmer, who plants that front foot outside off stump, shoulders arms through to Robinson. No run, 310 for 6 at Essex trail by 277 runs with 4 wickets remaining, and they're right under the cosh here.
Sports Extra have now departed to pastures new.
Yeah, they're off to Worcestershire against Surrey because that game is advancing, and with Worcestershire about to be bowled out, you would think, in their first innings.
They lost quite a lot of wickets yesterday very quickly, didn't they?
Yeah, in fairness, Ben Allison, the Essex loanee, did a decent job towards the end of the day, but they're 189 for 9, still trailing by 301 runs. Allison out this morning for 21. One of 3 victims for Dan Lawrence, who's had a good game.
So he will be playing against Durham on Sunday then, because he's there for, is he there for a month or
He
something?
is, yep. He's there essentially until the blast comes back into play, because he's been a main protagonist for Essex in the blast. Played really well on Thursday evening here, got man of the match in a win against Hampshire.
Here's Potts from the Graham Gooch end. Oh, he's bowled him. He's bowled Walter for 134. He's played around that one, off stump, middle stump, and a cracking knock from him. He'll get a standing ovation. 180 balls in the end, but a big wicket for Durham to pick off because the deficit is now 277. It's been a great knock though from Paul Walter. Deserves his applause, but Potts on fire here. He's getting a bit of movement out of this ball as well.
Yeah, and it's not the new ball they initially started with. It's a replacement one after Walter smashed the previous one out of the ground. But it's a wonderful hand by Walter, and a good hand from the home faithful as well. But it's a big wicket for Durham. They'll feel that the job is almost done here now. But Shane Snater is the new man, and a couple of occasions in recent history he has saved Essex with some good lower order hitting, but it's going to take more than that to get Essex back into this game. And as you quite rightly say, Matthew Potts, if Durham weren't already, has put his side in the box seat here.
4 for 66 for Potts. So both batsmen on none now.
I think Potts bowled him with a fair deal of pace as well. I think he almost beat Michael Pepper for pace when it took middle stump and lent that one back, but that one from Walter, again, just trying with those drives, and it's taken middle and off. And so Essex have lost 3 wickets this morning, and the set batters of Critchley and Walter have gone, and Pepper in between as well. So 2 batters yet to get off the mark now in Harmer and Snater, and it's just how much Essex can whittle down any kind of deficit here. But at the moment, everything going Durham's way.
So deficit 277. Potts comes in to bowl to Shane Snater. Snater plays that down to backward point to Bastaleda. No run. Gradually making his way back up to his mark. The bowler turns, comes back in now. 2 slips in place as Potts bowls, and the ball played gently out into the offside to Michael Jones. No run. Best bowling figures in an innings for Durham this season. Ben Stokes taking 5 for 98. Durham losing in Blackpool to Lancashire on that occasion though. Callum Parkinson's 5 for 131 in this game. Oh, sorry, no, it was the Essex match in Chesley Street. Ben Stokes took 4 for 23 against Somerset. Just looking further down the list then. So this is Potts' best figures this season. 4 for 66. He bowls again. Edge. Ooh, I thought I heard a click there. Did you hear something?
I thought I heard something.
I heard a click there.
But Potts is bowling with some pace here, and he's also getting the ball to nip. He had one nip back past the inside edge of Simon Harmer's bat, and that one as well looks as though it's got Snater playing down one line while the ball disappeared down another.
Yeah, it's gone past off stump and he's played straight inside the line. There was a noise, there was definitely a noise, unless it was somebody opening a can of beer or something. Potts to Snater. Snater plays the ball down into the ground. It loops up and out into the covers. Picked up by Jones. Dot ball. Well held. One-handed catch there.
Well, yeah, I may have put that down as our scorecard. We should be protecting our kit from the heat. I may have to go onto the desk at some point this afternoon.
We've managed to. Well, I've put my notebook, the heavy notebook on it. You can stick that on there if you want for now.
You want to see that on there, just to weigh it down.
Thank you very much. We've got a bit of cloud cover drifting in now actually. There was not a cloud in the sky earlier, and I looked at the radar this morning on the weather forecast, and there was cloud in the north, but there was nothing down here. It said it was going to be a clear day. Potts to Snater, that's gone off towards backward point to Deleda. Dot ball, end of the over. A very good over, it's a wicket maiden. If you look though, it's bubbling up in the west and just gradually drifting towards us, which actually would be welcome, I would think.
If we get here sort of around about 2 o'clock-ish, just see us through the afternoon, just to keep the heat down a little bit and keep that sun out glaring right into our box where we are, and to the members and supporters as well who are exposed to the heat in the top tier of the stands that we're sat in.
Was it Robert Palmer sang Feel the Heat? Was that him?
I only know one Robert Palmer song.
Some like it hot.
You're not helping really.
No, I didn't think it would.
Right, rain to continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end. He's in and he bowls to Harmer. Harmer trying to flick that one away down the leg side, but doesn't get anything through it. And it goes through to Robinson for no run, 310 for 7.
Are you going to say the only one you know is Addicted to Love?
Obviously.
Yeah. Feel the Heat was a good song.
It was very well turned out, Robert Palmer, wasn't it?
Yeah. And the guitarists in their black dresses and matching makeup and hairdos.
Right, 2 slips for rain. Short mid-wicket in as well. Oh, he's quite wide. Harmer just plays defensively, back down the pitch for no run. So the highlight of the day for Essex so far, a second first-class century for Paul Walter, eventually out for 133, so 8 short of his previous best of 141. But he has gone past 2,000 first-class runs in that innings, so another fine hand played by him. But other than that, there's been a little bit of a tale of woe for Essex. Everyone's got starts, apart from Pepper. Here's Rain into Harmer again, just pushes defensively up to mid-off, and there'll be no run there either. 310 for 7 in the 87th over, 587. The Durham first innings. Worcestershire meantime 190 for 9 against Surrey, the leaders. Again, you can follow it all on the BBC Sport website. Go to the cricket pages. You can listen to all of the commentaries, but also the live text feed is there as well. So you can pick up all the news from all the grounds. As rain is in to Harmer. Harmer, a bit more expansive this time, but only driving up to mid-off for no run once again. So a Durham at home to Worcestershire.
Yeah.
They're at home to Worcestershire while we're off to the Oval with Essex on Sunday.
Yeah, they beat Worcestershire away in April in Kidderminster. The game finished on the Sunday night, and it was a good job because I don't think they would have got on the Monday because it was torrential rain.
Ben Rain again. In and bowls to Harmer. Slower ball this time, and Harmer drives away to the cover boundary and picks up 4 runs. Ben down on his knee there, the back knee, and the front foot thrust out to it. Lovely drive. He's off the mark. 314 for 7.
That was a really nice shot, that. Lovely cover drive.
Just slightly slower from Rain, but also fuller as well, allowing Harmer to drive that one away.
What's Harmer's crack with the bat then? What's his highest score? 102 not out against Surrey 4 years ago.
Yeah, down at the Oval.
He's got 2 centuries and 31 50s, so he knows what he's doing.
Oh, he's more than a handy player to come in at number 8, but they're going to need him to play well here. Rain is into him. He just plays defensively out to the offside, and there'll be no run there. Yes, that wonderful innings that he played down at the Oval, doing another successful season for Essex. End of the over, 314 for 7. Snater and Harmer come together for a mid-wicket chat.
He got 4 wickets in the Durham innings to, he took, what did he take, 4 for 186, so quite a few runs off him. 45 overs?
Yeah, that says 45.
Yeah, but so that took him to 450 first-class wickets for Essex, because in his career he's actually got 924, including 57 fifers. And best figures, 9 for 80 against Derbyshire 3 years ago. Got 12 in the game. Some numbers there.
Yeah, and there was a game here against Middlesex as well when they were playing with the pink ball as well.
Potts bowling to... Who's that? Is that in again? I forgot now.
That's Snater, yeah.
2 new batsmen, isn't it? Snater defends that one. Plays it back up towards Potts.
Yeah, he got 10 in the game here against Middlesex with the pink ball. Another season that Essex won the title. Just a reminder, if you missed it earlier on as well, Afghanistan beat, I know you've mentioned it once, but if you're just joining us, Afghanistan beat Bangladesh in the T20 World Cup.
So what does that mean in the bigger picture of the World Cup then? Who do Australia play next? Ooh, that's come in really sharply and hit him around the box, and he's down on his knees at the moment. Snater, he's picked himself back up, but that's painful.
I don't know, who are Australia playing next and in what format of cricket, seeing as they will play no further part in the T20 World Cup as a result of Afghanistan's victory.
Is that what that meant?
Yes.
Oh, right.
Yeah. I thought you were just setting me up to mention that Australia are out of the World Cup.
I didn't think you were getting there quick enough.
South Africa, Afghanistan and India, England in the T20 World Cup.
I was reading an email last night about the permutations for this one. If Bangladesh won by a particular amount of runs, they would go through, and Afghanistan and Australia would have gone out. Puts again to Snater. Snater back in the crease and fends that away on 1 foot. He's going for a walk. Testing times.
Because you see, when England lost to South Africa, everything I was hearing and reading was, well, that's England virtually done, then they're out, it's all they're right on the edge of an exit, and then suddenly they smash the United States, and you know, they're back among the favourites to win the whole thing.
For the defeat in the Civil War, wasn't it? This is a great spell of bowling from Potts. He's got speed, he's got movement, causing Snater problems here as he comes in again. And fairly straightforward defensive shot on that occasion. Yeah,
so those games are on Thursday. South Africa, Afghanistan is 1:30 in the morning, our time.
I might not get up for that.
And then India, England is at 3:30 in the afternoon in Guyana, in the National Stadium in Providence.
Yes.
South Africa, Afghanistan is at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Tarouba.
Where's the final in Barbados on Sunday, is it?
I'm pretty sure you are right that it is Barbados, yeah.
Wonder if Mr. Topley will be back in Barbados at the weekend then.
Well,
Potts in, balls. Again, Snater plays at one leg. He's keeping them out.
He's
he
keeping
goes
them
for
out.
a walk after every delivery.
Yeah, it's rapid stuff, isn't it, from Potts?
Fine spell of bowling.
And all that Snater can really do is stick the bat in the way and keep it out. Comfortable win by Afghanistan as well. 115 for 5, and then Bangladesh 105 all out. Admittedly, it was 8 runs on the DLS method, but they had the game under control for pretty much the whole match. It sounds a lot closer than it was.
Snater plays that one into the ground, and some nifty footwork there from Potts, who turns his back on the ball as it's bouncing towards him and flicks it into his right hand with his heel. Sign him on.
Litton Das actually carried his bat through that Bangladesh innings. He finished 54 not out, but only 2 other players got to double figures.
Some sad news to bring you today. Dave Bracegirdle was in the queue to try and get tickets for an American football match, and he's missed out. He only got the number 68,000 in the queue. It's a shame, isn't it?
Poor Dave.
He'll have saved himself a few quid.
Look on the bright side.
A couple of the lads at Blackpool a few weeks ago, they were looking to get tickets for a game in London when the American football comes over in October, November, is it?
Yeah, it's quite early in the American football season, isn't it?
£115 a ticket plus add-ons.
It doesn't surprise me.
And they were saying they could remember the days when they used to pay about 45 quid for them.
I'll tell you more on that in a couple of moments. Callum Parkinson's going to come on and have a go from this Sir Alistair Cook end. He's bowling to Simon Harmer, who's again scoring his guard, and Beth referenced it earlier on, kicking quite a lot of what looks like loose stuff away as well. A couple of chunks just toes away. He's ready now, and Parkinson is in, left arm around into Harmer, plays out defensively to the offside for no run. We're off to New York in August.
Oh, right.
And I've always wanted to see the New York Yankees.
Yeah.
Always wanted to see the Yankees, and I thought, it's going to obviously be expensive. As Parkinson comes in around the wicket and bowls to Harmer, lets that go outside off stump, but there's no run. And they're playing the Los Angeles Angels. $16 a ticket.
Not bad, is it? But they play every day, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, admittedly it is a grind, but $16 to see one of the biggest sports franchises in the world as Parkinson's in. That's Fuller, and Harmer on the drive gets an outside edge. Man at short third will cut that off. 314.47. Even with a booking fee, it's still come to around about $70 in total, which I thought was, as Parkinson comes around the wicket again and bowls to Harmer, pushes out defensively to the offside. Could you imagine an American coming over here and watching the equivalent of the Yankees? You'd be watching Manchester United, Manchester City.
Yeah.
You are not going to get it for 15, 16 quid a head. But as you quite rightly say, they do play virtually every day, 100 odd regular season games. Parkinson's in, Harmer with an outside edge, down to short third again, and there is no runs. And admittedly, we're going to see the Los Angeles Angels, who are not the best team in the world. And the next team to then come to New York to play the Yankees are the Texas Rangers, who are the world champions.
Do they play in Houston?
And suddenly the tickets go up
world
quite
champions,
a lot.
there's only them who play it.
All right. But yeah, when I
they
looked
play
at
it in
the prices,
Cuba, don't they, in Japan?
Yeah, when I looked at the prices, you're just thinking, they've managed to keep prices down to get people in. Here's Parkinson into Harmer, pushes out defensively to the offside for no run. Whereas in American football, that's the end of the over, and it's a maiden, 314 for 7. Whereas in American football, I think it's 16 regular season games. So that's probably why the prices are so high. And if you're a season ticket holder for whoever is over here this year, you've missed one or two of their games anyway.
Yeah, but if you're paying $10 an hour, that's $90, isn't it, for every hour of an American football match? Because it just goes on forever and ever and ever.
I mean, the baseball, over 100 regular season games, then various playoff matches, and you say they're playing virtually every day. They're flying here, there and everywhere, playing 3-4 games in a series and then flying somewhere else. And, yes, I know they're paid millions, but certain other sportsmen would kick up a bit of a fuss about it.
Where do the Texas Rangers play? Are they in Houston?
They are in Houston, yeah.
we went to Houston a couple of times, quite a few years ago now. They used to have the Astro Dome, which looked quite futuristic, but they knocked it down a few years ago because they decided it was too old-fashioned. Potts starts a new over here to Snater. Snater gets the ball away through the leg side for 1.
I mean, I say that's where they used to play. They're in Arlington these days,
Right.
but the old one got knocked down, didn't
Arlington in Virginia.
it? Arlington, Texas.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, there's.
Well, they built this super duper indoor stadium which could be used for American football, baseball, and it's so big they have the rodeo in there
Yeah.
as well. It's massive.
Isn't everything out there?
Yeah, the freeway from Houston to Katie's something like 14 lanes wide now. I think it's the widest motorway in the world or something. In comes Potts bowling here to Harmer. The ball's gone off towards square leg. It's going to be a leg by. Remember driving down that motorway and everything looks the same, and you basically, this was sort of pre-sat nav, you worked out where your junction was judging by which advert was at the side of the road, because it was just car lot after car lot, hotel after hotel, shopping centre.
But yeah, I think a few sports clubs and franchises and teams in this part of the world could possibly learn, especially with the amount of TV money and advertising money and sponsorship money that's flying around. They could, I'm sure they could, if they wanted to, get ticket prices down.
But why would they want to do that? Change of fielding here. There's a few players switching around. Lee's coming out of mid-wicket area and he's gone into a short extra cover position. Delader's dropped to backward point. 2 slips in place. Potts to Snater. Snater drives a Potts. He gets a hand on it, but he steered it past the stumps at the bowler's end and it's racing up the far end of the ground towards the boundary, but it's stopped from going for 4 by Peter Siddle.
Saved a couple of runs, but I'm not sure what damage that might have done to his right hand, to be honest with you, Potts. Just examining that.
We went to the indoor arena in the centre of Houston, so I can't remember what they called it, the Compact Centre or something. Held about 25,000. Saw a basketball match there, the Houston Rockets against the LA Lakers, I think it was. Potts bowls. That's played back to him, and everything about it was just so on another level. All the entertainment between sessions, even the food stalls. I went and got some beef from a stand and it just melted in your mouth. It was like Egon Ronne level food, you know.
But you see that again, the basketball and the baseball, not so much the NFL, American football and the ice hockey. They play so many games and yet they manage to make every single game seem like a huge event.
Yeah.
But they're doing it night after night after night.
Yeah. Potts comes in with a bouncer. Snater hooks. It's gone out towards Beddingham on the square leg boundary. 1 run.
There is a book about baseball and it is called The Grind, because they call the season The Grind. So there are so many games, but yeah, it's a bucket list for me this August.
Have you been to New York before?
No, we've not been.
It's a fascinating place. We went on honeymoon years ago. I would suggest definitely Greenwich Village. It's definitely one of the comedy clubs in Greenwich Village, because all the comics who come into New York to appear on all the evening network shows, they all try out their material in the little comedy clubs in Greenwich Village, so good value for money.
Well, you can imagine we've booked all the tourist things already. They're all booked.
Potts bowls to Harmer. Harmer plays the ball along the floor to Siddle at mid-on no run there. End of the over. It's a cracking place. You can actually, on Manhattan, good pair of trainers on you. You can walk quite a lot of it. You know, it doesn't take long to get from. What's the street where they have the stock exchange, the Dow Jones? Where is that again? It's at the bottom end of town, near where the Twin Towers used to be, and the City Hall's down there. But you can actually walk up Fifth Avenue, and it doesn't take that long to get up to Midtown and around where Grand Central Station is and whatnot.
You know, we've sort of planned our day. We've planned our days. You know, we're doing this that day, so we can also fit in this, and this. And as you say, when you look at it on a map, And
Wall Street,
been told
isn't it?
by a
Wall
few,
Street.
yeah, been told by a few people. Pretty much quite a lot of it's walkable. A couple of things we're going to have to do on the subway when we go to
Yeah.
Statue of Liberty, and then when we go to the baseball as well, because that's a way out.
Well, Wall Street's down the bottom end, near where you get the ferry across to Staten Island. You've got the Brooklyn Bridge, you can walk across that, that's nice.
Yeah, the Staten Island ferry, which is free.
Yeah.
Parkinson to continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end, bowling to Snater. First time Snater's faced him actually, and he whips that one away up to mid-on. Comes scuttling around. We pick up a couple of runs though. 321 for 7 is the score.
If you imagine if you're, in the hotel bars and everything, it's obviously expensive, but we found some cracking little bars in Greenwich Village which were sort of student bowled holes and stuff, which were really cheap, or at least not eye-watering.
Parkinson in again, and Snater again drives up to mid-on, but this time almost straight to him, and it'll only be a single. 322 for 7 is the score. Yes, so this is well, to mark milestone birthdays, shall we say, for myself and my wife. My wife's unfortunately...
You don't look 60.
Well, thank you. My wife's fell during lockdown.
Oh, mine did as well.
Yeah, mine fell sort of during a period of ill health, shall we say, last year. It's Parkinson. Round the wicket to Harmer. Harmer on the drive, square on the offside, picks up a single, 323 for 7.
My 50th was during lockdown, so we ended up having a meal on the drive.
Oh, the glamour.
With people socially distanced across the street from us, but
happy
got
birthday.
Got a delivery from the local Italian.
It all seems a little surreal now, doesn't it, when you think back to that?
Oh, I've got more problems with the ball
Another
now.
examination of the ball, yeah.
Never ending these ball changes and examinations.
Well, we had one change this morning when Walter drove to this end, and I think it hit the concrete in front of the umpire's changing area.
Then the new ball.
Then we had the new ball
Then
change
that
because
got-
Paul Walter pulled it out of the ground.
Yeah, and then this ball's been brought in. I think the first innings for Durham there were 4 or 5.
I was going to say, is it a bad batch of balls? But this one came from the replacement batch in the case, so it's been
I thought
tossed
we'd
back
be on
anyway.
the bad batch of balls. I thought I wasn't going to have to talk about bad balls or write about bad balls anymore.
Well, how long did we spend the start of the season talking about Dukes and Kookaburra?
Yeah.
Right, well, anyway, the inquiry has been met with a shake of the head. So Parkinson has a stained ball in his hand, left arm around, he comes in and bowls, and Snater steps back, cuts over the head of the man, slip, and down to the long third boundary for 4 runs, 327 for 7.
If they'd had Paul Walter in there, he would have caught that.
Been about chest high for Paul Walter. And Snater just examines the top edge of his bat as well, just say, yep, come off the edge, I'll take it though. Parkinson, left arm around into Snater once again. Snater goes back onto his stumps, works into the onside for no run. Good effort by Durham this morning, taken 3 Essex wickets. Critchley for a half century. Michael Pepper only got to 4, and the Centurion Paul Walter. Parkinson gives that one a bit of air, driven back to him on the bounce by Snater. No run, end of the over. Essex are 327 for 7, so they trail by exactly 260 runs. 1 for 96 for Parkinson from his 29.
That cloud's just coming a bit closer now. It's lots of fluffy white clouds, like the not quite the Simpsons skyline, but the orb, fluffy white clouds. Bet you were raving to that back in the day, were you? Fluffy white clouds by the orb. Can you remember that one?
I don't remember that.
No.
That's not my.
You're not aware of their work.
No, well, I am aware of them, but they're not in my wheelhouse.
No. Peter Siddle is going to replace Mr. Potts. Potts 4 for 70 from 20 overs, 3 maidens. Siddle, where has he gone? 14 overs, 1 for 40 so far, 3 maidens. Parkinson 1 for 96 from 29 overs. Ackerman none for 31 from 7. Deleda none for 14 from 4, and Rain 1 for 70 from 17. Siddle then right arm over, coming in here to bowl to Harmer. Harmer forward to that one, doesn't know where it's gone. It's come off the inside edge, bounced into the ground and gone off towards square leg. He's called through by Snater for a single. Durham have only won on this ground once in 1993, which was their first visit, because back in the day they used to play each other in alternate years, home and away. They've lost here in 95, 97 and on their last visit in 2021. Siddle balls again. That's played up to mid-off. Stopped by Borthwick, no run there. Not Borthwick. Who's that? Parkinson, I think it is. They've also lost here on the road in Colchester in 2002 and in 2005 in Southend. When's the last time Essex played in Southend?
Long time ago. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
It's still a sore point.
Is it?
With a few people,
Right.
yes, that they don't play there anymore. They moved from South Church Park to Garran Park.
Siddle bowls. Snater plays the ball outside the line of off stump and it's gone through to the keeper.
And then we had this thing for a couple of years where the Southend Festival was held here.
Held here?
Yes, yeah. And then that very quickly.
What is it, 20 miles to Southend? How?
Yeah, round about that. Yeah, probably 2022. So I think when you get out on the 130, it's 18. So yeah, it's probably 20 miles from this ground.
There were some hotels came up with suggestions to stay over there, but then I looked and there's loads of roadworks and it was going to be quite a nasty journey in each day. So
yeah, the time in the morning you're coming in and the time in the evening you're going home, that wouldn't be a lot of fun.
Siddle ball, Snater drives and he is caught in the covers by substitute fielder Paul Coghlan and he is out for 11. So Essex 328 for 8.
Well, he put it up there and put it out there, didn't he? And Snater's taken the bait. He just hasn't got hold of it, and in the end it's gone very, very slowly to Coghlan. Can't blame Snater for playing the shot because it was there, but unfortunately he hasn't got hold of it, and in the end he's quite gentle in the end to Coghlan, just has to go slightly to his right to take the catch. 328 for 8, and Essex are subsiding somewhat, and you can only think, I mean there's a bit of cloud around, it's not as hot as maybe we were expecting today. Amount of time left in the game, you can only think that Durham will enforce the follow on here.
Oh, I don't think they will.
You don't think they will?
No.
Warwickshire here didn't,
Yeah.
and got hustled out in the second innings, and Essex ended up winning the game with a really good run chase in the end. But listening to the Warwickshire camp and the Warwickshire captain, the reason they didn't enforce the follow on was because they'd got so many injuries in their bowling attack, and their bowling attack as a result wasn't as strong as they wanted, and they'd done such a lot of work again in hot conditions. They decided not to enforce the follow on to give their bowlers time to put their feet up. The trouble is they were then bowled out for below 100, and so they were back out bowling quicker than they expected anyway, and lost the game. But just wonder with the time left what they'll decide to do. Worcestershire are all out now, by the way, 212 all out. They trail Surrey by 278 runs. Surrey, the leaders, have had that game go all their own way. And Essex certainly not having it their own way here.
Well,
They're in
Essex are trailing, by the way, now 8 down at 259 they are behind. So Ethan Bosch, the new man who comes in on his debut, I think he's got a first class century to his name. Let's have a look.
First time we've seen him
Got
with the bat
100,
hat.
yeah. So his highest score, 104 for Dolphins against Lions. I wonder if that game was played in a zoo. That was in 2021. Recently played for KwaZulu-Natal's coastal team. He's facing Siddle here. Plays the ball down into the ground, it runs away, short on the leg side. He's played a lot of first class cricket actually. This is game number 39. He's got 1,000 runs, 7.5 centuries as well, so
He can play.
yeah, another one who knows his way around the crease.
You see, I don't think, well, someone's probably going to tell me different, or you're going to tell me different. I don't think there are any what you would call in the old parlance rabbits these days. Everyone has to know at least how to keep the ball out, play straight, play defensively, and hold an end up.
Siddle bowls, and that's takes the bat away late there, Bosch. And that is the end of the over. So a wicket from it and a single, 328 for 8. We're coming up towards lunch now, aren't we, so? Matthew Mullins has emailed, and his email is entitled Sports Prices.
Let me just take the lid off that can of worms. Shall we?
Afternoon, Marty and Co. Going back to your conversation about American sports, the San Francisco 49ers highest season ticket price is $80,000 for club level.
Okay, well that probably gets you into suites and things like that, doesn't it? See, going back to the baseball as well, with the Yankees, you can pay $21 for what they call a pinstripe pass. It doesn't get you a seat, but you can view the game. But it gets you a drink as well from stalls. Parkinson is back on from the Sir Alistair Cook end. He's in and bowling, worked into the onside by Harmer. There's a single there all day of the week, 329 for 8.
He says, I've looked at getting just a new match ticket, and that's up to $676 for one seat. I can't be paying that.
See, that's what we're talking about. The NFL, they don't have as many games. They just the number of home games they have it's just very, very few, unless you get into playoffs and some such.
We got into an ice hockey match once, and the steward on the door ended up negotiating a better price for us with a scalper, which wouldn't happen here. They'd arrest them. And great seats they were.
Parkinson into Bosch. Bosch drives up to mid-on, and he gets his first run in Essex colours, 330 for 8.
Would have been, when it was 2006 in Toronto. We paid about, I think for the 2 tickets, about $80. And the match had already started, so we'd deliberately gone along on the instruction of a guy in the sports bar around the corner, waiting until it starts, and then you can name your price to the touts. Parkinson
around the wickets to Harmer, plays defensively for no run.
And we got in and sat down, and we were in the seats behind the goal, about midway up the lower tier, really good seats there, and it was the gold section, and the lad sitting next to us had waited 3 years for a ticket.
Parkinson again, that's pushed out defensively for no run.
So I said, well, I'll introduce you to be mate outside later on if you want. I
remember seeing a documentary about the Green Bay Packers, and there's not a lot of other top level sport up there in Wisconsin, as Parkinson's in once again, played out to the onside for no run, and how the wait list for a Packers ticket is X amount of years. But if you have a newborn baby, the day that your son or daughter is born, they're put on the list. You put them on the waiting list for a Packers ticket. So Parkinson into Harmer. Harmer on the drive, slightly uppishly, but evades the man at short cover. No run. End of the over. 330 for 8, and there are all sorts of various things you can do as well, where you pass your ticket down to people in the family and hold on to it because they're rarer than hen's teeth to get hold of to go and see the Green Bay Packers. But the NFL would be more expensive because they don't have as many games. But baseball, ice hockey and basketball, they're playing virtually every day, no matter what city it is or where they end up, crisscrossing the country. So Siddle to continue from the Graham Gooch end. 10 minutes till lunch.
Siddle with a little stretch before he comes into ball, bowling to Bosch, right arm over. Bosch has doubled up as he plays that one away, low on the leg side. Yeah, amazed me that scalping seems to be legal in, well, certainly it wasn't in Canada at the time, but
legal or blind eyes are turned.
Well, yeah.
But it's interesting someone stepped in on your behalf.
I thought the steward was going to arrest the tout. And Siddle forwards and bowls, and Bosch plays the ball up to Potts at mid on, no run there. It was a good catch from Paul Coughlin, actually diving low to take it, and on the field for a moment or two, because Potts must have gone off to change his bowling shoes and have a wipe down. He's now back out there.
Surrey having forced the follow on against Worcestershire. Worcestershire trailing by 278 runs on first innings.
Siddle. Is that a no ball signalled?
Yep.
Paul Pollard signals a no ball.
I was looking at the extras just yesterday, knowing I was coming down, and the wristband, just how well Durham had done, and that might even be the first no ball of this innings as well. Just double check that. Yeah, it is. It's the first no ball of the innings, and we're in the 94th over. Before that, 2 byes and 4 leg byes. So they have done really well, Durham.
Bosch waits as Siddle comes in, and he defends. The ball bounces back along the track and is picked up by Parkinson just behind the stumps at the bowler's end.
Essex conceded 25 extras in the Durham innings, including 8 no balls. So good discipline from this Durham attack as well. They're not giving anything cheaply away to Essex.
Siddle bowls. Bosch leaves that alone outside off stump. Goes for a little wander. Inspect the track and just give him a little bit of tap with the toe of the bat. We got married on my 30th birthday, so my 50th on the drive was also our 20th wedding anniversary. What a way to spend it, sitting on the drive. Siddle bowls, and Bosch plays that to point. Around about that time, my wife had gone to do a story about how companies were adjusting because of lockdown and social distancing and this. And there was this micro brewery down in Teesside called the Three Brothers Brewery, I think it was. And they'd brought in these canning machines to start selling their real ales in cans. Yep. Diversified that way, but while she was down there, she managed to buy a few little casks of real ale, so we had them on trestle tables, so that added to the occasion. Said, oh, that's hit the pads, he's appealing. I think it was a little bit too high. I think he knew as he was appealing that there wasn't going to be anything in that for him. Umpire Paul Pollard says no. End of the over. So Essex are 332 for 8 here on the BBC. They trail Durham by 255. It's day 3. The over 8 is level. Harmer is on 7. Bosch on 1. The last wicket fell at 328, and we're approaching lunch. Get a Parkinson over in here. They should be able to get 2 overs in, but will they be in any hurry? Harmer will be on strike.
So Essex just looking to squeeze it out then, up to lunch. 322 for 8. Parkinson around the wicket. Harmer on the back foot. Cuts that one away to the man out on the cover fence. So picks up another single. 333 for 8. He goes to 8. Bosch with the single to his name. Parkinson to Bosch, just makes it with a solid forward defensive shot, and the bowler fields. Started this morning, Parkinson at the Graham Gooch end, bowled a second over in the morning, having a switch now. As he's in on the drive this time, Bosch out to a man at square cover on the fence, picks up a single. 334 for 8. He goes to 2.
I see the lead story on the BBC locally this morning was the Southend situation.
Yes.
Have to provide was it £1 million bond?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. They have to provide £1 million bond to say they can be able to complete their fixtures of the National League season. I know there's a few people up in arms about it, but the fact of the matter is other clubs have been asked to do quite similar things as well. Parkinson in, and Harmer drives for no run. Gateshead
weren't allowed to play in the playoffs because of the tenancy agreement they had in place over playing at the International Stadium, and was argued that they couldn't guarantee they could play there for 10 years.
It's Parkinson in again. And, well, Harmer turns down the single on that occasion. It wasn't it because the council were in the middle of selling the stadium or something, so whoever took it over wouldn't be able to guarantee the tenancy.
Well, the council said that the new firm would, but Gateshead couldn't prove that, I think, was the issue.
Harmer drives, will pick up the single as well now as it evades the man at short cover.
It's Scott Borthwick, I think that's clipped his finger end on his right hand there. That's hurt. I can't remember who the beneficiaries were for that. Was it Solihull Moors got a bye or something?
Yes, because now, or was it Altrincham?
No, I think it was Solihull.
No, Altrincham got beaten by Bromley, didn't they? And yeah, and then Solihull ended up playing Halifax when they should, because they went straight through as a result, yeah. And then Solihull made the final and got beaten by Bromley. But yeah, the Southend situation, they're due in court tomorrow over a winding up petition as well.
Right.
And the takeover still hasn't gone through, and that was why they were given a stay of execution at the last winding up hearing, because the takeover was expected to go through, and it hasn't still.
New over from Peter Siddle, the last before lunch, day 3 in Chelmsford. That's left alone by Harmer. I think the fixtures are out tomorrow, are they, the league fixtures?
Yeah, the EFL fixtures come out tomorrow, Premier League fixtures come out.
They were last week.
Yeah, last week. But yeah, the EFL fixtures are out tomorrow, and that'll be, I think it's followed on Thursday by the Carabao Cup draw as well. Football League season starts on
Everybody
August the 10th.
waiting with bated breath for
yes, I can't.
that. Accrington on a Tuesday night in August.
Accrington's second 11 against somebody else's second 11.
Siddle bounds in and bowls, and that's wide of off stump, and Harmer just lets it go to the keeper. We were in the back row at Accrington when the game got abandoned. It was just hoying it down. Before we even got the ground, we were thinking this ground's not going to be able to cope with this water, and the ball was just stopping in puddles, and so they abandoned the game with about 15-20 minutes to go. We were in the back row of the stand, and I think that was row 6.
Just going to
Very small.
Be updating BBC Essex listeners at 1 o'clock in a few moments. Out.
Siddle has got him caught behind, has he, or is it LBW? The bails are still on.
He's been given.
He's been given. Whether it was, I think it must have been an edge there, the way the Durham players were celebrating that straight away. That's lunch. So Harmer's out for 9, falling to Siddle. 335 for 9. Durham have bagged the. Oh, in fact, they won't go to lunch now. They'll play the extra half hour. They've bagged the final bowling point. Right, I've got something like that. Bowling point. They've got the third bowling point.
Just hearing, by the way, that Southend's winding up petition tomorrow, that those who brought the initial winding up petition have come to a settlement with the club, and we asked for that to be dismissed in court tomorrow. So that's one obstacle which Southend have hopefully overcome. But now they need to post the £1 million bond as well with the National League, but also have the takeover completed as well. Otherwise they could start next season with a deduction of points. But that's football, that's for another day. This is cricket. Essex are 335 for 8, and they are still trailing by 252 runs. But what we're going to have now is the extra half hour. So Beth, who may have been thinking about going off for her lunch, a little bit of overtime to do. So yeah, an extra half hour. 335 for 9. Trail by 252 runs, and it's been Durham's morning and then some here on BBC Essex, BBC Newcastle via the BBC Sport website and the app. We'll bring Beth in once I've done the update for BBC Essex. So, Peter Siddle's second wicket of the innings.
Basildon Crown Court heard that Acting Sergeant Alan Proud was called to a disturbance on 1st Avenue at around 4 o'clock in the morning.
Bosch gone, caught behind. Again, they're having a little conversation about the ball.
The officer was strangled whilst trying to arrest a man and could have died if other officers had
Last
not
man in for Essex is Jamie Porter.
Court was shown body cam footage of the moments leading up to the arrest and heard how the officer became unconscious.
Siddle's conversation with the umpire is over.
The trial continues.
a social supermarket in Essex which bridges the gap between a food bank and all three retailers.
Third wicket for Siddle, in fact, of this innings. He has 3 for 43 now, 4 for 70 for Matthew Potts. So Durham looking to polish off then this Essex first innings. 335 for 9. Siddle in, bowls to Porter, digs that one out on the offside, and there'll be no run. Trail by 252 runs, Essex. Slightly belated welcome from the PA announcer for Jamie Porter to the wicket. Here we go, just to update the BBC Essex listeners.
35 for 9 on the stroke of lunch against Durham and Chelmsford. All-rounder Paul Walter managed to reach the century before being released by Matthew Potts for 134. Simon James Porter and Vicky Boxer currently at the still trail through by 252 runs. Essex wrestler Will Osprey says he's proud of what.
So apparently I won't be updating BBC Essex listeners anyway. So 335 for 9, trailed by 252 runs. Welcome back, Beth, and Durham's morning.
Certainly is. Thanks, Glenn.
Siddle just looks to complete this over, and from his perspective, finish this Essex first innings and pick up a 4th wicket of the innings. Turns at the end of his run, in and bowling to Porter, and Porter edges that one down to 3rd. Man from Gully comes herring after it, sliding stop, and a bang below us tells us that in pulling the ball back he's also slid into the advertising hoardings. Good work done by Tim DeLeader though, and they pick up a couple of runs. 337 for 9. Umpire just checking with DeLeader that it didn't go for 4. They seem, well, there's a conversation going on. Did you pull that back in? Were you in contact with the rope? I don't think he was, because he's just come walking back as though, yep, did that, picked it up cleanly. End of the over. 337 for 9, and Parkinson will continue from this Sir Alistair Cook end, Beth.
Yeah, he absolutely whacked the advertising boards there. I've just seen it on the replay. I'm not surprised there was a slightly whimsical ooh from the crowd below us. And Parkinson now back at this Sir Alistair Cook end, perhaps favouring the longer leg side boundary for the right-handers now that Paul Walter is no longer batting. I'm just trying to get this field right, obviously chasing that final wicket to end the innings. They've got a sort of deep backward square leg as Parkinson's in, and that's full and defended by Bosch on strike. They've also got a deep backward point, deep man on square at point, and a deep cover as Parkinson's in, and this is flicked into the leg side, finds the man hovering at mid-wicket, and they'll come through for a single.
Yeah, he ended up meeting it on the full toss, didn't he, but couldn't get it wide of the fielder, so only picks up the single.
The field now coming up, so seems maybe trying to get Porter on strike. Maybe they fancied their chances against him a little bit more than Bosch. And then little pause there as another fielder's brought up into the ring. So now just one man out on the leg side, sort of 3/4 of the way to the rope at mid-wicket. And everyone else, you would hope, stopping the one. As Parkinson is in, and this is defended out into the offside for a dot ball. Parkinson in, and very watchful Jamie Porter just prodding that out into the offside. Wonder if Parkinson will try and flight it up here just to try and tempt Porter into a false shot. As he's in again and very flighted this time of full, but Porter resistant.
Yeah, you would think they'd be trying to, if he puts it up there and Porter hits a couple of fours, or just look to buy the final wicket here because they know a tail ender probably isn't going to be able to resist in the end.
As the field all retreats back to end the over, and Porter leaves that alone outside the off stump, so the strike will be Ethan Bosch.
A little bit of cat and mouse being played there. I always find that a little bit interesting when you've got number 10 and 11 at the wickets that you're trying to keep the 11 on strike and sort of thing. They've both shown, Porter down the years and Bosch and what we've just seen briefly, and the fact that he does have one first-class century to his name as well. That they're not rabbits. They know what they're doing.
Yeah, I think as a bowler it would wind me up if we were dropping the field for a number 10 to get them off strike.
Right, change of bowling at the Graham Gooch end, and Matthew Potts, who's taken vital wickets this morning of Walter and Pepper, is going to come on just to try and wrap this up. 4 for 70 so far from his 20. 2 slips in, and he bowled with quite a bit of pace as well. In he comes now. Potts in and bowls to Bosch. It's kept low and goes through, and Robinson takes that about shin height. 338 for 9.
Yeah, I went for a little stroll when I wasn't on comms. I was round at what is now the sort of mid-wicket boundary, and it's quite a short boundary there, so you feel quite close to the action, and it looked pretty quick.
The one that got Pepper just seemed to beat him for a bit of pace. And then obviously got Walter as well. Potts turns in the bright sunshine and the warmth here at Chelmsford. Potts bowls to Bosch. This time turns that one behind square on the onside. Man at square leg comes round to tidy up. A singular cruise. 339 for 9. Worcestershire following on against Surrey. 11 without loss at lunch. They still trail by 267 runs.
Potts has been really bending his back for Durham this entire innings, but I think particularly now that he's chasing that 5th wicket, he'll be giving it some.
Yeah, he's got Porter on strike as well, so he's got 4 balls at him. There's a slight adjustment in the field, strengthening the offside field, so the man for mid-wicket's come across, and that's shunted square leg across to mid-wicket now. So just strengthening that ring of fielders on the offside. Past the outside edge.
A few oohs and ahs there from the fielders.
Is this your end or my end? I've lost track.
You've lost track, Glenn. This is your end.
Thank you. Suddenly thought, I am supposed to... yeah. Sorry. The heat already.
You've done a long stint, Glenn. You need some lunch.
Here's Potts. In and bowls. Driven by Bosch for no run. Yeah, the extra half hour caught us out a little bit, but once the 9th wicket fell, a bit of overtime for everybody, including us.
Have you been thinking about your lunch? Do you know what you're gonna?
Well, yeah,
dabble
may
with?
take a walk around and get a vegetarian curry, I think, today. I don't think it's a chip day, is it, really? Too early in the week for chips as well. Here's Potts. Always feel you have to earn chips. Potts in and bowls, and Bosch just covers up, and there'll be no run there. Porter, in fact, beg your pardon.
Must admit I had some chips yesterday.
On a Monday?
On a Monday, yeah. I didn't realise the curries were in play yesterday, and I think I've heard a rumour from Marty that there are no curries today.
On day
which
3?
would be devastating.
Surely not. I'll take a walk around anyway. No, Friday's chip night, isn't it? And Saturday at a stretch.
Gotta be.
Here's Potts, in and bowls to Porter. Porter playing a missing at that one. Potts tosses his head to the sky, thinks that one was close. Not close enough. End of the over, 339 for 9, the Essex score. And Durham have taken 5 wickets this morning, and they lead by 248 runs.
Callum Parkinson there just taking a bit of sweat off the top of his head to shine up the ball, trying to look after it for the seamers. Very respectable.
Changing the field, just taking out short cover, and he goes to wide mid-on.
As Parkinson begins the over, it's just a shorter ball and it's prodded back to him by Bosch. And this is everybody out currently, bar a slip. Everybody is allowing the one. Durham really hoping to get Porter back on strike as Parkinson's in and floated up, and there was an almighty heave from Bosch and he got a nice bit of fresh air there as it went through to the keeper. So Parkinson again floating it up and played into the leg side by Bosch, who turns down the single that is being so generously offered to him by Durham.
He was looking to loft that over the top, wasn't he? And because he came down the wicket, it turned into a full toss, so he didn't get all of it.
Parkinson in. Slower again and through to the keeper, who's taken the bails off, but to no avail. I think Bosch just reaching a little bit for it there, searching for it. And Ollie Robinson hoping he may have overbalanced.
Conversation between bowler and captain.
Yeah, and with just 2 balls left of the over, they're going to try and restrict the single and hope that Potts can have a crack at Porter at the other end, as Parkinson's in, and this is defended by Bosch and trickles out to point.
So last ball then. Are they going to bring the field in and stop the single or not? Yep.
Yeah, they had sort of 4 fielders come in to stop the one and left a couple out, but now long on moves in as well as Parkinson bowls, and that is gone up in the air and finds the man at backward point and is caught, which will end the Essex innings. So Essex finishing on 339, Bosch gone for 4 of 22 balls, caught off the bowling of Callum Parkinson, caught by Bastelader at backward point. And Durham will be very happy tucking into their lunch now, I'd imagine.
Yeah, it's been a really good session, hasn't it? They've taken 6 wickets nice and easy from Bastelader, just lobbed up off the toe end of Bosch's bat. He decided off the last ball of that Parkinson over. That was the one that he wanted to go, but he wasn't getting his foot anywhere near the pitch, was he? That couple of attempts he'd had to send the ball out of the ground. So Parkinson picks up a wicket right at the end there. 340 all out was the final score. 339. My scoreboard in front of me has 340. The scoreboard has 339. All the boards actually have 339, so it is 339 all out. And Martin doesn't think that Durham will enforce the follow-on. Beth, where would you stand on that?
I'd be tempted to enforce it, but I appreciate it's a lot of work for the bowlers, and in the heat and the sun they might just want to put their feet up and conserve their energy. I also think with the pitch drying out, you'd rather be bowling in the 4th innings than batting, so I can see that they might have another go at having a bat here.
Right, so that's lunch then. It's right about just gone 1:15, so we'll rejoin you just before 2 o'clock.
Opening the second innings for Durham, Alex Lees and Michael Jones.
Welcome back to sunny Chelmsford for the afternoon session on day 2. Day 3, isn't it? Wow. Flying along this now. Day 3 of Essex against Durham. I said I didn't think Durham would enforce the follow-on. They've ended up with a first innings lead of 248, and indeed they haven't. They've decided to bat again. So you'd imagine got this session starting at 5 to 2. Bat up to at least tea and then go a bit beyond. Probably give themselves a good hour tonight to try to make inroads into the Essex lineup, and then all of tomorrow. So Durham batted 4 sessions, didn't they, in their first innings, and Essex have batted 3. Is that right? Does the maths add up?
Something like that, yeah.
It's about right, isn't it?
Yeah.
Durham were out on the cusp of lunch yesterday, weren't they? So yeah, it's had afternoon, evening and morning for Essex. So then here we go. Porter bowling round the wicket from the Graham Gooch end to Lees. First ball's got him. He's been caught behind. Diving catch by Michael Pepper across to his left side. The ball swinging away from Lees, but he chased after it and he's edged it to the keeper. Well, what a start from an Essex point of view. So Durham are 248 runs ahead, but already a wicket down. That makes it very interesting indeed. I'm just watching this one again. Yeah, it's pitched. That's pitched 6 stumps along there.
Yeah, didn't need to play that, did he? Just chasing it a little bit.
So Ashley's out. Opening the batting with Michael Jones. The last 6 wickets for Essex fell for just 72 runs. So things moving along now in this game.
New batter for the Durham captain, Scott Borthwick.
Scott Borthwick out for just 5 in the first innings, comes in at number 3, could do with a knock. Just looking through the averages for this season. He's averaging 20, highest score of 75, and that is his 1 half century. Did get 3 centuries last year. Was that the first ball? It was, wasn't it? Yeah. So Michael Pepper taking a diving catch. Jamie Porter gets Lees for a first ball duck. Get a hat-trick earlier this year, didn't he? Was it him, Porter? Around the wicket he comes, bowls. Borthwick full to that one. So one of the Essex guys have just got a hat-trick in the last few months. I've got it written down in my notes somewhere.
Cook got a hat-trick at Nottinghamshire.
Cook got a hat-trick at Nottinghamshire. I have Nottinghamshire in my mind. Yeah, the opening game of the season, Sam Cooper got Lyndon James, Brett Hutton and Dylan Pennington. Porter comes in and bowls, and Borthwick's been hit and he's limping away. That's got him on the inner thigh. That's going to really sting.
He hasn't moved for about 20 seconds, just crouching over, holding that inner thigh close to the knee. So let's hope there's no serious damage done there. Just giving it a stretch and shaking it around. Nasty one.
Porter comes in and bowls. Borthwick with a leading edge back towards the bowler. It was in the air, just landed short of him. It's come off. In fact, it's come off the splice area, maybe not the. The splice. Bottom of the handle, shoulder of the bat.
Looked like it caught him by surprise a little bit and squared him up. And he stood up in shock at, I don't know, the bounce, or got away with it though, just falling short of Porter. Wasn't able to complete the catch.
Porter in again, bowls. Borthwick forward to this one, plays it short on the offside. Defensively,
much more convincing that time from Borthwick.
Right, I'm a little bit in front of you, but yeah. Well, the only reason why I remember Vic Peterson, right, because he played the West Ham in about 55, 56, something like that. Just after winning the cup, but that's where he was at, just won the cup. He goes out to a second division club.
last ball of the first over. A very good over it's been, and it is a wicket maiden. So Durham on for one. Got to do an update for Eddie Newcastle. I'll be back in a sec.
Big round of applause there from the Essex crowd after that perfect start to the third innings for them. The wicket falling on the first ball. Alex Lees, who in the first innings was very dangerous, got 113 before he fell LBW to Critchley. That is a key wicket for them. So Essex will be very happy to have sent him packing on the first ball of the innings. It's now the turn of Michael Jones, batting at number 2 to face up, and he'll be facing Shane Snater from the Sir Alistair Cook end. And Jones got 38 in the first innings, so a few runs, got a start, but didn't go on. He'll be hoping he can capitalise here. Snater then, right arm over the wicket. He's got 2 slips in. He runs in to begin his spell. And it's just back of a length, and there's an appeal for LBW, but the umpire doesn't seem very interested. Just back of a length, and maybe skidding through a touch. Striking Jones on about knee roll. Wonder if we'll get a replay of that one. See if I'd have given it. Here we go.
Yes, Durham ended up with a first innings lead of 248.
Ooh, looked pretty straight to me, but maybe a little bit high. As Snater is in again, full and straight, and defended on the front foot by Jones. Back up towards mid-off for no run. Scott Borthwick at the non-strikers end is just practicing his forward defensive. Snater in again now, and that is just wayward down the leg side. I thought there might have been a little bit of bat or thigh pad on that as it went through to Michael Pepper behind the stumps, but there was no interest from the Essex fielders there.
Hazy sort of day, bit of cloud knocking around. Generally that bank of cloud that we saw building up this morning hasn't actually come across us, has it really?
Snater now fuller and defended up towards mid-on. Jones. Now, Nick Brown, who is fielding at mid-on, he's got some shin pads on already.
Yeah,
came out with them on.
First day, Simon Harmer was bowling after about 8 or 9 overs, I think it was.
Yeah, so I wonder if this will just be a short spell, new ball from Snater and Porter to see if they can get that early breakthrough, but I think pretty quickly we'll be seeing spin into the attack. The Snater's in and dug out by Jones, and Brown, the man with the shin pads on, runs round the fielding up behind the stumps, and they do sneak through for a single. So that's the first run of the day for Durham there. And that was a almost Yorker length delivery. Michael Jones just managing to squeeze a bit of bat onto it, play it straight up the ground. So it'll be the skipper, Scott Borthwick, now to take strike. And he has a little wander around, surveys the ground, has a little look at the field, and it looks like they're bringing an extra man into the cordon here for the left-handed Borthwick. So I think that's Critchley coming in at a sort of fourth slip, so we've got a first and a second and then a little gap, and then Critchley slotting in there. Snater's in, and that's left alone outside the off stump to a few U's and R's from the slip cordon. But that completes the second over of the day, just a single from it. Durham now 1 for 1 in their second innings.
Well, you just said Durham back again. The first thing is given to 4 games, and that's it.
Little bit of cloud just covering the pitch at the moment. Half of the pitch in the sun, and half of the field getting a little bit of relief on this scorching hot day.
It is rather warm. I managed to angle the fan down towards us today. It was just blowing across the roof last night.
Marty's taken to cowering at the back of the box again
Yeah,
today.
well, sensible. Porter bowling here to Jones. That's played off towards mid-wicket, no run there. I mean, Durham nearly chased down 450 at Blackpool a few weeks ago. Got quite close to the target. So you never know what's a lendable total these days, do you?
In the Bazball era, anything is possible.
Is he playing in this game? Porter strides in from the far end. Jones forward and defends. The ball runs out to the offside.
Durham
Picked up by
maybe taking inspiration from Ben Stokes, who's had a few games for them.
Yeah, he did a lot with the ball this year, but didn't do much with the bat when he came back into the county championship side.
Yeah, I've got it in front of me. 15 wickets at 6.4. Not
Here
a
we
bad
are.
contribution.
The first tweet definitely should have enforced the follow-on. After getting 6 wickets this morning. No matter what they did, people would complain. Porter bowls, Jones drives, that's a nice shot. Might make it to the boundary. Brown's chasing after it. Far top corner of the ground. Is it gonna go? It's not. He slid in and he stopped it about a foot from the rope. They'll run 3 instead.
I will reserve judgment on whether they should have enforced the follow-on at the end of day 4, I reckon.
Damo says, I would have thought enforcing the follow-on would have made sense. Isn't he in... Where was he? He was in Germany, wasn't he, somewhere yesterday? Was it Cologne?
I think it was Cologne.
Football, yeah. Sad news from Meerkat Manor, where Katie has emailed to say that after 2 days in bed, it transpires she does now have COVID. Borthwick on strike here as Porter's going to come round the wicket from the gooch end. He bowls. And that is left alone, and that wasn't far off the target, I don't think. Although the feed I'm looking at. So I've been handed a napkin. It's the napkin of knowledge. So when was this? Was this in April, was it? No. In May. In May, Warwickshire had a 235 run lead and decided not to enforce the follow-on, but they had injured bowlers, didn't they? They were bowled out for 94 and Essex chased 330 to win. Porter bowls. Borthwick plays that back at the far end of the ground to mid-on to Brown. No run there. We were talking about the cost of tickets for American sport earlier, weren't we? And American sport coming to England and how much a ticket is going to cost to see some American football in London later in the year. As Porter comes around the wicket and bowls, and that's played down into the ground by Borthwick. There was a hand on that in the gully and stopped the ball. I don't think there was a catching chance. I think it bounced down. Nearly away for 4, so it was a good piece of fielding that from Matt Critchley. End of that over from Porter. So Durham are 5 for 1. Anyway, I'd almost sort of lost sympathy for Katie here as this holiday goes on and on and on and on and on. But it comes to a conclusion which makes a valid point in paragraph 73. She says, "Hi Martin and chums, it's not just American sports which are incredibly expensive these days." She says, "I went to Australia to watch the Ashes 10 years ago, and I worked out that the amount it cost me to stay in Australia for 2 months, including hostels, transport, food, tickets for every day of the 5 tests, but excluding international flight, was the same price as the test tickets alone in England." So that's a massive difference, isn't it?
Huge. They got some big stadiums over there though, so the tickets are a bit cheaper.
A lot cheaper.
A lot cheaper.
Yeah.
Snater now in from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Forward and just punched out into the leg side, but fielded cleanly for no run.
She adds, "At least it's a good excuse to save money by going on holiday." And the final observation, it turns out I have got COVID, so I'm still in bed and very much appreciating your company for another day. I've heard of a few people with COVID recently. Also a lot of people with quite dry coughs at the moment because of the pollen count.
Snater in now around the wicket and squared up Borthwick, beating the outside edge, and it just sails through to Pepper behind the stumps. A few signs here for Essex that the ball might be moving around early.
Seemed to be when the new ball was given to Matty Potts, he was getting a bit of movement, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He did it on day 1 as well, start of the Durham innings. Mervyn suggests Durham get to about 2:20 or so just after tea and then declare.
Snater in to Borthwick, and that's defending the front foot solidly and picked up at mid-off.
Anti-cricket on social media, or you can email weircricket@yahoo.co.uk. Weir as in the river, but not a weir in a river, the river Weir.
Snater bowls just back of a length. Borthwick on the back foot, punching that out into the leg side. Gestured as if it may be kept slightly low. Snater, a skiddier bowler.
Skiddy Snater. Have you played at Chester Street?
No, it's a long old way. The closest I've got is...
Did you not go up there with Sussex or anything?
No, we used to do, back in the days of the county championship, we used to do a bank holiday weekend with an overnight stay, and we'd play Yorkshire and Lancashire, but never quite as far as that. As Snater's in, and that's defended by Borthwick.
That's like the early days of the county championship in the 1800s, where the crowds who could gain the biggest support were generally London based, Nottinghamshire, and Yorkshire and Lancashire, and so they just sort of developed a county championship among themselves, with a number of the clubs declaring themselves as champ each year, despite the fact they all hadn't played each other, or some had played more games than others.
Snater in, and Borthwick defends, and it trickles out into the offside for no run, and that completes a maiden for Snater. Durham now 5 for 1.
Stephen Chalk wrote a book about the history of the county championship, the first 125 years, and I remember he came and joined us in commentary at Arundel, so probably something like 2015, and Summer's Crown was the book called. It's the history of the county championship and how all the clubs have done in it. And he was basically saying then the powers that be who run cricket in this country, you know, they were being accused of overly meddling with cricket just a few years ago, and every summer, aren't they, more or less? And he said it's gone on since the inception of the county cricket, the county championship in 125, 130 years ago. Porter starting his third over, bowls to Jones. Jones plays it out to short extra cover to Jordan Cox with his floppy wide brimmed hat on, very Jack Russell-esque, that one. It's almost like a bucket hat rather than the stiff sides you see on some of the wide brimmed cricket hats.
Wonder how he's achieved that look.
Rolled it up in a bag, maybe. Stuck it inside a boot. Porter to Jones. And Jones plays it to Cox again in the covers. Ball back with the keeper very quickly there. Some ice cream is being devoured next door. Porter past the umpire, he bowls. Jones plays and misses. It's left him. It's gone through and into the gloves of Pepper. Asking questions, Jamie Porter. It's going to be an interesting passage of play, this, having lost Alex Lee's first ball. Let's see where Durham's nerves are at. Test of nerve. Porter down the hill to Jones. Jones turns that out through mid-wicket and we'll get one run. Walter in front of the stand on the far corner of the ground fields that and throws it in underarm. Two balls left of the over. Borthwick is on strike. He cuts down into the gully area and it's stopped by Critchley on the bounce. It's twice he's found Critchley on the bounce there. Gully.
Yeah, just looked a little bit frustrated there, threw his head back, as if to say, that should have found the gap.
Porter strides back to his mark, turns, flicks the ball from one hand to the other, and then starts his run. Round he comes. Borthwick plays the ball safely away up to mid-off. That is the end of the over, just the one run from it. So Durham are 6 for 1 and lead by 254. BBC Essex with you, BBC Radio Newcastle, around the world on the BBC website and the sports app. And hey Alexa, play Essex against Durham on BBC Sounds. Something along those lines.
You might have just set someone's Alexa off there.
I might have done, yeah.
We're going to see a little bit more of Shane Snater here, back for a third over from the Sir Alistair Cook end. A few shouts of encouragement from the fielders as he begins his third over. And that's defended on the front foot by Jones. Solidly in behind that one.
Dear, have you got a smart speaker thing in your house? We don't use ours.
I don't know.
No. I don't really know many people who use them, to be honest with you. Most I know are either listening on the internet or via their mobile phones, or they've got a radio in front of them.
Yeah, I tend to go YouTube stream.
Right.
Snater in and bowls, and that's defended again by Jones.
But not when you're driving, obviously.
No. Sometimes when I'm working, I'll have it on my phone.
Yeah.
Just under the screen, under the monitor.
Right.
Just keep an eye on it.
And nobody knows.
Nobody knows until
Well, it's
now.
a good job you haven't told anybody. At least you've kept that secret.
Until right now.
Yeah.
Snater then running in. Bowls short and pushed off the back foot by Jones, and that will run away to the boundary. Really nice shot. And just bring up a bit of dust with it as it runs across the wicket ends and the square to that short boundary. Just dropped a little bit too short from Snater outside the off stump, and Jones not missing out there. The fielder at point, it can't have been more than a couple of metres away from him.
Was travelling though.
But he had no chance.
No.
Yeah, really sweetly timed.
Mervyn has an observation which becomes a bit of a rhyme.
Snater then hoping to reply here. Fuller and struck on the pad.
Worth a
And
shout. Snater's gone down on his knees, more or less begging for that to be given.
The umpire not interested, and they've run one as it ricochets down to a backward point area. Now that looked to be mighty close, and the reaction of the Essex fielders tells you all you need to know about that. We'll have a look at the replay. Ooh. Yeah, I think I'd feel maybe a little bit hard done by if I was bowling there.
Just watching it now.
What do you reckon, Marty?
It hasn't got there yet. Here it comes. Back, it's hit them on the back leg around about the knee roll. I think that was a very good shout.
Essex then still searching for that wicket as Snater's in, and that's defended into the ground by Borthwick and picked up in that fourth slip region.
He clearly didn't hit it because he signalled a leg by, didn't he? So.
Yeah, I wonder, it was kind of angled in. I wonder the only place that he could have thought it would have been missing perhaps was going down leg.
Yeah, maybe.
Although I think my fingers twitching up here, I think I'd have
You'd have given it, would you?
I'd probably have sent Jones back in there.
Got a trigger finger. No, I mean, I just thought it was worth a shot. We're not behind the bowler, we're slightly side on, but...
Snater completing the over then with a dot as it's just defended out into the offside.
You've got a rough idea where a ball's pitching and where the batsman's feet are to know if it's a good shout or not. Mervyn says, I suppose if you wait long enough, some smarty pants will say Durham should have put Essex in on the first day. If ifs and ands were pots and pans, there'd be no need for a tinker. I've not heard that one before. Carry on with the interesting cover. If ifs and ands were pots and pans, there'd be no need for a tinker. I've never heard that before.
I've heard if ifs and buts were candies and nuts, we'd all have a very good Christmas.
Really?
Familiar with that one?
Ifs and buts, but I don't think anybody's ever elaborated ifs and buts, to be honest with you. I think it just stops at ifs and buts. Bit of a delay going on here because Scott Borthwick needed to alter something with his pads. And now Porter is allowed to come in to bowl the first ball of the next over. Jones down the track a couple of paces and just plays that into the ground and short on the leg side. Critchley hovering in there. Graham Neary says, as a Durham supporter living in Essex, would you have any thoughts on why Fuzz Cushy can't get into the Essex 4-day side since injury despite imperious form? Yeah, he got 107 at Durham, yeah. Here comes Burr again. Played safely away by Jones up to Jordan Cox at mid-off. Graham adds, with the exception of Leeds, Durham has struggled in their top order, so should Durham try and sign Feroz Cushy? And then he asks separately, do you think this is the strongest Durham side since the days of Harmer and Banks and Michael Di Venuto? Well, it will be, yeah. Because it was around about the era when they all left, when everything started to go downhill. Porter in, and he's got Jones caught behind. He's kept the pose there, but he's edged it through to the keeper. And Durham are 2 down, and they only have 11 on the board, so they only lead by 259. And those who think the follow-on should have been enforced, that was a really good ball. That was really tight to the line of off stump and then just moved on him at the last second. A really good ball, and clip behind for 9. Very good bowling.
Yeah, just angled in at him and was looking to hit the top of off. Made him play, couldn't have left that alone, and just left him slightly off the pitch. Feather of an edge through to Michael Pepper. Proper bit of cricket there. Lovely bit of seam bowling.
Well, here's David Bedingham coming out to try and restore some confidence. The man for the moment. Jones playing in his first championship match of the season, got 30 odd in the first innings, and was out the first more 38 after putting 61 on to the opening stand. Michael Pepper got him that occasion, but it was Ethan Bosch, first of 2 wickets for Ethan Bosch on his debut. David Bedingham in the first innings for Durham got 65. Prior to that, he'd scored consecutive centuries in 4 championship innings in a row.
Yeah, some serious stats this season. Going into this game, 795 runs at an average of 88.33.
How many overs have gone?
6.3.
6.3. So then Bedingham, the new man. Durham have got some work to do here. Makes it all very interesting. Porter, there's 2 slips in place as he bowls to Bedingham. Bedingham, the South African forward to that one, plays it to Cox along the floor in the covers. I have to get you on later to talk about why you think Feroz Cushy's not in the team, because I don't know. Should Durham sign him? That's an interesting question. Porter to Bedingham. Bedingham with a thick edge. It's away down towards vacant third man, and it's gone for 4. Snater's chasing it, but he gives up the ghost about 15 yards from the rope. It's all about the lead then from Durham point of view. They're 2 down, but they lead by 263. When they lost here in 2021, they bowled Essex out for just 90, I think it was. .96, bowled them out for 96, so that was their lowest score against Durham. Here comes the bowler. Bedingham plays it to covers, dot ball. End of the over, a wicket and a 4 from it, so Durham 15 for 2.
Round of applause there for that over from Porter. Now on taking 2 for 9 from his 4 overs so far.
Durham in 2021 here had a lead of 163, and then they were set a target 168 to win and lost by 40 runs. So nothing is to be taken for granted on this ground.
Snater then continuing to begins his 4th over, and that's defended by Borthwick up towards mid-on. Nick Brown still with those shin pads on. A pretty warm day to be running around in shin pads when there are no spinners on. Just see second slip is lying on the floor, maybe having a bit of a stretch. They're not pulling was it Bangladesh yesterday? The Snater's in, and that's defended, squared up, and the ball trickles into the offside. Is it the Bangladesh slip fielder who went down? Clutching the hamstring?
I haven't seen it. I've hardly seen any of this World Cup. It's just been on at totally the wrong times for me.
There's a rumour, a video going around that's a bit incriminating, that they're trying to slow the game down because of the Duckworth-Lewis.
Right.
And they're just edged ahead for a moment. And you see the coach saying, slow it down. And then the slip fielder, as the bowler's running in, keels over with an apparent cramp. The Snater's in, and that's defended into the leg side by Borthwick, picked up at middle.
But surely the umpires would make a note of that anyway, wouldn't they? Timing wise, they would. If there was a delay for an injury, they would add the extra time on. The cut-off point would change.
I think it was more that the rain was coming, and they were trying to eat up a few valuable moments whilst they were ahead on.
That's just not cricket, that, is it?
It's not.
Except it is.
And who's to say he didn't have cramp? As Snares in, and that's punched into the leg side off the back foot by Borthwick. Brown running round to do the fielding, but they come through for a quick single.
Well, it was the incredible tale last year when Durham were playing Yorkshire in Chesley Street, and one of the Yorkshire players injured his ankle and had to go off the field early in the innings, and then came back with a runner later on. While batting with the runner, ball glanced his helmet, and then the next day it was announced he'd been replaced as a concussion, under concussion protocol. Then people were surprised, having been told this, to see the same player driving into the ground in his car for the next 2 days, which was supposedly put down to instructions being lost in translation.
Very suspicious.
Anyway, Durham won narrowly, but they managed to win it.
Just a bit of rearranging here as Bedingham takes strike for the first time against Snater. And that's beaten the outside edge through to the keeper, who's an ours. Got 3 slips in. It's a sort of regulation first slip and second slip, and then the man at more of a sort of 4th slip angle, a bit squarer.
That wobbled on him a little bit late, that last delivery, but it was wide of off stump.
Snater to Bedingham, and that's punched into the offside. Sounded lovely off the bat, but fielded safely at extra cover, and there'll be no run, so that's a dot to finish the over. Just the one from it. Durham now 16 for 2.
So the lead is 264. Final day of this game tomorrow, and then the next round of games starts on Sunday. Worcestershire in Chesley Street, and Essex are at Surrey, I think, aren't they, the next game? Yeah. And then the T20 comes back again. Interesting, we've not seen lots of really low scores this round of county championship matches, because in previous years, after the first round of T20 games, you've seen some really low scores in the championship, but it hasn't happened this year. Porter round the wickets to Borthwick. Borthwick plays that up to Brown at mid-on. No run.
I think the dry weather over the last week or so might mean that there aren't many green seamers around, so maybe the value for shots and the balance of bat and ball maybe just favouring those players who are showing a bit more intent.
Porter around the wicket. Borthwick cuts at this one, plays at 2 point. Fielded there by I think that might be Bosch. He's got a wide brimmed hat on as well. It's not the order of the day though, there's only 2 of the fielders wearing them. The rest have gone for caps. I think I'd be going wide brimmed on a day like this. Porter to Borthwick. Borthwick chops it down in the ground, it's bounced over the stumps. A moment of peril for him there. It's come off the bottom corner of the bat, that one. He goes for a little wander now, off towards square leg. That's a bit of a stretch. Tricky spell this for Durham. Porter bowling really good stuff here, 2 for 9 from 4.5 overs. A wicket made earlier as well. Borthwick is on 2. And Porter tries to york him and Borthwick digs it out. Lots of dust coming up there. He's on 2 from 27.
Yeah, very watchful. And this period with the new balls proved fruitful in every innings really, so he'll be trying to ride that out and get through to maybe face a little bit of spin or that softer ball.
Porter comes in and bowls. Borthwick forward to this one, plays it safely up to mid-on. Jordan Cox runs in from mid-wicket to field it. So 1 ball left of this 9th over. Durham lead by 264. You wouldn't be surprised to hear Mervin's come back on to say that phrase is very old, like him. Last ball then of this over, turned by Borthwick off towards deep backward square leg to Snater for 1 run, so he'll keep the strike. He moved on 2-3, 17 for 2 Durham here on the BBC. Paul Wilson's emailed from Hartlepool. Let's see what the weather's like there today. Hi Marty and the mob. Greetings from brightish but very muggy Costa del Hartlepool. Just got in from work to find Durham 1 for 1. Steady batting required to build the lead. Should be with you for the duration of today, but unfortunately I may not be with you on Wednesday due to work. Births, cricketing births. On this day, Vic Marks was born. He was, what year was he born? 1955. Somerset in England, and of course, Test match special.
Snater taking a deep breath just before he begins the 5th over of this opening spell, as he's into Borthwick, and that's defended, punched up towards mid-on.
Oh, born the same year as me, Jason Gallion. He played for Essex, played for Lancashire as well, and Notts and England. And on this day in 1983, India beat the West Indies by 43 to win the 3rd World Cup, which was being held at Lord's. Little pointers from Paul there on this day in history.
Snater's in, and that's defended on the front foot by Borthwick.
Talking of galleons, there's a new visitor attraction on the River Tyne at the minute because a Spanish galleon has sailed in. I think it's moored up around Newcastle somewhere. Came up the northeast coast the other day past our estate. Thought we were going to be invaded for a minute.
For the listeners who might not know, of which I'm obviously not one, what's a galleon?
It's a galleon. It's a warship, sailing ship.
Oh, that's it. Snater into Borthwick, and that's flicked down the leg side and runs away quickly for 4.
Made a nice noise.
And the umpire signalling that it was indeed runs. That ran away really fine and went quickly to the boundary. The fielder at long leg had no chance.
Think of Pirates of the Caribbean, that kind of ship, with guns all, you know, the gun decks. You must have seen Pirates of the Caribbean.
I've not, but I'm aware of what's sort of going
You've
on.
not seen it, really?
Not
you haven't either?
Not a big film watcher person.
The youth of today, aren't they?
Snater in, and just a straighter delivery there, defended into the side. A nice reply after that 4 on the previous ball.
It's a good job Pirates of the Caribbean was made, because there's about 100,000 children's entertainers making a living as Captain Jack these days.
And what's...
Or Ailsa from... Is it Frozen? Elsa or Ailsa from Frozen?
Not seen that either. What's the galleon doing up in your neighbourhood then?
It's a Spanish galleon. I'll have to look it up to see why it's there, but it's come on for a specific visit.
Right. Snater into Borthwick and turned into the leg side. And that might run away actually. That's a really short boundary across the square as well. Some of the practice wickets over there. So just a punch, a gentle push and really well timed, runs away for 4. That takes Borthwick to 11 from his 34 deliveries. So the 2 4s in this over so far. 1 ball left. Snater will be hoping to get out with another dot, as he's in again to Borthwick. Borthwick tries to...
There, I think that's hurt. He's hit himself in the thigh again, hasn't he, where he got hit earlier?
In the same spot,
yeah,
perhaps.
That's stinging, that is. Let's see if I can find it on the BBC Tyne website.
There was a half-hearted appeal there from Snater, but I think that was sailing pretty comfortably down the leg side. Durham now 25 for 2 off the first 10.
The lead is 273.
Coming on to bowl at the Graham Gooch ends, Ethan Bosch.
Here's Ethan Bosch. He got the first 2 wickets of Durham's first innings, his debut 2 days ago. Right arm over, he's a quick bowler. He's replaced Porter, who's taken 2 for 10 from 5 overs, including a wicket maiden. Coming into bowl to Beddingham, his countryman Beddingham. Oh, lovely shot. Drives past point. I don't know, it's got the legs to get all the way to the boundary. Snater's chasing it to the marquee on our right hand side and gets the throw back in. They run 3. As he turned to throw the ball, his sunglasses came off his head, so he's got to retrieve them. Right, what we got here. Newcastle City Council and the Port of Tyne have joined forces to secure a historic Spanish galleon visit to Newcastle as part of a sailing tour of UK ports. That's what it looks like. Very impressive, big wooden ship with massive sails.
Oh yeah, nice.
We have the tall ships racers visiting the northeast every now and then. It's Hartlepool last year, it was in Sunderland a few years ago, it's been in Newcastle 2 or 3 times. It's been in Hartlepool twice as well. all these huge sailing ships moored up outside our house about 4 or 5 years ago. It was fantastic. Bosch round the wicket to Borthwick. He tries to flick one off the legs. The keeper takes a catch down the leg side. No connection from the bat though. The Galleon Andalusia. It's a floating museum ship.
Sounds like a nice day out.
Yeah, it's moored up at Spiller's Quay next to the cycle hub at Oosburn on the River Tyne, so you can pop down and go on board. Bosch to Borthwick. Borthwick jams the ball inside edge on the front foot, and it just got to rest just off the crease. So you can visit from, what's the date today? Is it the 25th? You can visit from today until July the 7th, so it's there for a couple of weeks. Bosch bowls, Borthwick leaves. That pitches and then doesn't really get up, and it shoots through to the bat.
Yeah, there have been a few deliveries today that seem to have just skidded along the surface.
Durham
That one really didn't get up.
Durham are 28 for 2. Remember, they had a first innings lead, so the lead is currently 276. Next ball bowled by Bosch, played away by Borthwick up to Brad at mid-on, no run. So we got 13 minutes to 3 o'clock.
Whilst Marty was looking at pictures of ships.
One ship.
One ship, sorry. Simon Harmer seems to be stretching his back. I wonder if he's limbering up for a spell.
Last ball of the over. Borthwick plays this past square leg. And Cox is fielding on the corner of the square just in front of us, 1 run. Yeah, Harmer came into the action the other day. I think it might have been over 10 or 11. Yeah, it looks like he's going to come in and bowl because he's taking his cap off. The keeper's taking his cap off, which suggests he's going to be putting a helmet on, and Harmer hands his cap to the umpire, Paul Pollard. So we're going to see Harmer into the action in the 12th over.
Cox just running on with 2 minutes there from the deep square leg boundary at the end of that over. Now, Simon Harmer took 4 wickets in the first innings. He bowled 45 overs, which is a good stint. 6 maidens, 4 for 188. He also passed a milestone, didn't he, yesterday? 450 first-class wickets?
Yeah, for Essex. He's got more than 900 in all.
Yeah, decent bowler. Not bad.
I think if he puts his mind to it, he might make something.
He's got some real potential.
Yeah.
Now, he'll be bowling to Borthwick to begin. There's a short leg in and a slip. We've got a sort of catching cover, or extra cover maybe. His hole's in, and that is punched uppishly off the back foot and flies so close
Bosch
to
is
that
in there,
fielder.
I thought he'd got him one-handed there.
Short extra cover, and I thought that had been taken.
Yeah.
But just sails past him. He hit it pretty hard, but it was in the air for a while. Let's have a look at that replay. Yeah, a risky shot first up. Gets away with it as it runs away for 4, taking Borthwick to 16.
He's got 6 wickets against Durham now, Simon Harmer. He took 10 in the match here in 2021.
Harmer now back with ball in hand, and that's just dragged down and slashed away by Borthwick again. This time running down to the third man boundary, and that will go all the way for 4 as well. Fielder gave chase, but to no avail.
Who is that? Who's the substitute fielder? Is it Kushi?
Don't think.
Way down the far end of the ground. Give me a sec.
So Simon Harmer's first spell in this innings started with 2 boundaries, back-to-back 4s, and then beating the outside edge with the third delivery back in his areas there.
Aaron Beard is on as a 12th man.
Beard not able to stop that second ball running away for 4, as Harmer's in again, and this is played to Aaron Beard into the offside, which took a bit of a diversion off the wicket ends, I think, and made what should have been a simple piece of fielding look pretty impressive. Harmer now in again and defended by Borthwick, back to the bowler.
It was a full stretch dive low to his left, wasn't it? One-handed stop when it looked like it was just rolling towards him rather gently.
Should have been trickling to him. So Harmer here to complete his first over of the day, and that's blocked out into the leg side for no run. So the 8 runs from the over, Durham 37 for 2.
So the lead's 285 here on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Newcastle. Wrong button. That's you.
With you.
That's tape. Have you got any music you want to play? We'll connect it to the tape.
Well, proper tape.
Yeah.
I know. Why not?
I bet have you seen a tape? You know, a little C90, C45?
What, like a cassette?
Yeah.
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 I've dabbled.
You've dabbled.
I used to.
Have you had the joy of putting a pencil inside the winding mechanism?
I don't think I have, but my mum's old car that I was insured on.
Yeah.
My first car.
Had a tape deck.
Had a cassette player, yeah, the little Renault Clio.
Oh.
Lovely little car.
And when the iPad and variant MP3 players came out, somebody invented a tape that was attached to a wire. As Bosch started next over to Beddingham and played away out into the cover. So if you had a cassette, you could basically the wire connected to the cassette, and then the cassette made contact inside, so you could play your iPod through it. I've got one of those gizmos somewhere in the house. Bosch, Beddingham cuts, bounces up in the air, picked by Cox at cover, no run. Little Renault Clio. I wonder how much it cost to get you insured back in the day.
Yeah, probably not cheap.
I mean, a daft amount of money people are paying for their kids these days, but I remember I got a car a few years ago, and the first insurance, because I was working as a journalist, was £1,200 a year. I mean, that was a big chunk of your monthly wage, that, paying by direct debit for that.
Yeah, that's tough.
Bosch bowls to Beddingham, that's played back to him. I dread to think what it would be now. Better driving lessons probably about 50 quid, is it, these days? A couple of people out on the balcony just above the stand at the far corner of the ground watching the action. Only ones that are out on a balcony at the moment though. Breeze picks up as Bosch comes in. Beddingham plays that out down towards deep point. Snater fields 1 run. Durham 38 for 2, coming up towards 3 o'clock, so I'll disappear in a minute to do an update for Radio Newcastle. We'll have a switch around in commentators. Borthwick's just retaking his guard. He's on 20 now from 46 after a little bit of a shaky start. Bosch round the wicket. He looks to cut. He's gone down on one knee and he's played and missed the ball. Passes the stumps and goes through to the keeper. Last ball of the over. It's gone down the leg side, taken by the keeper. End of the over. David's emailed. He says, watching Snater bowl and the fact that he played for the Netherlands got me thinking, when did Holland become the Netherlands? Because when I was growing up, it was just Holland.
Holland is a part of the Netherlands. It's not
Holland is a part of the Netherlands.
Yeah, it's not.
So,
a region.
so it's a region.
Yeah, Holland.
It was definitely.
Holland's not
They were always just Holland, or was that just the football team?
Yeah, Holland's not the entire country. That's why
Right.
it's like calling the United Kingdom England. It's not.
Right.
Although we like to think it is.
Like calling the United Kingdom England. It's not correct, but we like to think it is. Right, I'm going to pop off.
Thanks, Marty. It'll be Simon Harmer to continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end. He'll be hoping for a better start to the over than his first, which went for consecutive boundaries, as he's in now over the wicket, bowling to Beddingham, the right-hander. Harmer flighted, and Beddingham does well to just turn that into the leg side. There was a puff of dust that came up. I wonder if that was from the drag of the front foot rather than the ball, but just signs that this pitch is drying out slightly.
Just a conversation between the umpire and Simon Harmer. Harmer just shaking his head at something. The umpire just sort of, I don't know, don't have a hand gesture in there.
There's Harmer round the wicket now to the left-handed Borthwick, and they call through for a quick single, and the fielder steams in. I think was that Snater?
It is, yeah.
Fielding? He's electric in the field, is Snater, and got that in as quick as he could, but the umpire says not out.
Yeah, unfortunately the replay's just gone. I do just wonder whether it was wicketkeeper flicked the bails off with his glove, and that's why there might be a head in hand. Had the ball directly hit, he might have been in a little bit of trouble. Might get a better view from this. Yeah.
Oh, he didn't collect the ball.
Didn't collect the ball.
Harmer is in again, and this time worked into the leg side. Snater again doing the fielding, but this time coming into the bounce, a much more comfortable single for Durham.
In fairness, I think he was probably home, but yeah, Pepper dropped the ball, then flicked the bails off with his gloves in one motion.
So Borthwick now facing up to Harmer, and that's defended and kicked by Brown, who's at short leg. A slip in then as well for the left-hander as Harmer's in, and that's defended and trickles down off the outer half of the bat to backward point to complete the over, and they fired through that one, didn't they? 3 singles from it. Durham 41 for 2.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of a wobble at 11 for 2, but everything's just settled down now, and it's sort of set into a pattern whereby Essex are trying to keep Durham down, keep them honest, make them maybe play some shots and be a bit more expansive, while Durham will just gently go along, knowing they're well ahead in the game and they're in the box seat, and it's going to require Essex to take wickets at regular intervals to sort of keep themselves in the game. I was talking about that Warwickshire game here earlier this season, and Warwickshire 235 ahead on first innings, then didn't enforce the follow-on, but They got injury problems with their bowling attack. A couple of their lead bowlers have been left back in the Midlands, and they'd had quite a long session in the field in the Essex first innings that didn't enforce the follow-on. Promptly got hustled out for 94, and Essex chased down 330 for the loss of 6 wickets. And Matt Critchley with Jordan Cox with big hands in that. But this feels different. It feels different from this. Durham look as though they're well in control and nicely steadying. So Ethan Bosch to continue from the Graham Gooch end. And he's in and bowling to Beddingham, and Beddingham on the drive pierces the infield, goes past Jordan Cox at extra cover, and it will race away as a long chase out there, and it beats mid-off and goes for 4 runs, 45 for 2.
Yeah, that was just a punch, but he timed so well that it's gone all the way. Jordan Cox looked interested in stopping it, but didn't manage to get down to his right.
So we're just looking at the TV controls so that our screen for the scoreboard can stay on, but that's gone walkabout at the moment. So Bosch into Beddingham. Beddingham drives from the crease up to mid, and there's no run there because we have to, for those who don't know, our commentary position is at the same end as the main scoreboard, so we'd have to lean quite a long way out of our window, so we have a camera trained on the board which is then transmitted to a screen in our box, but Martin's managed to sort that out for us. You always tell when you've been watching television too long at home when that message comes up. The TV is about to turn off. Would you like to continue watching? So Bosch in the Chelmsford heat. In again to Beddingham. Beddingham just pushes back the pitch, and the South African fields on his follow through. And there is no run. 45 for 2. Lead by 293 runs. Durham 8 bonus points so far. Essex 4. Meantime, Worcestershire batting for a second time against the leader Surrey is 62 for 1. They still trail by 216 runs. Essex will have probably half an eye on the scores at the end of the day rather than now. As Bosch gathers himself, comes herring, and Beddingham drives expansively outside off stump, but they have got Snater sweeping on the square cover boundary, and they come through for a single. 46 for 2. Borthwick 21. Beddingham goes to 15. So that leading up towards the psychological mark of 300.
First ball of the second innings, and then Michael Jones out for 9, so Durham at that point 11 for 2.
Bosch, a couple of balls still to go in this over. A couple of wickets for him in the first innings. Nothing yet in the second. Going to come round the wicket now to the left-handed Borthwick. In comes Bosch, bowls to Borthwick. Borthwick on the drive, but no timing. Up to mid-off, there's no run. Mentioned earlier on, smallish crowd inside Chelmsford today, but from what we can see, but down below, underneath the top tier of the 2 stands which we're in, it's better populated. People just staying out of the direct sunlight. There is a cloud around. That gives you a little bit of respite every now and then. So Bosch just wipes some moisture from his forehead, turns on his debut, round the wicket into Borthwick. Oh, Borthwick plays defensively and it bounces just past his leg stump. There's a concerned glance as he sees it go past his leg stump. End of the over, and Durham 46 for 2, lead Essex by 294 runs at just gone 3 o'clock.
Yeah, a bit of luck there as the ball narrowly missed the stumps. And we're going to have Simon Harmer to continue. Be bowling at David Beddingham. A slip-in and a short leg for the right-hander. We've also got a deep mid-wicket and a deep point. as Harmer is in, flighted, and he turned that into the leg side, narrowly missing. Brown at short leg. Flew just over his right shoulder. Glenn's just given our monitor a whack because it doesn't seem to be working, so we can't see the replay. Harmer is in and flicking again through the leg side and finding square leg once more. And bit of a life for Bedingham there.
Yeah, it's normally about this afternoon that the screen suffers a bit of heat stroke. It's back though.
Back, I think it was that that right hook he gave it, Glenn. Harmer is in and punched into the offside this time, but finding the man at short extra cover for no run. Yeah, Bedingham will feel he's just got away with one there, as that was uppily just shy of short leg. As the next ball's whipped up to long on. Tom Wesley, the Essex captain, doing the fielding. And they'll come through for a single, bringing the Durham skipper, Scott Borthwick, back onto strike. Field switches around for the left-hander as Harmer is in, and this is swept, and it swept straight in. Brown at short leg, ballooning up off his shin, but Michael Pepper couldn't get. There was a chance for him to get the ricochet, the rebound, to take the catch, but it was just a little bit out of his reach. Just we watched the replay of that, yeah. Oof. That would have been a really sharp chance. Borthwick really connecting with that, and Brown nowhere to go, so it just hit him as the final ball of the over is left alone outside the off stump.
Yes, Brown took a little bit of evasive action, didn't he, there, to make sure he wasn't going to get that one in the mush or anywhere else. Just turned slightly to his side on it, struck his shin, maybe a little bit higher up. Didn't sort of loop. It was in the air, but it was only sort of about boot high, and Pepper just couldn't get the figures under it. But it was an opportunity. It would have been a very unfortunate way to get out for Scott Borthwick, but nevertheless, it would have counted. The first time I saw that happen was back in, I think it might have been 1980. It was an Ashes series. Might have been 85. Wayne Lips was the Australian wicketkeeper, and he swept one of the England spinners. It hit David Gower at short leg, and lofted up in the air, and he was caught. And the umpires had to come together and have a long chat as to whether he was out or not, because it was such a rare occurrence. But you seem to see it happen more these days than you. Then maybe it's because close-in fielders weren't so sort of. You didn't often see them quite so much as you do these days. Here's Bosch, returning from the Graham Gooch end, in and bowls, whipped away into the onside by Bedingham. Just single as a man on the mid-wicket fence. 48 for 2. I think it had been raining a lot. It was at Edgbaston. This is I can't remember what I was doing this time yesterday, but I can remember this. It'd been raining all day, and someone will tell me. But it'd been raining all day, and England were desperate to get back on. I think they were going to win the game. They won the series. They won the Ashes under Gower, and Wayne Phillips was the Aussie wicketkeeper bat, and he swept it. It hit Gower, looped up in the air. I think it must have been Phil Edmonds or John Embury must have been bowling. And they were caught, and there was a long discussion as to whether he was out or not. It was given, and he won the game. Here's Bosch round the wicket, bowling to Borthwick, tries to whip that one away on the onside, peeling for LBW, right arm bowler round the wicket to a left hand bat. It's optimistic.
Yeah, judging based on the shot, I think that was probably sliding down the side. You've got to be a brave person to go and field it short leg. And I think probably with the introduction of shin pads and helmets becoming slightly easier to field there now, so we're seeing a bit more of it.
So this next one, it's just pushed up to mid-off, and there is no run. Yep, here you are. 1985, Wayne Phillips. Actually, he was caught by Gower off the bowling of Phil Edmonds, so it must have hit another fielder and looped up into the hands of David Gower. See, my memory's not quite that good. Phillips had got to 59. England won the game by an innings. Was it Gatting, was it? Thank you, Martin. Yeah, England 595 for 5 declared in their innings, won by an innings. Here's Bosch. Around the wicket, worked into the onside by Borthwick for a single, 49-4-2. Yeah, Tim Robinson 148, David Gower 215, Mike Gatting not out 100, and Australia folded for 142 in their second innings, having made 335 in their first innings. But yeah, Phillips caught Gower, bowled Edmonds for 59, so yeah, maybe it was Gatting that it hit, but I certainly remember it. Not as clearly as I thought apparently, but I certainly remember it. Anyway, Michael Pepper didn't take the catch, it's all academic now. Right, here's Bosch, in and bowling, Teddingham. There's a waft at that down the leg side, it goes through to Pepper, and there is no run. There's another occasion I saw it. Didn't hit a fielder and go to another fielder, but it was Sri Lanka were involved, and Russell Arnold, who was quite a skinny sort of fielder for Sri Lanka, was fielding, and the batter swept it really hard, and Arnold was wearing quite a baggy shirt, and it stuck in his shirt in the side, and he just put a hand on it to make sure it didn't come out of his shirt, and held on to it on that occasion.
Given out?
Oh yes, out. Yeah. Here's Bosch in, driven by Bellingham up to mid-off, and there is no run. I think you were saying earlier on, getting out at a non-striker's end with a bowler tipping the ball onto your stumps when you're backing up and you're not miles out of your ground, you're just slightly out of your ground. Break for drinks. There's also a way you can get out. Unfortunate ways. So break for drinks here then. Glamorgan 49 for 2, lead by 297 runs. After Essex had bowled out for 330 and they lost 6 wickets with the extra half an hour added on before lunch because 9 wickets were down, and then Bosch was the last man out, having a big old swipe at Callum Parkinson, and was caught by Baz Dalida in the gully. And he knocked Paul Walter, a centurion for Essex, half century for Matt Critchley. But other than that, Essex will be very disappointed with their effort, especially having seen Durham pile up 587. And all the damage, Beth, I guess you would say, was done on that first day where Essex didn't bowl anywhere near as well as they needed to.
Yeah, they just let Durham get away from them, didn't they? And obviously 100 from Lees, and then ever so nearly double ton from Ollie Robinson, finishing on 198. Really made them pay for it. And the 2 wickets to fall in this innings, not this morning. Alex Lees, who went first ball of the innings, caught by Pepper off the bowling of Porter. And Jones also being caught by Pepper for 9 off the bowling of Porter. That was a good ball, wasn't it? Because Jones stayed there for a long time. Just, well, how have I just got the edge to that one? He definitely feathered the edge through. Arguing about that, but I think he thought he'd got everything covered and just had the outside edge taken. It was a really good ball, that, from Jamie Porter. Yeah, that opening spell for him, 5 overs, 2 for 10. So really using that new ball and capitalising while it's moving around a little bit. So the players just finishing their drinks break, as are the umpires as well. Swigs of liquid refreshment for Martin Saggers and Paul Pollard. It's a warm day. I have to say, opening the back windows, the light windows at the back of the commentary box, has just helped get the breeze all the way through here. Plus the fans working overtime. That's local knowledge from you. Well, we've got the door open, the fan on. Please don't tell environmentalists. And the back window's open. We're trying to get a hint of a breath of air, and it's worked. To be fair, it's working okay at the moment. I must say, yesterday was much more painful in the blaring sun here in the window. A bit more cloud cover today. Yeah, that has just helped, hasn't it? It's supposed to get warmer as the week goes on. So it's going to be Harmer to continue. with the first over after drinks, and he's in to Borthwick, who turns that into the leg side. In a run.
Harmer's normally the key man at this stages of a game. You expect him to make these breakthroughs.
Yeah, Essex relying heavily on Harmer in this format of the game, as that sails past the outside edge straight into Pepper's gloves.
That's
Really
good line.
well bowled there from Harmer. Just pitching in and around that off stump and tailing up. As he's in again, that's defended past short leg. Coming off the inside edge of the bat, the fielder running up from the deep backward square to collect it. And they'll come through for a single, bringing Bedingham onto strike.
Brings a 50 up as well in the 18th over, so they're going at just under 3 and over. But they've got plenty of time in the game here, Durham. Just want to bat Essex completely out of it so they can't lose, and then try and force the victory.
Harmer then over the wicket now to the right hander, and that's driven up towards long on. And they'll come through for a single, giving Harmer a chance at the left-handed Borthwick, who you feel Harmer will be hoping to get, particularly after a couple of wayward shots from him. And that's turned into the leg side and just evades the short leg fielder, and they come through for a single, given his leg byes by the umpire. In the end,
and Essex don't lose many here, so Durham have done really well to get themselves into this position where they can force a victory.
it's Harmer now, Bedingham, and that's cut away out into the offside, finds the man on the deep point boundary. They'll come through for a single to end the over. The 4 runs coming from it, 3 off the bat, and that's 53 for 2.
It's got that sort of mid-afternoon feel about it at the moment, hasn't it, where Durham are very comfortable where they're at. Essex are striving and trying to find this next breakthrough to put themselves back in the game. I mean, they'll fancy they can chase down 360, 370. They chased down 330 to beat Warwickshire. Matt Critchley, the leggie's going to come on and have a go from the Graham Gooch end now.
4 wickets for him in the first innings, first Durham innings.
Such an effective cricketer. And talk about how Essex managed to snaffle him up when there were a few counties around, when he became known that his contract at Derbyshire was up and that he would be leaving. And Essex did good business to get him, good business to get Jordan and get that all sorted out early last season as well, and get it announced. Good business to get Dean Elgar in on a 3-year. The loss of Sir Alistair Cook, and see Dan Lawrence on to pastures new as well. So their recruitment's been good as Essex is. Now they need wickets. So Matt Critchley then is going to be bowling to Bedingham, who's 19 not out, 53 for 2, lead by 301. Critchley up, bowls, cut away by Bedingham, but straight to Harmer. Out on the offside. Nick Brown doing the usual cheerleading job, clap of the hands as he tosses the ball to Critchley once again. Critchley in and bowls to Bedingham. Bedingham pulls that one away behind square on the onside and will pick up 4 runs. Just dropped short, one from Critchley, and Beddingham's not going to miss out there. He goes to 23 and the score up to 57 for 2 and the lead to 305 now. Met with silence, that shot as well. All around the ground, a few people sticking their phones, a couple just updating their scorecards. A gentleman's got his legs stretched over the seat in front of him, topping up his tan. Here's Critchley into Bedingham, that's better. Straighter line, and Bedingham just pats it back to the bowler for no run. So Critchley bowled well in the first innings, got through a lot of work as well, picked up 4 wickets. As he's into Bedingham, Bedingham on the back foot, forces away the offside, and wide enough of Harmer who affects a tumbling stop, and then it slips out of his right grasp, so he has to just go and fetch it again. Durham thought about a second, it wasn't there. 58 for 2. And these two have so far put on 47 for the third wicket. Adjustment in the field now, the left-handed Borthwick, so the ball will be spinning into him from Critchley. Borthwick just retakes his guard as well with the change of bowling. Jordan Cox, he stood there at slip, practicing his reverse sweep. Just thinking about, well, how would I do this if I had the leggy coming round the wicket to me?
Yeah, letting Critchley know how he'd be dealing with him.
So here is Critchley round the wicket then to Borthwick. Borthwick on the sweep, regulation sweep when car stops. And there's no run. Cox in a floppy hat stood there at first slip. Two of the Essex players have got the floppies on. Critchley in once again and just gets trapped under the bat of Borthwick, so he can't affect the full flowing drive. And end of another over. Other one ticks over. The over rate is +8 incidentally for Essex. 58 for 2 Durham, and they lead here on BBC Essex and BBC Newcastle 306 runs in their second innings.
Few discussions going on there. Cox is having a chat with Brown and keeper Michael Pepper.
Elgar in conversation with Simon Harmer at this near end, just while Harmer does his bootlaces up. South African pair cooking up a plan of some description. How they're going to break this Durham partnership.
Yeah, you just feel there's been a couple of glimpses from Harmer's bowling where he's looked like taking wickets. A couple of balls that have challenged the batsman, maybe not quite gone to hand, but he'll be looking to break through here and break this partnership before it reaches 50. As he just rubs his hand in the dust of the wicket end. And it's bedding him to face as he's in over the wicket, floated up and driven up to mid-off, and the batters will come through for a comfortable single.
He's certainly got it to turn to the left-hander as Harmer, and that, if we look just on the eye line, that seems to be the more worn side of the pitch. Just a problem for the left-hander just outside his off stump.
Harmer round the wicket now to the left-hander, and that's swept out to the deep square leg boundary and runs away for 4. It's so short down there, and he manages, although there is a man at deep backward square leg, he manages to get it slightly to his left into that gap. As I say, to the left-hander facing Harmer here, the leg side boundary is very short and the offside boundary is very long, because that is pulled into the leg side, and that man at deep square leg does the fielding and they come for a single.
Just looks very comfortable, doesn't it, for these two, the way they've played. No panic at all when they lost 2 very quick wickets, and they look very comfortable and assured in the way they're going about things.
Yeah, you feel the momentum, despite the loss of the 2 early wickets, probably is with Durham, as that is just punched into the offside straight to the man at extra cover. Yeah, I think that lead of, which is now 312, so commanding, isn't it? You just feel that they have an air about them, that they're in control of the game. As Harmer's in, and that's tried to turn into the leg side, but strikes the batter on the back leg, and there's a strangled appeal for LBW and a buzzer here.
Oh, that's loose.
The ball was thrown back to the bowler's end, but I think Simon Harmer wasn't aware.
Yes, just a little bit of concentration from everybody. So they take an overthrow, add another single.
Yes, they've come back for the second there as Harmer then fires that in, and it's just played out into the offside by Beddingham. And that ends the over. 66 for 2 from the first 20. Beddingham now on 25 from his 34. Borthwick on 28 from his 66. And this partnership just chugging on nicely.
Yeah, it's difficult to see where Essex are going to get a breakthrough from here at the moment. They say these two look very comfortable. Lots of conversations going on. Groups of 2 and 3 Essex players. But 314 ahead. Durham are very comfortable with where they're at. Essex chased down 330 to beat Warwickshire. Beth's done a very long stint. We'll have to get you a break in a minute. Critchley round the wicket, in and bowling to Borthwick, who very watchfully pushes out to the side for no run.
Marty's poised. He's just put his shades on.
Oh, he must be getting ready then. If the shades are on, he must be
now.
getting ready, yeah. Critchley just tosses himself a catch. Wide of the crease this time. Ball pushes out to the offside and there is no run. Thank you, Beth. Well done. Go and take a breather. You've earned that, I think. Long session after lunch you've done. There's the siren sound around the city centre at Chelmsford. Hope that's not too serious wherever they're headed. Off the back foot this time. Borthwick forces out to the offside off Critchley and sets off for a single. Paul Walter languidly bends down to his left hand side and picks up the ball, but not before they've completed the run. 67 for 2, 315 the Durham lead. All change again for the right-handed Beddingham. Beddingham on the drive up to long on. Another comfortable single is taken. 68 for 2. Up to 316 goes. And so the helmet is being used by Nick Brown for the left-handed Borthwick off Critchley, but then when the right-hander's down, Brown just goes out and fields an extra cover. Very square of Borthwick is Brown as Critchley comes in, fires that one in a bit quicker off the back foot. Borthwick out to the cover boundary for a single. 69 for 2, and this is looking all very comfortable, Martin.
It is at the minute after those little early worries. It's too bad it right now. Lost Lee's first ball and then Jones for 9, and the emails were piling in. Why didn't they enforce the follow on?
Critchley over the wicket to Beddingham, just very gently, carefully drives out on the offside, and Snater comes in from 3/4 of the way to the boundary to do the fielding, but another single is added. End of the over, 4 singles from it. 70 for 2, lead by 318 on BBC Essex, BBC Newcastle via the BBC Sport website and app. Beddingham and Borthwick come together for a chat. They've added 59. Borthwick's on 30, Beddingham on 27, and from 11 for 2, these two have got themselves back into a state of comfort and a state where they feel let's get on with it. Give them an hour this evening.
A state of comfort. That sounds like Taylor Swift's 94th album of the title of it. So what's this partnership worth now?
59 now.
59. Said Beddingham was heading out to restore calm as he often does. Plays this towards point and will go for a single. There's a few messages to catch upon, including from Paul Summerside, who said he asked why they hadn't enforced the follow on, and I said because it's still a good batting track and it's hot. Then he said a good point gives the bowlers decent rest, and a 400 lead should easily be enough. Bowling first, fingers crossed, as we bowls again. Borthwick cuts this late out into the covers. There's a throw at the stumps. It's missed the stumps from Snater, who was flying through the air as he threw it, and it hits Beddingham on the heel as he's running past the target. 1 run. He also, it's very humid on the Roca Riviera. He's never known humidity like it since he was in Durban on holiday a few years ago.
but still not. Remember that week we had last year where it was really, I think Essex were playing Surrey actually, and they got some.
Are you not thinking it was a 2
It
years
was
ago?
2 years,
the
2 years
record
ago.
heat?
2
Yeah.
years ago we had the record heat, and Essex were
Were
down
you
at
in here?
Surrey, and they did. No, I was at the Oval, and they did. But the extra breaks or something they put into the play because it was just so hot for the players.
Yeah, Durham had a week off that week. Harmer to Beddingham, I'd arm over, playing into the covers to Critchley, no run there. I spent most of that day indoors and went out paddleboarding at about 8:30 that night on the river, and it was just stifling. Harmer bowls, a lot of air in that one, and that is the end of Beddingham. He's towed it, he didn't connect with it properly. That was a very tinny noise there. Beddingham is out for 28, Durham 72 for 3.
Things you should have said and things you wished you'd said in the previous Harmer over, I was going to say, just seems tossing it up a bit more and just bowling it a little bit more slowly, just trying to tempt the batter or try to extract some kind of spin outside the right-hander's off stump and outside the left-hander's off stump, and Beddingham, well, decides that that's within his arc, and as you say, toe end of the bat, and in the end it's lobbed up to the captain Tom Wesley at mid-off. So Essex have got their wicket and they've got their breakthrough, 72 for 3, so the lead is 320, and just what Essex needed, but Durham still well in control and well in command of this game.
61 the partnership?
Yes, yeah. Yeah, it came together at 11 for 2.
On day one, Harmer got Beddingham as well with a more fuller length ball. That one there was more of a floaty delivery. He was trying to get Beddingham to come forward. He's trying to drive it and he's towed it straight out to Wesley at mid-off. But previous one he bowled really much more fuller length and got him caught behind.
So all that does is bring a man who we've seen from an Essex perspective enough of in this game, and that's Ollie Robinson. Mind you, I think Essex have seen enough of him this season, to be honest with you, because he batted very well in the corresponding game in the North East earlier this season. And so drinks carriers have been on, drinks all around for the Essex side. And Ollie Robinson, who made 198 from just 209 balls in the first innings, 21 fours and 7 sixes, is the new man in. And if Essex could remove him quick sharp, they might feel there's a window of opportunity, a fanlight of opportunity, maybe none.
Robinson then to face his first ball. Harmer, there's a short leg in place, plays that down into the ground safely. I think they've found out where you are.
Yeah. Normally about this time of the afternoon, so Harmer comes in and just thrusts the pad out at that one, Robinson, and there's no run. Just a quick check on the scores elsewhere. Kent to 34 for 2 in their second innings. They still trail Lancashire by 271 runs. That's the end of Simon Harmer's over.
2 runs and a wicket from it.
Nottinghamshire 44 without loss in their second innings, trail Somerset by 66. Hampshire going well, 304 for 5 in their second innings. They lead Warwickshire by 348 runs, and Worcestershire making a better fist of it second time around, 99 for 1 in their second innings. Still trails Surrey though by 175 runs. Division 2, Northamptonshire 105 for 2 in their second innings, trail Glamorgan down at Sophia Gardens by 106. Middlesex 144 for 2 in their second innings at headquarters, lead Derbyshire by 238 runs. Sussex at Hove have declared 296 for 6 declared in their second innings, as Critchley is in and bowls to Borthwick, pushes defensively for no run, and Sussex have set Leicestershire 464 for victory down there. And Yorkshire closing in on a massive win against Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire are 119 for 7 in their second innings, still 140 runs behind after being forced to follow on. Borthwick on the drive off Critchley this time. Out to the man on the cover boundary for a single, 73 for 3. And I will just remind you, Gloucestershire won the toss at Scarborough and put Yorkshire in.
Yeah, I saw some photographs from Jonathan Doidge last night, and him and a few others had gone for the Cali Memorial Fish and Chips in Scarborough, where we were in July last year. Very good fish and chips down on the seafront. Quite posh sort of wine bar cafe type place. Down the hill from the cricket ground.
Critchley, for the first time to the right-handed Robinson. In and bowls on. Robinson gets an outside edge on that, but was always guiding it down. And there's a chase. I say a chase from Dean Elgar. He's more or less just jogging to collect the ball from the boundary as it comes off that thick edge of Ollie Robinson. He gets off the mark boundary. 77 for 3, and the lead is 325 runs now. It's a good safe shot that from Robinson.
Paul says it's that humid in Sunderland, he's onto his 5th ice pop.
Critchley in and bowls. Oh, on the drive this time Robinson has got an outside edge, and he's very well taken by Michael Pepper. And Robinson goes, and much like Harmer in the previous over, Critchley getting to toss it up outside off stump, and it's taken an edge of Robinson, and Pepper standing up takes a very good catch, and 2 very quick wickets for Essex. And the man who made 198 in the first innings has gone for 4, 77 for 4 now, Durham. Good catch that from Pepper, standing up.
325 the lead?
Yes.
Just 5 added there.
Ollie Robinson was caught by Michael Pepper after bowling.
I don't think Durham supporters should get nervous just yet, but it does keep things very interesting. The lead is 325, that's the important thing here. 22.4 overs gone.
Just keeps things bubbling under for Essex. Durham are still in control, still well ahead of the game, and they know, you know, let's say the lead, you know, isn't north of 400, and a few Durham supporters think, well, they haven't got enough. Essex have still got to get them, and it's going to be very, very difficult. But first of all, Essex have got to get for this Durham batting lineup, and we saw that partnership between Borthwick and Beddingham just batting sensibly, and without really too many scares or opportunities for Essex. They got themselves up to beyond 70 from 11 for 2, but now suddenly a couple of quick wickets. It's got the body language in the field for Essex just lifted slightly. It's a fewer hands on hips now. So that brings Colin Ackerman out to the wicket. Good cricketer, good signing for Durham. And he's going to be facing Matt Critchley. And Essex put in a second slip now. So Cox is there, he's been there predominantly for the spinners, and Simon Harmer comes in and joins him. A bit more chat out there now from the Essex fielders. Critchley just wants to move cover in a bit closer, cut off the single. Critchley's in and bowls to Ackerman. Ackerman on the dry, that was too full. And there's a couple of hopeful cheers from the crowd. There's a bump ball as Critchley plucks it out of the air, but it already bounced.
Phil Edgar tweeted earlier.
Critchley in again, and Ackerman just plays watchfully out to the offside for no run.
Says, I've only been watching cricket for 20 years, so I'm hoping that I'll one day get a will they follow on prediction right.
End of the over from Critchley, a successful one. He's got 1 for 14 from his 3. Harmer 1 for 23 from his 6. 77 for 4, and the lead is 325 runs. You see, I was saying earlier on, enforce the fun, and then you immediately said, don't think they will.
No. Too hot.
Yeah, you've got to let your bowlers refuel. You've got to let them have a breather, get their feet up.
They've had a lot of travelling the last few weeks with the T20, big games, up and down the motorways. You get to the point where you forget which hotel room you're in, never mind which hotel.
I always think T20, for those of us who report on football as well, I think T20 feels a bit like the football season.
Yeah.
You've got 2-3 games in a week, travelling, and as you say, driving back late at night, or if it's too far to drive back, stopping over.
But, you know, in my mind, journeys like Leicester were quite comfortably doable down and back in a day, but they're not anymore now. Because
The roads are closed.
well, you can't get home at a night time, can you? Got as far as Doncaster last year, and every road I wanted to use was shut, so went into a hotel. Harmer bowls to Borthwick, who goes on the back foot and slams that into the buttock of Nick Brown. That's what I've heard.
Had a trip back. We did a little southwest tour for the opening 2 games of Essex's T20. Did Bristol on the Thursday and then Taunton on the Friday, which in itself was quite sensible, playing those 2 games off the back of each other.
Harmer around the wicket at Borthwick. Borthwick forwards one. It loops away and then lands short in the offside. Bosch picks it up.
And driving back from Taunton, they put the M5 down from 3 lanes to 1.
Yeah.
The off exit to the A303 was closed.
So you couldn't go to see Stonehenge.
No, in the dark, admittedly.
Harmer in. Borthwick chops that down into the ground and off to Elgar. Short extra cover.
Got off the M25, and there were 2 separate diversions and 2 separate diversion signs off the M25. So I eventually groped my way onto the A414, and there was a diversion within the diversion, which was very handy.
Yeah. You ended up in Cowdenbeath.
Well,
Next ball. Bowled. You've got to look at, honestly, it takes serious planning now to try and work out if you can get back from a ground on the night time. I've got to look at the highways agency, put all the different motorways in. And Friday night coming back from Leicester last year, the M was shut, A1 was shut, A19 was shut. Borthwick meets that on the bounce, safely played away.
you accept the work has to be done.
Yeah.
It has to be. A diversion inside a diversion, I was putting a key in the door, and I said good morning to the milkman as he walked past me.
Yeah. So that was only at 11 o'clock at night. Harmer comes in and bowls. And that's well left by Borthwick. He was looking to cut, but it had a bit of springy bounce in it. Into the over, Maiden, and he got through it quickly. Yeah, so Phil says, why am I always wrong when I try to work out and predict whether they're forced to follow on, and why didn't they? Well, the heat is what I would say, and it's still a good batting track, would be my thoughts on that one.
Thank Martin for getting in touch as well. I was banging on earlier on about that dismissal in 1985 of Wayne Phillips, the Australian wicketkeeper bat, when the ball, as we've now discovered, didn't hit Gower, it hit Gatting. Off Phil Edmonds, hit Gatting and then looped up into Gower's hands. And after a meeting of minds between the umpires, I think one of the umpires was David Shepherd, about whether it was out or not, and he was given out after a lot of rain at Edgbaston. England were desperate to get back on and eventually won the game as Critchley bowls, and he's in, and that's driven away by Ackerman for no run. Thanks to Martin, who's dropped me an email. Says, I've just pulled Hugh Engels' Ashes 85 off my bookshelf. Thank you, Martin. More on that in a second. So Critchley is in and bowls. And that's gone past the outside edge. Has it taken the edge? Well,
I don't think
Essex join in. Let's say there was an initial appeal from Critchley and then 3 others join in. Not a movement from the umpire, and it's not out.
I thought the keeper had taken the bails off there, and that's what they were appealing for, but the bails are still on.
Yeah.
So they obviously thought there was a catch.
So it's not out. So Martin says, in this book, in the Ashes 85, written by Matthew Engels, says, Alan Bordy, the Australian team, was very bitter about the day's most vital decision when Wayne Phillips was given out, caught by Gower. As Critchley goes in, that's driven up to mid-off, and there'll be a single there, 78 for 4, was given out after the ball had ricocheted off Alan Lamb's foot. Alan Lamb. Umpire David had consulted his colleague David Constant before giving Phillips out, but Border was convinced the ball had struck the ground first. I was very, very disappointed with the decision. There's no way they could tell that was out, said Border. Gower called Constant courageous and said all his close fielders were sure the umpire was right. And for those of a certain age are wondering, there were no replays, there was no video.
Well, they would have shown you replays of it.
But you couldn't go, actually, can we go? We're not sure about that. Can we go and take a look at it?
I remember it was such a freak moment. It was on the national news.
Critchley round the wicket, swept away by Borthwick. Nice safe shot, that one, and picks up 4 runs, 82 for 4. Yes, if memory serves, it had been raining. England were desperate to get back on and win the game, which they did. They won by an innings. But thank you for that, Martin. My memory was okay, but it was clouded slightly. So it was off Alan Lamb's foot, and it was Gower who took the catch. It was off the bowling of Philip Edmonds.
Mervyn Hardy's emailed, he's watching the action and listening to us, and has an observation.
Critchley round the wicket to Borthwick, this time plays defensively for no run, 82 for 4.
He said, I don't think for a minute the sight of the ball beginning to keep low will be much of a thrill for Essex.
No, not with the way Potts was bowling in particular. Here's Critchley into Borthwick once again. Borthwick tries to unfurl an extravagant drive, but the ball rather gets trapped under his bat, and Critchley fields on his follow through. End of the over, 5 runs for it, 82 for 4, and the lead is now 330, which is what Essex chased down to beat Warwickshire.
Declaring a run time. Jeff Hawes has emailed. He says, afternoon all, I remember one day cup semi-final played at Durham where Essex batting first were bowled out for 71.
Yes.
Then we had Durham 38 for 7,
Yes.
but we couldn't get Plunkett out and Durham won. Do you remember it?
Yes.
I was commentating on it.
Yes. And
I thought it was 77 they made, but yeah, they were 38 for 7, and it was Plunkett and Gareth Breeze who got them over the line.
Do you remember the possibly pivotal incident in the game?
Plunkett dropped on not.
Yes.
Yeah.
I won't say anything more, but Plunkett was dropped by Danish Canary.
All right. Anyway, Durham won with the lowest win total in a semi-final in the one-day cup as Harmer bowls to Ackerman. Ackerman pushes that up to mid-off, no run there. And then in the final against superstar, star-studded, international, dripping gold and sovereigns Hampshire, they scored 325, the highest total in a 50-over final, and hammered Hampshire outside. Attempted sweep from Ackerman, meeting a ball way outside the line of off stump, but it's bounced and come off his shoulder, I think.
It's funny, that game, because that is one of the games that just sticks in my mind in covering Essex for a fair number of years now. It's just one of those that sticks in the mind where you think, had that catch been taken, it might have been different.
In comes the bowler, and that's played forward by Ackerman. Dot ball. I commented on the Durham Essex one-day game, which was on the TV at the end of the season, and there was absolutely nothing riding on it, and a few months later it emerged it was being looked at, the Mervyn Westfield game. But the only thing that stuck in my mind at the time was this is played away by Ackerman to short mid-wicket. It was a very, very strong westerly wind that day, and a fairly young Scott Borthwick, hadn't been in the Durham team for long, was bowling to Jimmy Foster, and Jimmy Foster won the match. He hit 5 sixes in a row, all wind assisted into the Castle stand. That's a full toss, that's hammered down the ground. Walter comes around to try and cut it off. I've lost sight of him, he's gone underneath the stand.
4.
It's gone for 4. Yeah, and then it emerged months later as being looked at, and I got hold of the analyst's video footage, and as soon as you saw it, you're just thinking, oh, right, okay. But at the time, I went back through my commentary, and as you said, oh, maybe he's a little bit nervous. He's on TV, the ball's come out of his hand the wrong way. It was early, very early in the game. Extremely wide. Harmer to Ackerman, that's defended.
As commentators and as spectators, that's the end of the over, you're not switched on to things like that. You're not, because you're not looking for things like that. Hindsight's a wonderful thing about, oh yeah, but you're not openly looking and going, oh, that looks a bit, this looks a bit, that looks a bit. You're just watching the game for what the game is.
We did have a visit a few years ago. A guy came up to see us at Durham, and I can't remember who it was a game, but he came to. They were trying around meeting all the commentators and varying people at the clubs, and they were from the investigations unit. And they were basically saying to us, look, you're at all these games, your eyes and ears, if there's anything suspicious, if you spot something in the crowd, then give us a call. And I was like, I'm not looking at the crowd, I'm looking at the middle. But you hear stories occasionally of people who were sitting at the back of the stand with about 4 laptops, and the stewards come and remove them.
Critchley into Borthwick, defensively played for no run, 86 for 4.
They can tell as well, and I was interested in the allegations of people betting on when the general election would be. They've got all this software.
Yep. It's Critchley in again to Borthwick. Oh, now that's looped up off something. It's gone behind square, and they come through for a single. Yeah, it's done. 87 for 4.
They sort of built this impression that there's this team of international espionage experts and computer brains who are sitting in a nuclear bunker somewhere under London, but they
Critchley's in again. Oh, that's gone past the outside edge of Ackerman this time. No run.
The systems can spot if there's suddenly a trail of bets on one thing and they've come out of nowhere. So this is when they'll, if suddenly there's a flurry of bets for a no ball in a particular role in an international game, they'll flag it up.
Critchley in, played defensively out to the offside for no run. Yes, the best known company doing it in sport, a company called Sports Radar, who've got all the software and all the things set up. I saw a documentary once on it being done in tennis, and more on that in a second. Yeah, as Critchley comes in, and that's pushed out to the offside for no run, whereby certain people had worked out that if you were actually courtside, you could transmit what happened on a certain point before it got onto all these websites. So you could bet on what was going to happen in the next point before it got on websites. As Critchley is in again, pushed out to the offside. They come through for a nicely judged single, 88 for 4 to the point. And they're very minor tennis tournaments, so not Wimbledon, US Open, in Indian Masters and all this sort of thing, and Indian Wells, but these minor lower ranked tennis tournaments, but which was still on betting sites, and they would phone back or have an open line and would phone back what happened on a point, and they'd click the button before the point went up on the websites, to the point that the tour now have people sat in amongst the crowd watching for people who've got little earpieces in and are transmitting
here's your thing, right? Here's your thing. Why are the betting companies taking all that money off people by allowing in-play betting?
Yeah.
And I remember there was a lot of consternation among the industry during lockdown because the horse racing was still going on behind closed doors, and then people were using drones to film races live and putting bets on when they saw horses fall. And then I didn't even know you could bet during a race on when a horse would fall at the next hurdle. And why? I don't see how the betting companies can complain about that if they're allowing that opportunity for that bet in the first place. Harmer in the ball here that's starting you over. It's swept round the corner to Elgar at mid-wicket by Ackerman. So you can't have your cake and eat it. If you don't want people to try and beat the system because you're providing an in-race bet on a horse race that might last 2 minutes, then don't offer the bet. On the balls again, and now they're appealing for a stumping this time, not given. There's a play and a miss from Ackerman outside the line of off stump. How many overs to tea? There's 5 after this, so 4 balls left in this over. So this session started at 5 to 2.
Yep.
With 15 minutes late, going off to lunch. Ball pushed away. Safety to short leg. Harmer jogs in from about 6 or 7 paces and bowls. Ackerman cuts off towards the point boundary for 1 run. Fielded out there by Bosch. Balls left of the over. Scott Borthwick is on strike now on 37. Arm around the wicket. Borthwick edges, didn't quite carry the first slip. It was in the air momentarily, but it bounced just in front of first slip.
Yes, Jordan Cox there.
Yeah.
Jib was in front of him. Soft hands from Borthwick.
Cox has just pulled his whites down, given them a waft and put them back up again. Round the wicket comes Harmer, cut late by Borthwick towards point. Snater's missed it. He got all excited there. They're going to get 2 runs now. Snater came running in at cover, and he bent down to pick the ball up. I think he was excited because he thought there was a chance for a pick up and throw there and a run out, but the ball hit the coconut matting protecting a wicket and just flicked past him. 2 runs for Durham. 5 to 4. Time's England's match tonight. Is it 8 o'clock?
It's 8 o'clock, yeah. Yeah.
In Cologne, is it?
I think so.
Right?
Yeah, I think so. There are some games before that tonight, though, aren't there? I think there's 2 groups finishing this evening. I think.
When Saturday comes, wall chart's going to take some filling in when I get home, because I bet the kids haven't been doing it.
Well, mine, I've got the when Saturday comes one. It's on the wall in my little cubby hole at work, so I don't know whether Mark, who works with me, has been filling it in or not. not, I'll have to go back and probably won't be till Thursday now. If you're listening, Mark, can you fill it in? Here's Critchley in, and a booming drive down to long off from Ackerman. Brings about just a single, 92 for 4, the lead up to 341 runs now for Durham.
About 15 minutes ago, Doug Rain emailed. He said, good afternoon from a dull and overcast Llandudno. Low clouds covering the mountain tops, although it is quite humid. He said about 10-15 minutes ago, another 130 needed for me.
130? Mind you, that was 15 minutes ago, so yeah. Critchley spinning himself a couple of catches at the Graham Gooch end. Comes in around the wicket now to Borthwick, gives that lots of air. And Borthwick drives back to Critchley on the follow through. Yeah, Group D's finishing as well this evening. Netherlands, Austria, France, Poland. They kick off at 5. And then England at 8 o'clock against Slovenia. And Denmark, Serbia. England have definitely qualified after Spain beat Albania last night. Here's Critchley. Borthwick plays defensively for no run.
And do you know what's happened? Everybody's talking about the England game and all this, and nobody is talking about Peru against Canada.
In the Copa America? No.
It's just taking the limelight right off that match, hasn't it?
Here's Critchley. Bowls around the wicket to Borthwick. Forces away, whips it away, the onside for another single, 93 for 4. To borrow a line from one of my forever comedy sketches, Peru against Canada, presumably mattering to somebody somewhere. Have you seen that? The Mitchell and Webb sketch where they mock up a satellite television channel advertising their football coverage. Right. It's on YouTube. If you if you just Google Mitchell and Webb,
I like the one
football advert
where they're in the trenches and it says, "Hans, are we the bad?"
Yes. Here's Critchley over the wicket and cut away by Ackerman this time, out into the vast acreage of the outfield and the off spin. Come through for a couple, 95 for 4. And why do you ask, are we the baddies? Well, we've got skulls on our caps and things like that.
Skulls and crossbones on our caps.
It's not a good look. Here's Critchley again. And Ackerman this time tries to work that into the onside, but doesn't get enough on it, and there's no run. End of the over. The over rate still +8. And it's 95 for 4, and the lead is 343 runs. But someone will be showing Peru against Canada if you want some late night excitement at 11 p.m. By the way, Brazil 0, Costa Rica 0 earlier on today in the Copa America. But yes, England underway at 8, so we'll be well finished by then.
Who was the Schiller? Was it Schiller, the goalie who used to take the free kicks and the?
Yeah, it was Paraguay, wasn't he?
For Paraguay.
Yeah.
So yonks and yonks ago, we were in a bar in America on a Saturday night, and we went in. England had been playing Scotland earlier that day, I think, in a Euro qualifier. And we were told this bloke recorded all of the football from all the different channels. Harmer bowls. First ball of the new over defended by Borthwick. So we were in Austin in Texas, sort of October time. We went into this bar and it was absolutely rammed. There were hundreds and hundreds of Colombians in there. All had drinks in their hands. And I think they were losing 1-0 when we walked in, and there was about 10 minutes to go. It's quite an atmosphere. Harmer bowls again. And Borthwick plays the ball up to Wesley at mid-off. Thinks about a single and changes his mind. Anyway, Schiller scored. Can't remember if it was a penalty or a free kick, but Paraguay won 2-0, or they won 2-0. Next ball's played to Elgar, short cover, no run, and everybody put their drinks down. I'm not kidding you. 150 Colombian fans, and they all just turned and marched out en masse. And I just looked round, and half had never even touched their drinks. They were just 50, 60 pints that had never been touched at all. And this is a dot ball that's gone to Elgar. Me and my wife walking up to the bar, and the guy said, "Are you going to ask for a drink?" And I said, "Yeah." And he said, "Well, it's not one of these." Yeah, I think I'll have me on. And I said, "Do they do that often?" He said, "Yeah, whenever they lose, they just walk out." And I was thinking, how many thousands of dollars? Oh, that's now. Did that come off the thigh pad, or has that actually come off the gloves there? Borthwick looking to try and play a ball on the leg side, and it's just gone beyond the grasp of short leg.
Well, Cox and Pepper's reaction would tell you they think, and they are behind the wicket immediately, they think that's hit the bat. or a glove. Brown's actually hurt himself as well,
Yeah,
diving
he was
away.
full stretch, diving across to his left. Oh, now that one's gone under his legs. And he gets a single there, Borthwick. Just looped off it, I think. Just looped off around about the glove thigh pad area. We've got an update coming in.
Yeah, just got to update BBC Essex listeners in a couple of moments.
That'll do
We'll
Newcastle.
do yours. Thank you, Martin.
That's all with your latest news for Essex. I'm the viewer.
So it is 96 for 4. The lead is 344 runs. And Durham nicely in control as things stand. And that was the end. Timely, actually, that was the end of the Durham over. Of the Harmer over.
From Stuart's Law. Statement reads, Stuart confirms that we have come to a settlement with Southend United in respect to outstanding legal fees. As such, we shall be asking the court to dismiss the party.
So Matt Critchley
Tomorrow's hearing. Now, that was a
from the Graham Gooch end, swept away by Borthwick behind square on the onside, just a single.
Southend United have overcome that hurdle.
The National League announced last night Southend United must put up a £1 million bond or face sanctions due to an ongoing financial issue. You can still see fines by United. By saying
Change in the field as Snater and Harmer comes out of slip and comes into
at Fossett's Farm. The WikiLeaks found
short mid-off. Interesting field on the offside now as Critchley comes in, cut away by Ackerman. Snater's there on the cover boundary to prevent any more than a single accruing. 98 for 4, the Durham score. Here on BBC Essex and BBC Newcastle via the BBC Sport website and the app. Don't forget you can follow all of it on the live text feed on the BBC Sport website as well. All the commentaries are available there for you, and the guys putting up the latest from around the grounds. As Borthwick just scores his guard again, quietly gone about his business, 42 not out from 96. Richly in, Borthwick watchfully, carefully, defensively out to the offside for no run again. Heading up towards tea on this elongated third afternoon session. Critchley over the wicket to Borthwick. Borthwick tries to sweep. Pepper shuffles down the leg side and makes the stop, and there's no run. Lead by 346 Durham.
The prosecution said the officer was strangled whilst trying to arrest a man and could have died if other
Critchley in again.
time. The court was shown
Pushed out to the offside, and they'll jog through for another single. 99 for 4. Lead by 347.
denies the charges against him. The trial continues.
As he was put on the market for £5.45 million.
Good afternoon here in Chelmsford. The ball Essex had only 339 and lost Alex Lee's first ball of the second innings before Michael Jones joined the game.
This next one's just pushed back the bowler or no run.
99 for 4.
On the third afternoon of the Championship match with Durham, Ben Speller has laid off on the 10th round in Chelsea.
Yes, Essex conceded a first innings deficit of 248 to Durham off bowled out for 339. They got to that mainly thanks to Paul Walter, who made his second first-class century before he was eventually bowled by the impressive Matt Potts for 134. So Durham with a 248 run first innings lead. They've now gone on to 98 for 4. A couple of wickets for Jamie Porter had Durham at 11 for 2. But since then, Borthwick, Beddingham, who's since gone, and now Ackerman alongside Borthwick have repaired the damage. And Durham at 99 for 4 lead by 347 runs. So it's just dating BBC Essex listeners. So Harmer around the wicket to Borthwick. Comes in on bowls. Borthwick pushes out defensively behind square on the onside. It evades Nick Brown there. They come through for a single, and that will bring up the second is 100 for Durham. It's come in 31.1 overs in a smidgen over 2 hours. And they're in control with power to add as well. And it does seem to have got a bit warmer again. A lot of the cloud that was building up earlier. I say building up, but it was around, just helping out. has gone now. Lots of blue sky around as Harmer floats that one up, tosses it up, and Ackerman comes out of his crease, down the wicket and drives. Picks up the single as it's fielded at mid-off. 101 for 4, lead by 349 runs.
Yeah, so where's my microphone gone? If you ever want a free pint and you're in Austin, wait until Columbia get beaten and go to the pub. Harmer to Borthwick, played out into the covers to Snater, no run there.
Sounds a bit like the Indian cricket supporters. If they're losing, the ground just empties. The stadium empties. They're going to lose, and before you know, the ground's empty and there's no one left in it. Or if the opposition hit a 4, there's silence.
Yeah. I can think of some grounds I've been to like that. Certain sections of the home support are very uncharitable. And in local league cricket as well. There's one or two.
Harmer round the wicket, driven up to wide mid-off. Tom Wesley does the fielding. There's a shy at the stumps, but they were safely home for the single. 102 for 4.
Nearly at tee. One over to go after the next delivery. So it's going to be about a 6:30 finish.
Harmer to finish up then. And penultimate over. And trying to play that away off the back foot was Ackerman. Almost looped in the air, but there's no run. He's not out. 12:45 to Borthwick. 102 for 4. Lead is exactly 350 runs.
I would say Durham will be looking for another 100 before pulling out yet. Plan didn't quite go the way they would have been hoping with the loss of Lees and Jones, two batsmen who can strike the ball well, but both going very early in the innings. And then Bedingham can play some nice shots and pick his spots around the ground. Out for 28, Robinson in and out for 4, so it's a case of steady away now from a Durham point of view. These two came together with the score on 77, so they've had a 25, Borthwick and Ackerman. There's Borthwick on strike to Critchley. Critchley right arm over from the gooch end. He's played that away safely out towards deep square leg for 1.
Yeah, so they take the short leg out to the right-hander off Critchley. So Brown tosses the helmet to Jordan Cox and then dons his Essex cap.
Critchley again. Ackerman snuffs that out on a length.
No, full stop. Trying to see who that is out on the deep mid-wicket boundary, practicing his golf shots out there at the moment for Essex. A couple of times.
Is it not Walter? Critchley pops on Ackerman, he cuts at it, and it's a misfield from Aaron Beard. 1 run in the covers. Bosch is out there. Is he around the corner?
It is Bosch.
Bosch.
So we probably know he's a golfer as well then.
Yeah, I'm looking through about 4 different sets of windows here, trying to work out where the person is in the real world compared to what I'm seeing in reflections in the glass.
Yeah, he's just practicing his golf shots a couple of times out there.
Actually, Walter's not out there, is he? Don't think he is. Critchley in, played by Borthwick on the floor to mid-wicket to Beard.
Yeah, that's not him at long on because
No.
he's wearing a short sleeve shirt. It's Paul Walter.
Critchley in. Borthwick on the back foot, plays it out through the covers for 1 run. That's nearly tea. How many balls have we got left? One ball to go. Tea. Feels like it's been a long session, but it's actually been 2 hours and 15 minutes, so it's not been too bad. Over rate is +8.
Worcestershire 116 for 1 against the leaders Surrey, but they still trail by 162 runs. That's in their second innings.
Brown's gone in as a silly mid-off here for this last ball to Ackerman. Ackerman just pushes it along the floor beyond his grasp, and that will be. So Durham are 105 for 4, and they lead by 353. 33 overs gone in their second innings. Borthwick has 47. Ackerman has 13. We'll see you in 20 minutes.
Welcome back to Chelmsford for the final session of day 3 of this county championship match. Myself, Glenn Speller, Beth Harvey and Martin Emerson with you. Still in the heat here at the county ground where Durham are heading back out. Scott Borthwick and Ackerman, 47 and 13 not out respectively. 105 for 4. Lead by 353 runs. Minimum remaining in the day 32 overs. Essex have had a on-field huddle. But the lead 353, Beth, and I just think that Durham are thinking about giving Essex a tricky session or bit of a session at some stage before the close today.
Yeah, I think they'll want to have a few overs with the new ball before the day is up, I'd imagine. Have a look at the new ball being productive in this game, not moving around for a huge amount of time, but yeah, that early burst, and they'll be hoping to go into day 4 with a bit more momentum.
Scott Borthwick will receive the first to return.
Scott Borthwick's batted very steadily, 47 from 106 balls for him. Essex really shifted through the overs in the latter part of that afternoon session with Critchley and Harmer bowling in tandem. And it is going to be Harmer who opens from this Sir Alistair Cook end. And Essex have had some hot sessions in the field in this game all day Sunday. And Monday was warm as well when they were out there. Now they've had the real intense heat of the afternoon. Skipper Tom Wesley tossed this Harmer the ball and we'll get ourselves underway.
Harmer just stretching out, making sure he hasn't stiffened up too much over the tea break. And he'll be round the wicket to bowl the first ball to captain Borthwick, and that's cut into the offside and fielded easily by Elgar, who's at sort of extra cover. Harmer in and flighted and blocked back down the pitch to him by Borthwick, who wasn't tempted in the end by that one.
No, I'd Beddingham, and Harmer tossed one up outside off stump for him and he just lobbed it to mid-off.
Harmer in, and this time a little bit shorter and cut away, but stopped at point. I wonder if that just hit him. I think he slipped a little bit. There's a covered wicket there as well, so maybe the ball just leaping up off the canvas covering.
Yeah, Jamie Porter just got a bit higher than he was expecting.
He's having a look at his elbow, maybe he's got a graze. And he did come for a single. Harmer now bowling, and that's driven up to mid-off by Ackerman. He'll come through for another single.
Crowd has thinned out a little bit just when I had a little walk around at tea. There's a few people with their bags heading out of the exits, maybe didn't want to suffer too much more of the heat, or maybe thinking about a certain game this evening.
Harmer then, and Borthwick defends, and that runs off the face of the bat to back point.
It's quite a long queue for the ice cream van as well.
Rightly so. As Harmer is in, and that's defended on the back foot by Borthwick. Porter doing the field again at backward point, and it looks like he's maybe handed his cap to the umpire. Yeah, the umpire's. Yeah, he has. Yeah, just tucking it into his rear waistband, wasn't he? So Porter is going to have a go from the Graham Gooch end, and as ever, the captain Tom Wesley, Chief's ball polisher, getting some real work into it. Hoping that Porter can do what he did at the start of this Durham innings. Yeah, got them off to a great start, didn't he? Wicket with the first ball of the innings, and then taking another wicket as well in that first 5 overs. 2 for 10, I think he was.
So Porter, a couple of little practices with his captain. Just while they adjust the field as well, they're bringing Shane Snater in from the cover boundary. I'm going to put him down to third and bring Dean Elgar up into a backward point, not close enough for Gully, backward point position. And Porter is now ready. 107 for 4, lead by 355 as Porter is in and bowls, and Ackerman just pushes back up to mid-off, and there is no run. Let's just update you what's going on elsewhere. Kent are 63 for 3 in their second innings against Lancashire. They trail Lancs by 242 runs. Nottinghamshire going well in their second innings against Somerset, 83 without loss, but still trail by 27 after Somerset made 470. Hampshire 363 for 5. Century there for James Vince in their second innings, lead Warwickshire by 407 up at Edgbaston. As Porter kicked up his heels again, in and bowls to Ackerman, bowled him! Ackerman just looking to play defensively from the crease, and in classic Jamie Porter style it's just flicked the top of off stump. 107 for 5, Ackerman goes for 14, the lead is 355.
Yeah, it's a beautiful ball, looked like it was just angling in, and Ackerman maybe just caught slightly on the back foot, not getting properly forward to it, and it's nipped through him, through the gate.
That's classic Jamie Porter, that is. Just nipped the top of middle and off, flicked off the bail and leant back middle stump as well as it deflected off stump. So Porter, well, made a couple of breakthroughs right at the top of this Durham innings, and straight after tea he's in amongst the wickets once again. So the lead is 355. Perhaps the leader is the new man at the wicket. He was out for just 7 in the first innings. And Essex had that little huddle just before the resumption of play. And will feel they're edging their way back into something where they won't be batted completely out of the game. They might fancy they might have some kind of opportunity to win it. Just to round off the scores for you, Worcestershire 140 for 1 second time around. They still trail Surrey by 138 runs.
New batter for Durham, that's the leader.
Division 2, Northamptonshire 157 for 2 in their second innings, trail Glamorgan by 54. Middlesex 165 for 4 in their second innings against Derbyshire, lead by 259. Leicestershire require a further 405 runs to pull off an unlikely win against Sussex. They're 59 for 1. Rishi Patel, the former Essex man, has gone for 41. And Gloucestershire 167 for 8, second innings against Yorkshire, still trail by 92. So Jamie Porter it is who makes the breakthrough for Essex. 3 wickets in the innings for him, now 3 for 10 in his 6th over. Long conversations between he and Captain Wesley. Surely the conversation is, just do the same again, would you? Here is Porter in, bowling to DeLeader. Just plays defensively out to the offside for no run. To if Essex can keep it below 400 psychologically, that would be something for them.
Yeah, I think that's what they'll be aiming for. Obviously the 5 wickets left to get, and the pitch, I mean, it's showed signs of drying up a bit, but it's been good throughout this entire game, so I think there are still runs to be scored out there, and they'll be trying to bowl Durham out as quickly as possible.
Porter running towards us, in and bowls to DeLeader. He takes a couple of little steps outside his crease before Porter delivers, pushed out to the offside where Jordan Cox does the fielding, and there's no run. Cox under that floppy hat, and some Bosch as well. He's got his cap on, stood there at floppy on, stood there at square leg, and the rest of the Essex side all wearing their caps today. As Porter disappears into the distance at the Graham Gooch end. Elbows jutting out as he approaches into DeLeader, who plays defensively again, up to off this time. Same result, no run, 107 for 5, lead by 355 runs. Do Durham took 6 Essex wickets today to dismiss them to 339. Paul Walter made 134, a half century for Matt Critchley. pretty much it as far as today goes. There's Porter, comes in to finish what's been a successful over for him. In and bowls, and the leader works that one into the onside. There's no run there. End of the over. That's a wicket maiden from Jamie Porter. 107 for 5 is the Durham score, and 3 for Jamie Porter now.
Both his spells in this inning started with a wicket maiden. Bad? You'd take it, wouldn't you?
Yeah, just want to build the pressure again. Maybe force Durham to try to get on with it if they want to give Essex something later in the day to come out and have a tricky little session to bat. And the best way that Essex can avoid that, take quick wickets.
And Simon Harmer now continuing, will be hoping to add to that tally. He'll be bowling to the left-handed Borthwick round the wicket, and that first ball of the over is beating the outside edge. Borthwick looked like he didn't have much idea about that.
It's just, it didn't have much turn on, didn't really turn either off the straight, just looking at that.
Just sailing to Pepper there behind the stumps. This time defended, lays back on this, and that trickles out into the offside as Porter comes in from backward point to do the fielding. Harmer now in slightly straighter line there and defended out into the leg side by Borthwick. Harmer runs round to collect the ball. Harmer slightly more flight this time, and Borthwick looked like he was threatening to give it a heave, but thought better of it at the last moment and pulled out of the shot and let that go through to Pepper behind the stumps.
And that's how Beddingham got out, wasn't it? Harmer just tossed it up outside the off stump, said go on, have a go, and he toe-ended it, and Borthwick just almost pulled out of the shot, didn't he? Almost just dropped his hands.
And this next ball just defended out into the offside. Yeah, I wonder if he would be tempted to take that on. I mean, it's a short boundary for him on the leg side. So maybe just thinking, give it a heave, get some quick runs on the board, put the pressure back on Essex. As Harmer is in and floated again and swept hard into Brown at short leg, and I wonder if that ballooned up off him. He didn't know much about it as he was connected with, but
yeah, so it's hit him and he juggled with it, and he's almost held on. Juggled with it, and it loops up and it goes away. It would have been a fantastic catch had he held on to that. One of those that either or doesn't.
that's he's had a couple of them actually. His Brown in there at short leg, just been the ball absolutely heave-hoed at him, and he's worn it in a way that this is a bit of a promise, but none of those half chances coming to fruition for Essex just yet.
Porter to continue then from the Graham Gooch end, and bowling to DeLeader, who's yet to get off the mark. He will not now either, as he puts that to square leg where Bosch does the fielding, and there's no run. 107 for 5. So quiet start to this session for Durham. Essex with the breakthrough. Just keep Durham honest, and they haven't got off to a flyer. Haven't been able to score quick runs. Porter turns. Porter in and bowls to DeLeader, who plays and misses that one. Airy fairy outside off stump there. Through to Pepper it goes. No harm done though for Durham. Kent have lost a 4th wicket now, 66 for 4. Second time around they still trail Lancashire by 259 runs. Tough old season for Kent again. Division 1. And Worcestershire still holding out Surrey at 150 for 1 in their second innings, 120 behind. Here is Porter into to leader. This time he will get off the mark as he bisects square leg and mid wicket and comes through for the single. 108 for 5, and the lead up to 356. That brings Borthwick down onto strike. 48 not out for him, leading from the front. As Porter will come around the wicket now to the left-handed Borthwick, just scoring his guard again. Little twiddle of the bat. Still got Harmer in there at first slip of Essex. Elgar out there at mid-wicket, 3/4 of the way to the boundary. As here is Porter, full delivery, which Borthwick pushes back to the bowler on his follow-through, and there's no run. Durham don't seem to be in a hurry, do they?
No, they don't. I thought they might try and pile on, score as many as they could before the end of the day so they could have a little bowl, but they don't seem to be troubling the scorers too much.
Porter gathers himself again, approaching now, bowls to Borthwick, again defensively out of the offside for no run. Just the one door open on the Juliet balconies, away to our left, just above the Felsted School stand. Person stood out there. The rest of them are all closed up. People not back from work yet. Where's it just gone 4:45 on a Tuesday afternoon?
Nice little alfresco dinner, perhaps, on the balcony.
England on the telly. With the doors open later. Here's Porter in again. Oh, Borthwick this time gets an under edge. It's well wide of his leg stump, and they come through for a single. 109 for 5. The lead to 357 runs now for Durham. End of another Jamie Porter over. Tidy enough. And Durham continue to look to build what they feel will be not only a position where they can't lose, but a position where they win.
Yeah, I think they'd be extremely disappointed if they'd managed to lose from here. I think their priority's got to be securing a position where they can't lose. So scoring enough runs that it's unchaseable for Essex, but also trying to give themselves enough time to bowl them out and get in. Obviously Essex sitting second in the table at the moment and Durham mid-table, so you'd perhaps argue that maybe they'd be happy with a draw. As Harmer is in, and that is defended, beating the outside edge actually of Borthwick. He got well forward to that, a nice push on the front foot, but sailed past the outside edge in the end. Harmer in round the wicket to the left-hander, and that's left alone outside the off stump. Borthwick watched it carefully as it went past. Harmer firing it in, and that one just played into the offside. Picked up at backward point.
2 or 3 times now Borthwick's playing very, very late, and that just brings the oohs and ahs from Cox at slip and Pepper behind the stance, but he's just purposely playing late. He's trying to get it wide of that man at a backward point / gully.
Yeah, I think he's frustrating Harmer a little bit. The old double teapot, getting their hands on hips. As that one's flighted and beats, well, sails past down the offside, left alone by Borthwick. Harmer again, straighter this time, flatter, and defended into the offside. And 5 dots in a row here for Harmer. See if he can join them up. as he's in and defended back to him again by Borthwick to complete a maiden over for Durham. Durham now 109 for 5.
Yeah, just from nice, solid, quiet stuff from Scott Borthwick. He's not looking to do anything rash, leading from the front here, knows where he wants his side to get to and where Durham will look to bail out as Porter continues from the Graham Gooch end, closing in on his 66th first-class half-century. Is Scott Borthwick. Played the one test match.
Just the one, was it?
Yep, just the one match, just the one test match. A couple of ODIs and one T20 as well. As Porter is in and bowls, and that's fully played out to the onside by the leader, but there's no run there as Matt Critchley falls to the floor to do the fielding. Now he's kicking away some detritus off the ground. A bit of loose stuff there. He slipped. Yeah, the one test match made just 5 runs. Borthwick.
Yeah, give him the boot.
It's Porter in again, and that's driven back down the pitch by the leader, and Porter makes a tumbling stop, prevent any runs off his own bowling. Yes, you get the feeling nowadays he might have been given a longer stretch in the tide.
Yeah, it seems unfair to be one and done, doesn't it? No injury or anything that prevented him?
I think so.
That's tough breaks. Also in all 3 formats to have been given the boot pretty early. That's tough.
Here is Porter bowling to the leader, defensively out to the offside where Dean Elgar fields, and there's no run. Has a playful shy at the stumps, does Elgar. Borthwick was back in his ground though, and there's no run. 109 for 5. Lead is 357 runs for Durham. Still with 6.5 overs to go in the day. So probably around about 6:30. As Porter gathers himself once again. Just a slight pause this time before he approaches. Porter bowls to DeLeader, just placed on the crease defensively, and there's no run again. He wearily turns round and strolls back to his bowling mark.
Marte's telling us it's 30 degrees at Heathrow.
That's all that concrete, isn't it? All the heat reflects off. Might be hot there, but I bet they haven't got some lovely county cricket to watch. Here's Porter then. Penultimate ball of this over. He's in, strikes the pads of DeLeader as a strangled, probably slightly less than a strangled appeal for LBW. Probably ends before it started, to be honest. 109 for 5.
Reckon it might be 30 in here. What do you reckon?
Probably not quite yet. Not quite. Seems we've got every possible. Well, actually, to be fair, there's 2 other windows we could open to our way to our right-hand side. Really wanted to make sure we were properly ventilated. You don't. Martin doesn't think to make any difference. Here's Porter into the leader, and that is played out defensively for no run, and it's a maiden from Jamie Porter. 109 for 5. So another window is opened. It's letting more sunlight in, he says. Well, you can close it because we've got a slight tint on the window, so it does help a little bit. It is warmer in the written box next door. They've got a floor standing fan on the go there, but only 2 of their windows on the tilt. It's a lot warmer in there than it is in here. End of the over then, Simon Harmer to continue.
It's going to be Simon Harmer to Borthwick. He's got a short leg in and a slip. As he flights that one, and it's driven through the offside. It finds the gap That's Snater giving chase. Might not have the legs to go all the way. It does. Runs away for 4. That's a lovely shot. Proper textbook cover drive. And that brings up his 50. 127 balls, 7 fours, and no 6s. Yet.
Yes, yes.
Yet.
Glad you threw that in at the end there.
Good up.
So that's his 66th half century in first class cricket.
Lovely way to go to 50. As Harmer is in again, flights it again, and left alone outside the off stump. Although Borthwick does mimic that maybe he should have slashed at it. Decided against it in the end. Harmer bowls slightly shorter this time, slightly flatter. Defender back up the pitch to him. Dean Elgar is at a sort of catching cover. Wonder if that's the plan with flighting these balls up outside off stump. As the next ball is flighted outside off stump and blocked into the offside, but managed to find a bit of a gap when they come through for a single.
I don't think that's the best thing in the world, so I don't think Harmer's actually bowled to Deleda yet. I know the fact that the Durham man's taking his guard gives you an idea that he hasn't, so yeah, I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. Okay, Harmer will probably be disappointed they're taking that short single, but gives him something a little bit different to bowl at rather than the set batter.
Yeah, the same field more or less for the right hander, obviously mirrored. As Harmer's in over the wicket and that's blocked out to the offside. Harmer then to finish the over, and that's driven up to long on by Deleda, and they'll come through for a single. Westley patrolling the boundary up below us. That completes the over. 6 runs from it. Durham 115 for 5.
Yeah, so no change in the Durham approach since the tea interval. They're not looking to blast their way to any kind of declaration. One would suspect they know the point of the day when they want Essex to have that tricky little session, so they'll be judging when they need to start giving it a bit of a dart, but not at the moment, as 12th man is on for Jamie Porter. It wasn't a drink either. He's got the towel, but it wasn't a drink, so just something he just needed.
Get a wicket, I reckon he told them.
Well, little note from the coach possibly. Long conversation again between he and his captain. Low flying gull just scuds across in front of the commentary box. Looking to pick up any scraps, you would think, left around by those people who've left early. As Porter is in and bowls to delay, drives back down the pitch past Porter, but fielded mid on by Nick Brown, and there's no run. 115 for 5. We're in the 41st over of this Durham second innings. Worcestershire have lost a wicket. 168-2 in their second innings, still 110 behind Surrey, the defending champions. As Porter to the end of his run comes herring in towards Deleda. Deleda has a little trigger movement, just a little shuffle out of his crease before the ball is released. Plays defensively into the onside. Matt Critchley tidying up at mid-wicket. There's no run again. Just the one boundary since tea. One for Borthwick, I think. And that's it.
Cover drive. I think that's it.
So fairly circumspect in the way they've gone about things. Here's Porter into Deleda. Deleda, a bit more forcefulness behind that shot, but same result as Critchley picks it up, scoops it up off the ground, and there is no run. Harmer
just limbering up there at first step, stretching out the quads. Bowled some long old spells, didn't they?
Just a bit. Likes it as well. Loves it.
Finely tuned athlete.
One of those guys you toss the ball to and say, "Where you go then? Let us know when you've had enough." 115 for 5. Porter into Delida again, and Delida this time angles that one wide of Critchley, a bit squarer, so he can come through for the single. Bosch out there in the pastures fielding. 116 for 5. The lead up to 364 runs now, eking out these runs.
Simon Harmer, 45 overs in the first Durham innings. Big stint.
You see stints like that these days because innings don't last long enough, do they, if you bowl that many?
That's true.
Porter round the wicket then to the set man, Borthwick. Plays defensively out to the offside, and there's no run again. Couple of little claps from the outfield of encouragement for Porter. Pepper and Harmer behind the stumps in conversation. Porter examines the ball when it's tossed to him by Nick Brown at the far end, the Graham Gooch end of the county ground here in Chelmsford. Here's Porter building up a head of steam into Borthwick. It's met again the full face of the Durham man's bat up to mid-off where Nick Brown tidies up. That is end of the over. 116 for 5. Martin will replace me once he's updated listeners in the northeast on what's going on here. And Simon Harmer hands his cap for the umpteenth time to the umpire.
Captain Wesley is always working on the ball. He never stops, does he?
No, his dry cleaning bill must be massive. Either that or he's got the secret to stain removing.
Yeah.
Maybe he's got the Mrs. Hinch book.
Get those big red patches out.
Washing up liquid, by the way.
You reckon?
No, seriously, my wife swears by it. She picked that up from somebody and I've started using it as well. Yeah, washing up liquid. Just rub it in before you put it in the wash.
Okay. Simon Harmer now over the wicket, and that's driven up to Tom Wesley. The flashes of red on his whites as he's been working on the ball.
Not saying it will get red out, but toothpaste, which is a devil.
Okay.
Toothpaste, but washing up liquid will get
Toothpaste.
raw washing up liquid will get toothpaste out of anything. So I've seen so far.
Okay. Heard it here first.
Well, I don't know. I'm sure other people have used it.
As Harmer is in, beating the outside edge of Borthwick. Borthwick stretching forward to try and bend, but perhaps just gripping a little in the surface and leaving the left-hander. Harmer to Borthwick again and swept hard. Oh, the fielder's done an excellent job there. That was sailing for 6 and he grabbed it one-handed and chucked it back in.
That's the new man Bosch out there.
And that would just be the single.
Yeah, super piece of fielding.
He did very well to get hold of that.
Yep.
It was well over the rope. Got some great height. Oh, I wonder if he had maybe just landed there. As Harmer is in now to Delida. And that's defended into the leg side. That short boundary as well. If only it was another metre. And that would have been an easy catch. Harmer to Delida, and that dropped short and he tried to sweep it. I think just struck on the pad and trickles down towards the third man region. They'll come through for a leg bye.
Right, so one more ball to go over, so I'll leave you, Beth, and Martin will come in alongside you.
Lovely. The left-hander back on strike now. The field switches around and Harmer's in, and this time driven up towards mid-off, and they think about a very risky single, but decide not to in the end. Probably for the best, as Tom Wesley does the fielding. And that's the over. 2 runs off the bat from it. Durham now 119 for 5 from 42 overs in their second innings. Got a bit of a meeting of minds going on. Wesley with what looks like Elgar. Perhaps Harmer.
I think Elgar's calling the tune.
He's a good man to...
It's lost on this audience, isn't it?
Oh, I thought it was that.
Elgar was a composer. If you go to Worcester, there's Elgar signs everywhere, isn't there? And you can go on the Elgar tourist route.
Uncultured of me, is that?
Yeah.
My apologies.
Now, culture. It's very warm out there. Just been talking to a couple of Durham supporters who had and one of them was sheltering under an umbrella, but the other wasn't, and he was burning. I suggested they seek shelter under the stand next to us here, so that's where they've gone. Porter bowling to Deleda. Still a few people contacting me to say they think they should have declared, they should have forced the follow on. I said the game's just a different game now. I don't think any worries about not being able to bowl a team out. 450 and not being able to bowl the team out. There's been 11 wickets falling a day. How many from the first day? There weren't many, were there? There's only 4 fell on the first day. Porter in. Deleda plays it out to the covers towards Cox, no run there. And then second day there were 10. Another one. 10. And then we've had 11 already today. So game's moving on. It's moving day.
Yeah, just get a sense that the pitch is drying out a little. Bit more in it for the bowlers.
Porter from the gooch end bowls to Deleda. Deleda using his feet to move down the track there, then guides that off down to Snater at third man 1. Who was the famous removal firm? They were a national company, I can't remember their name now. Used to see them on the motorways. Can't think who they were. Blue and red and white vans. Whenever I think of when people use the phrase moving day on a cricket match, I always think of a removal firm. Had a few emails in, so I'll try and go through some for you. Mervyn says Essex have to bat last on this pitch, yeah. Porter around the wicket to Borthwick. Borthwick pushes that to mid-off. No run. He's on 55. Slammed a ball at Brown at short leg when Slog sweeping Harmer on 48, and it hit him and sort of bounced up around his body, but he just couldn't hold on to it. There was an appeal earlier, just before tea, where I think a couple of the players thought the ball might have come off his bat, but it seemed to glide up over his thigh pad and loop up towards Brown at short leg. He dived at full stretch and couldn't quite get his hand on it properly. Porter in again. That's a Yorker length ball. It's played nicely away out through mid wicket. That might go for 4. Elgar's chasing. He's not going to get there. 4 runs. Nice shot. So anyway, Mervyn thinks batting fourth on this could be a problem for Essex. Douglas says he's in overcast. Clan doesn't know. He was listening to us a little bit earlier when he was on a break. Kevin Ramsey's talking about the humidity in the northeast today. He says, just driven from Walsingham back to Aycliffe, spits of rain in both locations. He thinks correct decision not to follow on. Porter to Borthwick. Borthwick plays this to Cox, mid-wicket, no run. He's a little shy at the stumps along the floor at the bowler's end of the over. 124 for 5, lead 3-7-2. Big lead. He says, correct decision not to follow on. Potts was our best bowler this morning, but put so much into his spells that he deserves to put his feet up. Let's hope the boys can bat through today and amass an unassailable lead at the close. Doug's been back on sin watching while on his break. Yeah, I think I've just seen that one. Ian Myers has come on about betting in American sports. We had a discussion a little bit earlier on. He said, love conversations today about US sports and betting, two of my favourite subjects. The NHL season concluded last night with the magnificent Game 7 of the Stanley Cup final. 7 matches in the final. That's the ice hockey, isn't it, the Stanley Cup?
It is, yeah.
Winner having played 82 regular season games and another 20 in playoffs.
Harmer now beginning a new over as he bowls to Deleda, and that's just worked into the leg side.
To be then crowned the world champion, I'd agree that is a stupid saying though, he says.
Harmer over the wicket to the right hander and just fired in, turned around the corner by Deleda, and it looked for a moment like short leg could be in with a shout as he was sweeping, but in the end just trickling away to backward square leg.
Then he goes on to talk about betting and sports betting.
Harmer now to Borthwick. So that's dragged down and played down into the pitch by Borthwick.
It was a clever little shot that he just glanced it off the face of the bat and jabbed it down into the ground and over first slip. He says, on the topic of betting, it's clear for various sportsmen receiving bans, the betting companies do indeed want their cake and be able to eat it.
Harmer to Deleda now and dropped short, and that goes through to the keeper. Deleda almost looked like he was playing a shot, but I think it was more of a flirtation. I think he decided against it in the end and left it well alone. As Harmer is in again, a bit more flight this time and left alone once more. Again thought of playing it but decided better of it, leaving it alone outside that off stump.
One ball left of this 44th over.
As Harmer is in slightly flat, and that's just defended out into the leg side, and there'll be no run. So just the 2 singles in the over. Durham now 126 for 5.
And the lead is 374. Paul, who's just down in front of our commentary position, is melted. He's going to head off back to Sunderland tonight. So on the topic of betting, Ian says the sports companies do indeed want their cake and be able to eat it, and to not allow anyone else the faintest opportunity to even see the cake. That's his opinion. It's even worse in America. Players have been handed lifetime bans for fairly innocuous offences. He then suggests matched betting, which I've never heard of. The only way to truly get revenge over a bookmaker. Matched betting, I have no idea what that is. Anyway, hope you're well, enjoying the cricket and the chat as per. Change of bowler here. Is it Snater coming into the attack? It is. Just
looks
stretching
like
out his calves and his Achilles. James O'Donnell has emailed. He's talking about background noise. The only thing that you might be hearing, James, shouldn't be able to hear anything else, is we have a fan on in here today, but all the windows are open, so you're getting a little bit of breeze coming in through the windows and the odd conversation from the stands, but can't think of anything else broadcast wise that you might hear, unless occasionally it's around about news time. Snater in and bowls to replace Porter from the far end of the ground at Graham Gooch end. First ball played by Borthwick out through mid wicket. Eric the Stanmore Mackham says it's 42 degrees on my patio. I've emailed him back because the problem I have that Stanmore's just north of Wembley, but when you take temperature readings it's meant to be done in the shade, because if a thermometer is left in the sun it builds up heat within the thermometer and then records the residual heat of the machine. So that gives you a fake reading.
Good thermal knowledge.
In comes Snater, played away back up to mid-on by Borthwick. So that's why temperature readings should be done in the shade. I know on a cup final day at Wembley they often show you a thermometer in the sunshine and it says it's 40 degrees or whatever. But recent temperatures, it's nearly 30 degrees at Heathrow today. Kew Gardens is always hot as well, isn't it? It's probably all those greenhouses.
Must be. A lot of glass. Bit like in here.
Yeah. Snater comes round the wicket, bowls played away out through to deep square leg by Borthwick for 1. There was a place on that weather chart that sounded French to me and I didn't know where it was.
Maybe in Jersey?
Well, that would going to mean me hazarding a guess as possibly somewhere in Jersey. Try and find it. Or maybe Cambridgeshire, because it has one or two French sounding places. Durham 127.5, they lead by 375. Snater to Deleda. Deleda forward to this one, plays it towards point. No run. Right. Hurst Monceau. Have you heard of Hurst Monceau?
Oh, that's near me. East Sussex.
Is it? Right.
Hurstmonceux, yeah. There's I want to say an observatory there or something.
Yeah, well there will be because they get temperatures from the observatories, don't they? And quite often on military bases or in. Snater in bowls. Deleda plays that to Cox in the covers. Cox throws at the bowler's end, stumps, misses. Yeah, they have recognised centres for the information to come in, military bases, museums, botanical gardens.
Yeah. I think it's a bit fancy, that place. I remember I used to play a bit of cricket against Hurstmonceux, Colts cricket. Playing for Bexhill.
28 degrees in Pershore, which is on the River Avon, over Worcestershire way. Now, Snater's got something in his eyes. He was bowling there. The ball was back into the ground towards him, but he didn't react to the ball because he's bothered by something that's gone in his eye. It's the end of the over. A drinks break.
Yeah, just an opportunity for Snater to maybe rinse out his eye. Looks like he's struggling there.
Scott Borthwick's asking for a fresh pair of gloves because they must be soaked through. He's faced 142 balls in the heat this afternoon. I'm wondering what the temperature is supposedly here. Let's see what the Cricket Ground weather app is suggesting for Chelmsford.
Now
it feels like 31 degrees in Derby today, it says, but they're playing at Lords. Right, Essex currently feels like out there at the moment 31 degrees. Temperature's 28.
And that's just the cricket grounds, is that?
Yeah, it's
what an app. Niche.
It's net weather. It's their app, but they have a cricket ground section, and it lists in alphabetical order all the county grounds. It's very good, actually. It's telling us that the wind is coming from the southeast at the moment. Precipitation none, cloud cover none. Would you agree with all of that?
Sounds about right.
Yeah. And it's scadding hot. It's 31 degrees. It feels like, and the correct temperature 28. But it's all right because by the time we get to 10 o'clock tonight, it's going to have dipped alarmingly to 23. The Essex physio's coming out here. I think Snater's. Is he going to come see Snater when he got something in his eye there? Just check him over, maybe use some eye drops. He is asking, do you want some eye drops? Snater looks a bit surprised to see him. But something definitely went in his eyes. He was bowling there.
Yeah, he immediately after bowling it sort of squatted down clutching his face as if he'd just been punched, but I think more likely something in the eye.
Big bumblebee.
Now they're going to go, yeah, strange one, isn't it? They've got to take the defence out of the equation, haven't they?
You're burning.
They've done well, these, because they could have lost if they'd skittled them.
Well, I think it's a finely balanced match, this, at the minute. It's intriguing. What's the lead? Durham lead by 375 at 127 for 5. So I think the whole argument about should they have enforced the follow-ons disappeared down the drain now, metaphorically, because it's very dry. A dry drain. Right, waiting for this drinks break to finish. 20 past 5 here on BBC Essex and BBC Radio Newcastle. It's a sticky old day, but not as humid as up in the Roker Riviera apparently.
So where's the hottest cricket ground today?
The hot? Oh, I don't know. You'd have to.
Can you rank them?
You'd have to go on every one of them, wouldn't you? Right. Well, Essex
Yeah,
and Derby were the same, weren't they? Durham's proper 24, temperature 20 in Durham. Cloud cover's 100%, so humidity's quite high.
Chilly up in Durham then.
It's lovely that. It's still too warm. It's a waste of 4 degrees. It feels like 30 in Glamorgan. They are playing in Cardiff, aren't they, this week? Actual temperature there 26, but they've got a bit of a storm risk as well brewing over there.
So Harmer now is going to continue after the drinks break, and it'll be Borthwick taking strike as he's in round the wicket and floated up, and that's in the air but will land safe as it trickles down towards third man and will go all the way for 4. Just a bit of a loose shot there, tempted in to the drive and catching the outside edge. Let's have a look at that. Yeah, big heave. And got away with that one as it ballooned over slip. And 4 more runs for Borthwick, taking him to 65 now.
Looks like most of the grounds in the south are all sort of similar. 26 feels like 30.
That's warm.
Yeah.
You've
still done well to keep your jumper on all day though.
I think the sleeves are helping.
Yeah.
I think you made the right call there yesterday. As Harmer is in, and that's defended by Borthwick. A more measured shot this time as it trickles into the offside.
That looks like quite a thick material to me.
No, I'd say it's pretty light. Bit of a waffle number going on. As Harmer's in, and that's heaved long up to the straight boundary.
6.
And that's gone all the way for 6. I wonder whether there was a fielder out there, but perhaps not. I wonder if maybe at the drinks break a message just coming out to these two to give it a heave ho, because
try and get them in tonight. How many overs to go tonight? There's 16.5 left, so that takes the score up to 385.
And 3 balls after drinks and 2 wild swings from Borthwick, who
must
up
have
to
been
that
some
point
energy in that Ribena.
he's had a dilution of orange squash, and he's ready to go. And Tom Wesley, the skipper, who's been at mid-off pretty much all day, just dropping back now towards the boundary, maybe 5 or 10 paces off to try and get a catch. Borthwick tries to defend that one, and it's given, caught behind. Just lunging at that one, Borthwick catching the outside edge. The keeper caught it and whipped the bails off quickly, and I think the fielders didn't even know which umpire to appeal to, because
the finger had gone up straight away there though. I think before the bails were even off, the finger had gone up from Paul Pollard. So the ball, after hitting a 6, he's caught behind. He just pushed that a little bit deeper, didn't he, there, the ball?
Yeah, and just maybe getting a bit of purchase off the surface now. Harmer, this in the evening session of day 3, it's had 3 days of sun beating down on it, this pitch, and seen quite a lot of dust coming off it. It's drying up quite a lot, so maybe a little bit for Harmer to be working with, particularly to the left-hander with those footholes outside the off stump.
Well, Durham's leads 385 as Ben Rain comes out to the middle.
The new batter for Durham, Ben Rain.
Pepper takes another catch, and Harmer another wicket, so that's 1, 2 in this innings. He's got 4 in the first.
And the 4th catch for Pepper this innings as well. Been a busy man.
So out for 71. So the last 2 wickets for Durham have both been worth 30. $136 for 7. Might have alarm bells ringing for a few listening or watching that goal, but adding the first innings lead of 248.
Ben Rain then, the new man, taking strike and is immediately beaten outside the outside edge by Harmer, just turning it away from the left-hander at the crease, just turning it away from him, coming through to Michael Pepper. So good signs here for Harmer as he's in again and flighted and swept. Will find the man on the leg side boundary, in there all the way, and he's been caught. And will depart second ball for no score. And who's that out there that took the catch?
Is it Bosch?
Yeah, I think Bosch has been patrolling around there, hasn't he? Long sleeves though. And that a clear sign of intent there from Durham. He had a look at one ball, was beaten trying to defend it, and then a wild sweep just chipped up to the man of the boundary.
Matt Critchley, they're saying.
Caught by Matt Critchley at that, in that deep mid-wicket area on that short boundary. I imagine he backed himself to get it over the man, but in the end just miscuing it, and a simple catch right in the breadbasket for Critchley. And 2 wickets then in that over for Harmer, leaving him with 3 wickets for 56 after 18. Durham now 137 for 7. One brings 2, as they say.
Slogs on.
And Matthew Potts, the new man, to the crease now, and I imagine he's been given a licence, judging on what we've seen after drinks so far. And Harmer coming back in that over. The first ball for 4, the third ball went for 6, and then coming back with 2 wickets and a dot ball to end out the over, so getting his rewards in the end. End of the over there, so it's going to be Bazdaleda taking the strike to Snater. And he gestures that he's ready to face while the field are still sorting themselves out. Keen to get going.
Could actually see Essex in batting tonight, which moves the game along nicely as Snater comes in here to bowl to Deleda. Deleda drives up to mid-off, no run. I have to say, this morning I was struggling to see how, from what we'd seen the first 2 days, how this was going to finish anything other than a draw tomorrow night, or a very high scoring game.
Yeah, we've seen that balance between bat and ball just shift slightly, haven't we, since the first day.
Snater in, played by Deleda, down to third man to Porter. So Durham have lost 7 today, Essex have lost 6, so there's 13 wickets today. We had only 4 on day 1, 10 yesterday, so things going along at pace now. 5:30 on a hot afternoon in Chelmsford. Snater comes in and bowls, played by Potts to short, mid-wicket, no run. It's been that hot in my hotel room this week that I've had the curtains closed all the time because it faces south, and the curtain walling, the cladding on the building is absorbing so much heat that when you open the window you can feel that heat rushing in.
God.
So there's a fan in the room, but it's not an aircon, but I've put cold water in the bath just to try and stick bottles of water in to try and keep them cool.
Quite the setup you've got.
Well, yeah, no fridge in the room or anything, but could have done more than this week. Potts forward to this one from Snater, it runs up to mid-off.
Has he got those windows as well? You can only open them about 2 centimetres.
Yeah.
That's tough. No airflow.
A few years ago now, during the middle of a heat wave, I was covering a T20 on a Friday night in Trent Bridge, and it was red hot, and then drove across to a hotel Litchfield because my brother-in-law was getting married the next day, and I was really hot and bothered. Walked into the bar area, reception bar area where everybody was, and it was lovely and cool. The aircon was on. There's Snater bowls. It's played safely under the floor to point by Potts. Anyway, I went to take my bags up to the room, and when the lift door opened, this wall of heat came rushing out the lift and just more or less melted me on the spot. I couldn't believe it.
Oh, typical.
And when I got upstairs, it was just stifling, and you couldn't get the doors open, just about an inch. They gave us a fan, but didn't sleep in the beds that weekend, just slept on them. Stiflingly hot.
Yeah, the British infrastructure not coming through really. These sorts of temperatures.
Snater to Potts. Potts plays this ball up to mid-on, no run.
Having spent some
End of the over.
some time in Australia, they know how they're doing with it. It can be 40 degrees outside and you barely notice it.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem, isn't it? You know, you go somewhere humid like the Middle East, Abu Dhabi, Dubai, and when you're in all these restaurants in these hotels, you've basically got to take a jumper with you because it's so chilly, and then the moment you step outside, it's like walking into a hot shower. And you're invariably going to pick up chest infections because you're going from hot and humid to ice cold and back again. And think of all the energy that's needed to pump in all that cold air. Think how much it costs to run that ski slope the indoor ski slope in Dubai in the middle of the desert to keep that frozen and have snow in there.
Doesn't bear thinking about, does it? Harmer now continuing to bass Deleda. And he's in. Deleda taking a step down the pitch but defending that, prodding it back up towards the bowler. Got a long on in place here, deep point. The man sweeping on the deep mid-wicket boundary as well. As Harmer's in, and that's swept away.
Oh, it's gone.
Looks like it'll find the gap and run away for 4. A good shot there, well executed sweep, and managed to get it square enough that it evaded the man at deep mid-wicket. Well aimed.
I'm looking at these guys in the stand just outside our window, and they're all bright red, they're burning. I don't think they realise either, that's the problem.
Need the sun cream police going round, don't we?
Yeah. You get yourself out there.
Harmer is in and swept again, less convincing this time, fetched it from right outside off stump. And I think Brown there, maybe even getting a hand on it at short leg as it just sort of chipped over him into the vacant space at square leg.
I think that was more of a paddle than a full sweep. He was just trying to flick off the bat there.
Yeah, he fetched it and he wasn't swinging hard there. As Harmer is in now, and that's swept again by Potts, and that will run down to fine leg for 4 runs again.
I have to say, Potts got the century. Warwickshire this year coming in as a
You
night
what?
watchman. He got 145. Came in. Durham were in a state of disarray at the start of their second innings, and they were 2 down pretty quickly.
Good man. He's got the grit and resolve of a night watchman, I'd say.
They were 10 for 2 after 8 overs. He came in.
Harmer to Potts now, and that's turned into the leg side. They think about the single, but straight to Dean Elgar at mid-wicket.
Towards the end of the day's play, batted out the final overs of the day, and he eventually finished on 149, not out when the match ended in a draw the following day, so he's still there at the close of play the following day.
That's quality, isn't it? Harmer in, flighted this time and worked into the leg side by Potts, who wanted the single but sent back by delayed as Elgar picked it up just to his right, and there was really no run there, so a good decision in the end. Harmer then 9 from the over, Durham 147 for 7.
Potts was away like the clappers there, because he can cover the yards pretty quickly, and I think the leader's thinking his little legs weren't going to get there that quickly, so he said no. The lead is 395, so I would say that Durham are in a commanding position in this game and may already have enough runs on the board.
So there's 17 overs remaining. They lose 2 for the change of innings.
Yeah.
How many do you reckon they'll want? Maybe bat another 5 and then
give
try and get
themselves
10 with the
tonight,
ball.
yeah. The irony of this, of course, is not enforcing the follow-on to give the likes of Potts a breather. He's now out there in the middle. I think Durham would have thought the top order would have brought a lot more runs than it did. I expected it to be 77 for 4 or indeed 107 for 5.
Yeah, based on the first innings with that top order settling in.
Highest partnership 61 for the third wicket, with Bedingham out for 28, batting with Scott Borthwick at that point in time. And the wickets 5 and 6 yielded 30, 7 yielded none. Snater coming in to bowl to Delida, who slams that back towards Potts. Potts has to jig out the road there as the ball goes flying up to the boundary for 4. He sort of rocked forward on his toes as the ball went flying behind him. 150 up for Durham, 48.1 overs, 150 for 7.
Yeah, he hammered that. Some real venom in that shot. Very aggressive, but played with a lovely straight bat, and there was no fielder anywhere near it.
Lead 399.
Little meet with the skipper. Is that Harmer? Just having a look at what to do with the field now. If signs of intent from Durham.
Next ball driven hard away out through the covers for 4 from past wide, long off, and Durham are now really trying to up the ante here, and that takes the lead past 400. Delayed in a conversation here with Martin says about who's running where down the track. Seems quite animated at the moment.
Delayed there, just taking a couple of steps down the pitch and slashing at that with a flat bat, muscling it through that wide mid-off region.
Comes the bowler to wide, full toss, and it's guided down to third man to Porter for 1 by Deleda. He's going for a Yorker length ball there, I think. Was it you who said this morning that India they already knew 4 months ago where their semi-final would be if they reached the semi-final?
Yep.
And what's the crack about them going through in the event of it raining?
Well, my source, Timbo, tells me, my dear friend Timbo, he tells me there's a reserve day for the other semi-final, which is South Africa, Afghanistan, but there's no reserve day for India-England, and in the event that it's rained off, which forecast looking likely, there's no reserve day and India automatic qualify for the final.
This is played by Potter. That's a lovely shot out through mid-wicket for 4. Fielder diving on the square there, couldn't get near that. I can't see that would be right. They have to have regulations in place that are equal for everybody, surely.
You'd have thought so.
I doubt that would be right. I'm going to query Timbo.
You reckon? You reckon Timbo's making it up?
I just can't imagine that the nations would countenance an idea where one team's favoured with no extra day and the other one isn't. There's a wideish slow ball there from Snater, which Potts leans a long way across to play on the offside, down towards deep point for 1.
Agree. The only thing I can think is that...
What's the crack with this Timbo?
That they're in...
How reliable are they normally?
Let's get Timbo to call in.
Yeah.
I think they're obviously in different countries.
Yeah.
And I wonder if maybe there wasn't the availability of a reserve day.
Well, no, because the IC hire all the grounds outright for the tournament, don't they? So normally what happens is when the ICC moves into town for a World Cup, the clubs hand their grounds over. That was almost a beamer there. That was a very high full toss from Snater to Delader. He plays it through mid-wicket for 1. That is the end of the over. 12, 13, 15 from it. So Durham accelerating here. We've still got 16 overs to go tonight, which is an hour's worth of play. The lead is 410. Conversation going on between Potts and Delader here as to what the plan is, but if anybody else knows this Timbo character, if you can email in, there's a reward on offer possibly, maybe not. Explaining how the temperature gauges work for a reading, and that the temperature gauge has to be in the shade. Eric says that's too clever for me. Anyway, 20's plenty. Indeed.
20's plenty, I like that.
Well, all this is just a waste of heat, isn't it? It's not doing anybody any good.
Yeah, I'd rather it was 20
nice
all summer rather than
Yeah.
going from 15 to 25. Split the difference, sorry.
Yeah.
20's plenty.
In Cyprus with my daughter in February, beginning of March. 18 was nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
In March you'd take 18, wouldn't you?
Yeah. We were on the beach one morning in shorts and t-shirt, and then in the afternoon we were in the snow up the mountain. There's a ski station up
No way. Cyprus.
the Troodos Mountains, yeah.
Huge. Harmer now continuing from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and that's fired in and worked into the leg side. And they'll come back for a second. That's really good running. The field spread out on that leg side and just took the pace off the ball and worked into that gap. They'll come back for 2. Bastelader there calling the shots. That takes him to 24.
Yeah, we were down on the beach at Larnaca next to the airport. It was about 18 degrees, and you could see the mountain we were driving to. We got in the car, and about an hour up the top of the mountain, there's snowmen, freezing fog, a little bit of snow falling, and it was about -3. You're still in shorts and t-shirt, but quite a contrast.
Yeah, didn't know Cyprus was offering so much scenery. As that is floated by Harmer, and Delader tries to turn his wrists on it, but gets the cue end of the bat on it in the end. It just drops onto the wicket.
The Tour de France starts this weekend, and on this day next week goes up the Col de Galibier, and today the pass over there is still shut because of thick snow.
Wow. Harmer beating the bat there. Did that just take the outside edge? Let's have a look what the... Yeah, the umpire gives 4, taking the outside edge of Delader there.
Went along the ground.
Yeah, ran along the floor all the way to the boundary. I don't think Pepper had much of a chance to do anything about it. Behind the stumps, yeah, just a fine nick.
Right, this leads 4-16 now, so Getting in towards bailing out territory here, I would think.
Harmer in again, and that's cut away. Fielded by Deep Point, and they'll come through for the single. Harmer now into Potts. And that's fired in and just dropped into the offside. They'll come through for a single. Field here is extremely spread. They're happy to give them the one, if that means preventing the boundaries.
They've added 33, these two, in no time at all.
Into Basdeleda now, and tries to flick his wrist over the ball to work that into the leg side, but doesn't get round it and prods it back to Harmer for a dot ball to finish the over. So Durham now 170 for 7 and giving it a fair heave.
Clapey, they're giving it some Clapey. So 15 overs left tonight. Take 2 off for a change of innings. If they want to try and push up to 450, then they might be declaring and giving themselves maybe 8 overs, half an hour to bowl at Essex. And what you want as the bowling team, you want quick wickets, you want to get amongst it, and sometimes it can feel a little bit dispiriting if a side bats through that half over and looks quite comfortable, but then tomorrow's another day.
From the Graham Gooch end, Matt Critchley.
Going to see spin replacing pace, and Snater coming off, Critchley coming on from the Graham Gooch end. 1 for 31 so far for Critchley from 8 overs. Harmer 3 for 73 from 20 overs. Critchley has bowled all of his overs in this match with his blue sunglasses on. He's got men out on the deep on the leg side, so you've got square legs on the boundary, cows on the boundary, and there's a long on there as well. I can't see round this corner. Fine legs on what would be the discs effectively in a one-dayer. Critchley then comes in, and that is hit hard by Potts, way down the far end of the ground. I think that might be a 6. I lost sight of it when I left the bat there. Umpire doesn't know if it was a 4 or a 6 either. He's asking the fielder. The fielder says he doesn't know. And another fielder signals a 4.
Yeah, I think it was a 1 bounce for...
I just, as soon as it left the bat, it went into the up into 1-3s, and I lost the sight of it there. Critchley again. That's a wide, surely. Oh, it's not.
Umpire likes it.
Oh.
Hide it there all day, Critchley.
Yeah.
Stay there.
Matty Potts has got across the edge of the square, to the edge of the back, and said, look, if I played it that, I'd be standing here, and he's nearly on the other uncut strip. Get after that. That's slogged into the stand on the far side of the ground for 6. It's hit the front row of the seats, and I think that's what Matty Potts thinks about not getting the wide.
Played that really well.
Yeah. Slogs on. Might have to replace that seat there. It really didn't half smack into the front row. You have to keep a load of different coloured spare here, wouldn't you? Greens, whites. Critchley comes in again. Potts drives down to long off for 1. It's along the ground all the way. Got 3 temporary stands at the far end of the ground, quite similar to the little stands they've got at Durham, with dark green seats in them. The leader looks to cut, that's wide and stays low, and he plays over the top of it. It goes into the keeper's gloves. Leads 429 and 181 for 7 on BBC Essex and BBC Radio Newcastle. That's played by the leader out towards Deep Point for 1. That is the end of the over, so 12-13 from it. 14 overs to go today. The lead 430.
Wonder if Potts and Delayed are just keeping an eye on the dressing room to see when they're going to be ushered in.
The Durham dressing room's that marquee, isn't it? They brought that in 2021, didn't they, for the with COVID protocols. I know when they were here then and we were commentating and there was no one else in the ground, there was a one-way system you had to come in.
Yeah.
It was eerie. I think back in those days the players weren't even allowed to have a shower at the ground, they had to go back to the hotel to shower.
Harmer in now, and Delade are trying to get hold of that, sweep it out to the long boundary, but in the end just hit on the pad and the ball drops onto the wicket. Harmer in again, and that's driven straight back to him sharply, timed really well by Delade, but Harmer ready for it and fields that nicely. So 2 dots to start this over with the field spread. Harmer flighting this one, and that's swept out to the long boundary. Guy there at mid-wicket, just getting that on one bounce up around his shoulders, and they'll come through for the single, bringing Potts on to strike. Harmer now to Potts, floated again and outside the off stump and just guided.
Nice little nibble there.
Yeah, guided down to third man really nicely by Potts. I think the temptation when you're going after it is to just try and hit it as hard as you can, but that was a real shot of finesse, a delicate little poke down to the vacant space at third man. Harmer flatter now and outside off stump and missed.
It was more of a medium pace delivery, wasn't it? Lead 432 now.
Delade then on strike and swinging wildly at that, runs past it.
It's not even in the frame there.
Not even in the frame. And Michael Pepper has all the time in the world to take the bails off there, and he's stumped. Delade
31.
running towards the dressing room, and I wonder, it looks like they've been called in, that players are making their way off the pitch.
That Slater was stumped by Michael Pepper off the bowling of Simon Harmer for 31.
So Durham then finishing on 187, was that? Before it disappeared?
Hang on. 187 for 5, so they lead by 432.
The minimum remaining in the day is 13 currently. We'll lose 2 for the change of innings. So
Yeah, 11 overs.
11 overs.
About 45 minutes.
Durham will have to bowl.
So their partnership then ended at 47 from 36 balls. So they moved things along there. And what was the innings? How long did it last? 52 overs, so it was the last ball of the over. Maybe the reason why he went charging down the track. Potts not out on 22, he'll be alright with that, won't he?
For the average?
So 184 for 8 declared. In the lead of 432. So we're up for some action then. Game's really moved along here today. I am surprised by where we find ourselves now. Bowling figure Porter, 10 overs, 3 maidens, and he took 3 for 18. None for 31 for Snater from 8 overs, 1 maiden. Bosch, didn't see much of him today, did we? 4 overs, and he took none for 12. Simon Harmer took 4 for 75, so that's 8 in the game. So that's 20 wickets he's now got against Durham. 4 for 75 for maidens, 21 overs, and the other bowler was Critchley, who took 1 for 43 from 9 overs. So there you go. So we have a game. And have they already adjusted the scoreboard or not?
It's 184 for 8, so.
Oh, that's frozen, that, isn't it? Oops, hang on. Let's have a look.
I think it's updated. They've got the minimum remaining at 11.
184 for 8 declared. Yeah. So minimum remaining is 11. Yeah. I think the leader must have known they were going to come off there. Charging down the track like you did. So he's out for third one. Overs left of day 3. 96 tomorrow. So, from Essex's point of view, they know they've got 107 overs to play with. I could do the maths, but I can't because my brain just doesn't work like that. But I will do it on a calculator and then tell you what the crack is. There's probably people shouting at the radio now saying, "It's this, it's this." Four and over, just over 4 and over. So 4.04 and over is what is needed. Have you updated the BBC?
I just sent a line about declaration. So I can't.
Just going back to the discussion we were having a little bit earlier, Nathan Graham's emailed and he says there isn't a reserve day for India against England because the match is during the day, but it can be delayed for up to 250 minutes to later in the day. South Africa against Afghanistan is an evening game, so it can't be a delayed start, meaning they can come back the following day if needed. I know in domestic T20 they where's the mic leak? The C mic, where's the Atmos mic? Where's it gone? Oh, can't hear it. Oh, there you are. In domestic T20, they can build in an hour, can't they, for a domestic game? It's half an hour aside. Might be more on finals day. When Durham got to the final in 2016 in Edgbaston, there was such a delay in the first game taking place before their match that they won, and they only had 20 minutes between winning their semi-final and starting the final. They didn't even have time to fill in a team sheet and hand it in. They just had to get their bags, pick them up from the far end of the ground at Birmingham and drag them down to the changing rooms at the other end. Heavy roller is being used. So this innings will start at 6 o'clock.
See you later. See you next week.
Safe trip back.
Cheers.
It's off back to the Roca Riviera. He's going to see the Women's International tomorrow. England against New Zealand in Easty Street. Tickets still available for that one. I think you'd probably be able to pay on the door.
Weather set fair for that.
Yeah.
So worth getting along to.
My mother-in-law and her mate are popping along to that one tomorrow.
Worcestershire 197 for 5 in that game. The leaders Surrey. They still trail by 81 runs.
Are you telling us that because it's Surrey and Essex at the top of the table? Is that why you?
Yes.
Because we haven't heard about the other games.
No,
today.
I have mentioned the other games today,
I'll let you off.
bearing in mind Surrey meet Essex on Sunday.
Right.
It's just worth.
So that's your feature match.
It's worth keeping an eye across.
Yeah.
So that's the BBC's feature game as well.
Yeah,
On their thing. Would you like the other scores?
Yeah, we may as well while we're waiting for something to happen here again.
Kent 112 for 6, second time around against Lancashire, trailing by 193 runs after Lancs racked up 549 for 9 declared. Nottinghamshire 166 without loss in their second innings. They now lead Somerset by 56 runs. Warwickshire 29 without loss in their second innings. They need just a further 469 runs to beat Hampshire. Worcestershire, as previously advertised, 197 for 5, trailing the leaders Surrey by 81. Second division, Northamptonshire 211 for 3. Scores are level with Glamorgan. Middlesex 260 for 6 in their second innings against Derbyshire. They lead by 354 runs. Leicestershire, who are chasing 467 to beat Sussex, are 132 for 4. And Yorkshire have beaten Gloucestershire despite some late order stubbornness from the visitors up at North Marine Road in Scarborough. Yorkshire beat Gloucestershire by an innings and 22 runs. So you're up to date with everything which is ongoing at the moment. If you missed it earlier, Afghanistan beat Bangladesh by 8 runs in the T20 World Cup, which means that Australia are out, and it will be South Africa, Afghanistan and India against England in those semi-finals.
Australia are out.
Did I not mention that?
No. not for a while.
No. So I get a little warning on my phone if I haven't mentioned it.
I thought you were going to say a little tear in the eye.
Yeah. Right, the umpires are out there and they are swiftly, as you would expect, followed by the Durham fielders because they want to get on with this because they're right in the box seat.
Rich thought Durham were being overcautious there.
Mm-hmm.
He said, I fear I know a lot of wickets have fallen today, but could see Essex defending 100 overs. He also seems to think a handshake at 5 tomorrow would be his bet, but he doesn't have insider knowledge, he says. And again, we're talking about that semi-final. Jonathan Roberts has messaged to say there is no reserve day, and he's done a screen grab, so the England-India game is scheduled to start in the morning, so they do have a lot of spare time built into that one, whereas the evening games they don't, so they would go over into a reserve day. The way it was portrayed to me was that it was all done for India's benefit, but no. So then, Nick Brown is opening the batting here with Dean Elgar.
So Rain then opens up, right arm around is into Brown, who just angles that one into the onside, and Essex are up and running, 1 without loss, so just a further 432 runs to go. 8 bonus points for Durham in the game, 4 for Essex. Can't earn bonus points in the second innings. So Rain, just an adjustment in the field, a couple of slips in while Dean Elgar scratches his guard. Long leg, man at long leg, 2 slips, gully, cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, and man on the mid wicket boundary as well. Elgar just as the face of the bat, and it's fielded in the gully by Baz de Leader, and there is no run.
Toppers has just arrived in South America, downtown in Georgetown, Guyana.
Don Topley, former Essex player, member of the BBC Essex cricket commentary team, and his son presumably will be involved in T20 World Cup semi-final action on Thursday. Rain then gathers himself, little short approach that he has, in bowls to Elgar, just placed defensively into the onside, and there is no run. A smattering of people have remained in the ground, a few have headed for the exits. The small matter of England playing Slovenia at 8 o'clock this evening, maybe a little bit of dinner, and then in for the football.
Means there might be a bit of life in Malden tonight. It was absolutely deserted last night.
But isn't it a lovely bowl?
It's lovely, yeah. Gorgeous on that estuary.
Yeah.
I really liked it down there the other night on the bike.
Here's rain again. Into Elgar. Elgar takes his hand off the bat as he works it up to mid-on, and there is no run. Yeah, England playing Slovenia. They've already qualified. That kicks off at 8 o'clock. My wife's picked out England in her office sweepstakes, so she has a dog in the fight. She has skin in the game. She's suddenly taking an awful lot of interest. Formations, who Gareth Southgate should pick, that sort of thing. Chats over breakfast.
The latest men's fashion lines at Marxie's.
Well,
If your Marxie's is still open.
she was very concerned by the performance against Denmark. Here's Kane in, bowls to Elgar, to mid-on again. No run, one without loss.
There was a lot of upset in Sunderland recently when it was announced a few months ago they were going to close the Marks and Spencers down, and they're building a new bigger store out in Washington, and that seems to be the way they're going, sort of out on bigger stores. But I'm not really sure what their target audience is these days, because whenever I've gone in there, the food court's been okay busy wise, but in terms of clothing and stuff like that, just doesn't appear to catch the imagination punter these days.
Rain in, Elgar pushing back to the bowler on his follow through there. End of the first over, so 10 more to be bowled in the day. One without loss, the Essex score. They are 432 runs away from victory. Durham are 10 wickets away from victory. We're somewhere in between all of that, away from a draw.
That section of the city centre where the Marks and Spencers building is, they're now talking about demolishing it and redeveloping the area, but the city is changing at a fast rate of knots. New office blocks are going up on the edge of the city centre where the Vaux brewery site used to be, and there's a lot of new housing developments going to be built just next to them on the river, and so the whole feel and look of the place is going to change in the next few years, and is changing now.
You see, where I live, quite a crossover between councils.
Where are you?
So one council may have one idea about, yes, you can have an out of town retail park, while the town council may want you to come into the town, so there's not a lot of joined up thinking.
Second over of the innings, bowled by Matthew Potts from the Graham Gooch end to Brown, played up to mid-off.
So the direct result of that is the town centre is dying rapidly on its backside, and all the big retailers are going to the out of town retail park.
Yeah, well, that's the way it is across the country, isn't it? And one of the reasons is these huge property development firms have ended up owning too much property, and the rental price for per square foot, square yard or square metre or whatever has gone through the roof. Potts comes in again and bowls, and the ball's played down towards third man and away for 4. There's nobody down there, so a lot of companies are moving out of town because it's cheaper, and I think town centres are going to end up generally going back to what were many moons ago, where there were places where people lived with convenience stores on the doorstep and that kind of thing. But it's a metropolitan borough, Sunderland, so it's just the one council. There's no town council versus county council or anything like that. You've got the two council structure down here, have you, the county council and the Potts bowls. That one's played by Brown up to mid-on, no run there. I have to say, when I was at journalism college, public admin was the most deathly dull, Jack. It was all about local government and national government. Monday afternoons in Darlington, watching the clock, wondering when you get in the car again on the motorway at 4.
The good old days of journalism, sitting in town council plan meetings, and I say the good old days. You could always guarantee a nap if you were in there.
Potts bowls, gone down the leg side. The keeper can't reach it. It's away for 4. Are they going to be buys? They are.
Get yourself a nap until they got to agenda item number 186, which is the one you'd been sent for.
The conifers.
Yes.
It used to be very difficult on an afternoon, particularly in the winter, to stay awake in Crown Court in Newcastle in the old Moot Hall, which was a big Victorian building, but the press box had these iron radiators in there. And afternoon sessions, you'd come back, you'd been out to grab a bit of lunch or whatever during the hour lunch break, and then the heat would just gradually build and build and build. Potts to Brown. Brown stands firm, plays that back to the bowler. No run. I've seen judges nodding.
Yep. See, the world has moved on, so you come out of journalism college and that sort of thing doesn't happen now. You don't get sent by your editor down, but it used to be you'd walk through the door and they'd go, where are you going? Round, go and sit down, Magistrates Court, Crown Court or Town Plan, and just see if there's anything interesting, and a couple of 100 words just on a couple of things just for tomorrow's whatever. That's how it used to be.
Potts is in, and this is played a short mid-wicket. That is the end of the over. So 9 for none. 9 overs to go, another 424 to win. The thing is, added a journalism course, and it was all really structured. It was a National Council for the Training of Journalists. There was only 5 courses in the country. I think Epsom was one of them.
Yeah, Harlow would be another. Which is
not back then. Harlow is now, but in those days there was only 5. There was Darlington, Sheffield, Preston, Cardiff, and I think Epsom or Epping. And you did your course for a year. You had to get 100 words in shorthand, get your law, pass your journalism written skills, and then you spent 2 years as a trainee on a newspaper.
Here's Rain round the wicket, in and bowls, and Elgar shoulders arms to that, and Rain hands on top of his head. He's done that on length, I think, rather than anything else. So it's going to bounce. And let's put it down to good judgment from the batter. And back to his mark, and no damage done whatsoever. Police calls? Did you use police calls? You get sent down to your local police station, and the inspector coming off, or the sergeant coming off the night shift would tell you what's gone on during the night. It's Rain. In and bowls, full delivery. Elgar drives, and will drive for 4 runs as well, because that's got past the man at extra cover, and the score goes up to 13 without loss.
Overpitched. Yeah, I mean, I used to go down the police station, and they would basically just have a printout of all of the incidents from the previous night. It could be meters long, and he would go through it and say, "Is this? What about this here? What about that?" I don't know if any of that happens anymore now. And I mean, I don't even know how many local papers even cover council meetings anymore.
Well, all the various emergency services post it all up, don't they?
Yeah.
Well, post up the things you want to see, but that was the thing about the calls and going down to courts and that. You would find out things that either they didn't want you to know about, or that you suddenly thought, actually, that's quite juicy.
Yeah.
You'd pick up on things. Here's Rain in again. Bowls. Elgar covers up defensively for no run. 13 without loss.
Problem was, because I spent quite a bit of time in Magistrates Court when I first started on the Shields Gazette, or Fridays sending at Crown Court, and they used to give you picture bylines, and some local hoodlums got in trouble, and then you've got a page lead with your smiley face on it, and then the next time they're in court, they come looking for you.
Nowadays they just put your Twitter handle up so they can abuse you on social media.
It's easier these days.
The hoodlums don't even have to get out of their armchairs. Here's Rain round the wicket. Elgar plays defensively out to the offside, and there is no run. See, the quality of hoodlums these days is even going down.
No, they've got laziness. It's the me generation of hoodlum. There was a policy though. If anybody threatened you at court, you had to go back and tell your news editor, and even if it was a dull story, that probably would have only made a nip. It became a page lead.
Rain, still with those 2 slips in. 2 slips are very close together as well. Comes in and bowls. Oh, now that struck the pad as Elgar went to leave that alone. Shout for LBW.
Oh, reaction.
He's given not out now. He's not played a shot at it. He's shouldered arms
hit him
to
on the
it.
Back, I thought.
It's been given not out, and Rain stood for an awfully long time with his face in his right hand, as though to say, I can't quite believe that's not being given. Wicket-keeper turns away with gloves on top of head. First slip has hands on top of head as well.
Well, it was the reaction before that as well, wasn't it? Really.
Not out is a decision, but he's left it alone. He's not played a shot at it. It struck him outside the line. And also Elgar's just sort of motioning, and it's hit him up on the inner thigh. But here's Rain. into Elgar once again, pushes out to short mid-wicket, and there'll be no run there, and the ball is thrown back with a bit of intent to keeper Ollie Robinson. End of the over. 8 to go in the day.
Ooh.
13 without
I
loss.
tell you what, that's.
Go on.
I think he's out there. He's not offered any shot. The ball's angled in and clipped the knee roll, and that would have gone on and hit the off stump there.
Yeah, a bit of kid from Elgar because he was sort
He's
of
a
rubbing
very,
his
very
inner
lucky
thigh.
man there. Very lucky man.
Just obviously he feels marginally it struck him outside the line, but not playing a shot. So Dean Elgar escapes. Essex remain intact coming towards the end of the day.
Potts to start his second over. His first went for 4. Round the wicket he comes to Brown. Brown plays the ball out to the offside to Beddingham. No run there.
So I'm sure you mentioned it, that the corresponding fixture earlier this season was Nick Brown's first championship game of the season. He'd been kept out of the side by Feroz Kushi, but then
got
obviously,
184.
yeah, Essex had to change things around because Tom Wesley was waiting the birth of his second child. So Brown got back inside and made 184.
And put on a big partnership with Kushi, didn't he? Because he got 107.
Yep, did. Since then, 923, 19 and 8, and then 65 against Kent.
Potts in. Stays low. Brown plays it away safely up to Parkinson at mid-on.
Had to bat at number 3 in that game against Durham, but it's gone back to the top of the order with Kushi unable to get back in.
Colin Smart's got to point him out local administration in the northeast, which is an interesting point as Potts bowls. It's gone up to mid-off. He says Sunderland is now back to a 2-tier local government structure with an elected regional mayor responsible for planning matters. The regional mayor was just reduced in May. They do have their own budget for transport and some other things. One of the things that's happening, the old stable block round the corner from the Stadium of Light is being converted into a new gin distillery, I think it is, and a bar and restaurant, and it's Cy King from the Bikers, he's behind the project. It's Potts bowls, that's hit the pads, they're appealing, it's not going to be given, everybody's gone up, and the umpire, Martin Saggers, says no.
Yeah, and while all that was going on, Brown was just scratching his guard again with his right boot as if he come over with ultimate calmness. Yeah.
You wouldn't have been up the Stadium of Light for a while, have you? Yeah.
No, not for many a year.
Just last time Southend would have been there, or Colchester.
Yeah.
Maybe in Durham, Sunderland's third division period in recent years, no?
I'm trying to think. Colchester are up in the Championship for a couple of years. Southend were up there for 1 year.
Well, more
then
recently,
Sunderland had that season in League One,
about
didn't
4
they?
years there.
Yeah. Remember Sunderland coming to... Now, did they come to Colchester or did they come to Southend with Roy Keane's first game? Trying to think now.
That's defended. They lost, didn't they? That wasn't Roy Keane's first game.
Right, okay.
That was Niall Quinn. I think that was Niall Quinn's last game. He was the chairman.
Okay.
And I think that was their 5th defeat at the start of the season, and he sacked himself.
Yep.
And Roy Keane came in. And Roy Keane was in the stands, and I think the first win, everybody in the stadium was buoyed by the arrival of Roy Keane, and he sat in the director's box and they beat West Brom, and then they went down and beat Leeds midweek, and everybody just thought, right, that's
this
it.
Is easy now.
They're on the up now, and they won the title. They went from bottom to top. Potts to Brown. Brown forward to this one, pushes it off towards point. I'm going to have to dial into Newcastle.
You carry on. There you go. Close of play at Worcestershire, 207 for 5, trailing Surrey by 71 runs. The other games are all still live in Division 1. Kent 128 for 6, 177 behind Lancashire's first innings. Kent batting second time around. Nottinghamshire 174 for 1, leads Somerset by 64. Warwickshire are 40 for 1, just require a further 458 against Hampshire. Division 2, Northamptonshire lead Glamorgan by 8 runs with 6 second innings wickets intact. Middlesex lead Derbyshire by 385 with 3 second innings wickets intact. Leicestershire need another 326 to beat Sussex with 5 second innings wickets to go. Here's Rain, round the wicket, in and bowls to Elgar, who again lets it go through to Robinson. There's no run, and as previously advertised, Yorkshire have beaten Gloucestershire by an inning and 22 runs. So you're up to date with everything which is ongoing at the moment. You can follow the live text feed on the BBC Sport website, and a little bit later on you can get the close of play reports and quotes, etc., from the team of guys around the country. And then we're back tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. for the denouement of this latest round of county championship games. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage today. Myself and Martin are back tomorrow for what could be an exciting day's cricket. Rain just gathers himself. He's over the earlier frustration of not getting Elgar LBW, and he won't get Elgar with that one either, as it's played defensively out to the onside for no run. And it is 13 without loss, the Essex score. Second innings. Earlier today, Essex were bowled out for 339, and then Durham 184 for 8 declared in their second innings, setting up a victory target for Essex, 433. Here's Rain, bowling to well once again, full delivery, and that allows Elgar to drive. Doesn't quite get all of it, so it'll be cut off, or wide mid off, just at the expense of a single. Matthew Potts just coming around to cut it off. 14 without loss is the score. Still warm, still a very warm evening. A few people have stayed to the very end. I saw a couple of people coming through the entrance as well when I walked around the ground around about an hour or so ago. Just coming sneaking in to get a little bit of cricket at the end of the day. Either that or they've been into the city to do a bit of shopping from earlier and then returned. Here's Rain, in and bowls off the back foot. Brown tries to force away, but he won't pick anything up for that. Borthwick does the fielding. In fact, it's not Borthwick there, it's Michael Jones who does the fielding, who was out to a very good ball from Jamie Porter earlier. Thinnest of outside edges through to Michael Pepper behind the stumps. A few more doors open on the balconies away to our left, and the retirement apartments at the far end, the Graham Gooch end as well. As here is Ben Rain, in and bowls to Nick Brown, full delivery, and Brown just props forward defensively, and there'll be no run there. That's a shot he's played a fair few times for Essex down the years, Nick Brown. Just looking at scores in the European Championships today. Netherlands 1, Austria 2 late all line, and France 1, Poland, who were already out. Poland were the first side to be eliminated. France 1, Poland 0. Austria have been very impressive. They ran France very close as well. Here's Rain, in and bowls, and Brown just opens the face of the bat, plays defensively out to the offside. The run, another over elapses, so there are 36 legal deliveries left in the day, and Essex have got themselves to 14 without loss, and Durham would dearly like to get something in the wicket column before the close of play to make it the perfect day for them.
I will. I'll do one more over, and then do you want to come back in? Yeah.
We'll bring Beth in for the last 5
I'll have to go and do an update into Total Sport on Radio Newcastle in a few minutes, so get this over out the road, and jobs are good and all that malarkey. Durham looking for this first wicket this evening then. 419 more to win from an Essex point of view, not a cloud in the sky. In comes Potts round the wicket, bowling to Elgar. Elgar plays the ball back towards the bowler's end, no run. Welcome back to listeners on Sports Extra. Durham cleared a little earlier on 184 for 8. Setting Essex 433 to win, and they've given themselves 11 overs tonight to try and see if they can make inroads. At the moment, Essex 14 without loss, so there are 5.5 overs left today. As Potts comes round the wicket to bowl, and the ball is played away to the backward point. Martin Emerson with you, Glenn Speller, Beth Harvey. So I'll do this over and then I'll be away to do an update for Radio Newcastle in a minute. And then we've got all of tomorrow. Could be a day of intrigue. Brown on strike now, he's on 5. Both batsmen have faced 16 balls. Elgar has 6. 15 for none. Brown's taking quite a bit of time about his guard here. In the first innings he was dropped in the slips on 12 but then out on 18. Potts is coming. Potts has 2 slips and a gully in place. That's over pitched, slightly wide of off stump, driven out to Bedingham. And the covers it bobbles away towards him. But he did get 184 at Chester Street earlier in the year. And put on 166 for the 3rd wicket with Feroz Kushi, who made 100. And then 100 for the 4th wicket with Jordan Cox. That match ended in a draw. I think one entire day was lost to the weather. Potts with what looked like a shortish ball, but never really got up, did it? Banged it in and it just stayed really low.
No, it was the Sunday, wasn't it? It got lost to the weather, wasn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah, because I was with you for the Friday and the Saturday, where it was devilishly cold, but the weather held off.
Well, it's been cold all across Britain until this week, really, hasn't it? But that, if you look back to April, Durham lost the entire first game of the season to Hampshire because the water level's just so high. And the groundsman Victor Main said he'd never seen it like that in all his years at Durham. He must have been there about 10 years now. So it was the first time Durham had lost a game in April in Chester Street as Potts bowls tickled off the legs. And Rain comes around from long leg to fine leg to field that. 2 runs, going to be leg byes. So that was the first game of the season this year, not a ball bowled against Hampshire. It was the second time it had actually happened against them. But the pre-2 matches lost in their entirety in Chester Street had been in July and August, a few years earlier to Notts and Hampshire, and there'd been new drainage and everything put in by then. But after losing that game to Hampshire, Durham then went to Warwickshire and then Kidderminster, came back to play Essex and lost another day. So it lost 5 days out of the first 8 at home. It's never happened before. Potts bowls. Brown plays this in towards the covers to Bedingham.
Well, Essex were the only team to win on the opening round.
Yeah.
Such was the weather across the country. They managed to get it done in short order against Nottinghamshire.
So are you saying they were in a false position then?
No.
Right, I'm going to have to...
However, thank you for the question.
Yes, I just thought I'd float it up then, see if you noticed or not.
If you float it up, I'll knock it out of the ground, that's fine. Right, end of the over. Martin's going to go off and update listeners in the North East. We'll bring Beth in for the final 5 overs of the day. BBC Essex, BBC Newcastle and 5 Live Sports Extra listeners joining us for a little bit of bonus County Championship cricket commentary towards the end of the day. We're back from 11 o'clock tomorrow morning via the BBC Sport website and the app, and if you ask your smart speaker to play Essex versus Durham as well. Now there is a meeting of minds. It's almost conference style. There's 4 member Durham side at this Sir Alistair Cook end, deep in conversation. Ben Rain is the bowler. Scott Borthwick is the skipper. Matthew Potts, who's bowling at the opposite end, is also involved, as is Alex Lees, senior member of the Durham side. So they've all had a chat. Everyone's decided what they're going to do. And Rain is ready now. He's going to bowl right arm round the wicket. He's in now and bowls to Elgar, and Elgar pushes defensively out to the offside, thinks of setting off with a single, and then sends Nick Brown back before any damage is sustained, and there is no run. 17 without loss. Welcome back, Beth. Just the one scare for Essex with Dean Elgar shouldering arms and struck on the knee roll by Benny.
Yeah, Marty gave it as well, didn't he, up here?
Old trigger finger Emerson.
He was, yeah. He was. Not that he's biased at all.
Here's Rain. Still chuntering. Here's Rain into Elgar. That's down the leg side, and Elgar will pick up 4 runs here as he just helps that one on its way down to the long leg boundary and picks up 4 runs, 21 without loss. That, of course, will improve the mood of Ben Rain.
Yeah, he's not very happy, is he?
It did. I mean, it was a bit dodgy from Elgar. He was sort of rubbing the inside of his left thigh, but looking at the replay, it clearly struck the knee roll, but just outside the line, but not playing a shot. And Rain stood, I was going to say mid-wicket, but he stood 3/4 of the way down with his head in his hands for quite a while. He's in and bowling to Elgar now. Again, it's on leg stump. This time he just turns it away to deep square leg for a single, 22 without loss.
Yeah, he looked like he had steam coming out his ears after that one. Not a happy bunny.
Right.
We've all been there.
Some days you get them, some days you don't. And today the umpire was not for moving. Martin Saggers and Paul Pollard, the men out there, also enjoying the warmth and the heat that we've had today. And chances not a cloud in the sky once again. Blue everywhere you look. And the outfield has that parched look about it. So there's not been a lot of rain around over the last week or so. Here's Rain. 2 slips in. Into Nick Brown now. And Brown tries to force that one straight, but slightly miscues up to mid-on. There'll be no run there. 22 without loss.
I was surprised from the beginning of this innings that they've only had 2 slips. I would have thought maybe, given that the final push today, 11 overs left, they would have had a couple more catches in, tried to attack a bit more ferociously. They've obviously got a huge total on the board and a lot of runs to play with. And as I say that, another man coming out of slip. Is it just the one?
Yeah, there's been no all-out attack here from Durham, despite the situation. So what they've done is they've taken second slip out, Colin Ackerman, and put him straight, short mid-on, right in the eye line of Nick Brown. Rain is in. Brown's not for moving and just plays defensively to Ackerman, who just stretches across onto the playing surface, casts a shadow as he collects the ball, and there is no run. 22 without loss, so 411 further runs required by Essex. 10 wickets for Durham, and well, this game has escalated and advanced a heck of a lot on day 3. With Essex bowled out, and then Durham getting themselves to 184 for 8. And setting that target of 433. Here's Rain bowling to Brown, and Brown this time in front of square on the onside will pick up a single. The single's all out there. He comes jogging through, 23 without loss, and he's pinched the strike as well with 4 overs left in the day.
Yeah, Potts, I'm sure will be bending his back here, desperate for a wicket before he goes to bed tonight.
And if they can get one, now they'll feel it's, you would think, pretty much the day is to plan for them, really. Everything they've done
Absolutely
from the off has been spot on from Durham. Again, there's a long conference at the far end, at the Graham Gooch end this time, while they try to come up with some kind of plan to make this breakthrough. And Potts is going to continue from that Graham Gooch end.
Two slips and a kind of a 4th slip, I guess, that was floating between there and gully as Potts is in, and that's defended back up the pitch by Brown. Hard to tell from this angle. I think it's regulation 1st slip, 2nd slip, and then a sort of wider, 4th slip-ish.
So we're 7.1 overs into this Essex second innings then. You would think that Scott Borthwick's going to toss the ball to one of his spinners before close of play.
Yeah, I think we might see a little bit of Parkinson. His Potts is in and just dropping that slightly short, angled in at the legs of Brown. And a few oohs and ahs, not hugely sure why, as it hit the middle of the bat.
Kidology. trying to get in the batter's mind. So this is the only Division 1 game now ongoing. Kent 143 for 6 at the close of day 3. Trail Lancashire by 162 runs with 4 second innings wickets standing. Nottinghamshire have had a good day, 177 for 1. They now lead Somerset by 67 going into day 4.
Potts into Brown, and that's left alone outside the off stump, sailing through to the gloves of Wally Robinson behind the stumps.
And Warwickshire closed 40 for 1 in the second innings. Just require a further 458 to beat Hampshire. Hampshire need 9 more wickets. And Worcestershire against the leaders Surrey. Worcestershire have made a better fist of it second time around, 207 for 5, but they still trail Surrey by 71 with 5 second innings wickets intact. Division 2, Northamptonshire 234 for 4 lead Glamorgan by 23 runs in their second innings. Derbyshire will require 397 to beat Middlesex after Middlesex were bowled out for 302 in their second innings. They'll start tomorrow, Derbyshire.
Potts here steaming in, grunting as a shorter ball flies past the outside edge of Brown, who attempted to punch that into the offside but got nowhere near it in the end.
And Leicestershire, with 5 second innings wickets remaining, need a further 325 runs for an unlikely victory over Sussex. It's looking Sussex all the way there. Earlier, Yorkshire eventually beat Gloucestershire by an innings and 22 runs. A little bit of late order stubbornness and resistance from Gloucestershire, but they won the toss. They put Yorkshire in, and Yorkshire promptly racked up 456. And Gloucestershire 197 and 237 have been beaten up there on the North Yorkshire coast in Scarborough.
Potts in short again, and that's nicked to first. Is that first slip taken there? Just cut off by, I don't know for me, but Brown edging there, a feather of an edge. And Potts really wanted that one, you could tell. He gave it the beans there with the celebration.
Well, that's leapt up, hasn't it? Off a length. It's taken the shoulder of Nick Brown's bat, and he had a little glance back down as he say, well, where the heck has that one come from? Yes, taken by the keeper in front of first slip. In the end, Ollie Robinson comes across in front of first slip and takes it, but that ball has taken off from a length, and Potts, who bowled with lots of venom and lots of pace earlier on in the day, has just got one to lift there at Brown. He has to go for 6, and it's exactly what Durham will have wanted. 23 for 1 Essex here, and that is now the perfect day for Durham. Now, ordinarily at this stage, it would be Sam Cook coming in as night watchman for Essex. He's such a good job for Essex throughout the season as night watchman, but he's still out with this injury and not involved in this game. Jamie Porter's done night watchman duties previously.
Looks like, is it Snater?
So that looks like the lesser spotted Jamie Porter to me.
Oh, okay.
Until he gets to the middle, you won't see the number on the back of his shirt, but yes, that's Jamie Porter coming out for night watchman. He's done it previously. Cook has taken over from him in the last couple of seasons. Does enjoy his batting, does Sam Cook. But Porter, more than capable of holding up an end, will look to fend off the remaining balls of the day, but the removal of Nick Brown is a huge bonus for Durham, and they will feel they've got more than a decent opportunity now of forcing a victory here at Chelmsford, where not many teams come away with a victory.
Yeah, disappointing for Nick Brown. Just 18 in the first innings and falling for 6 there. Credit to Matthew Potts. His work rate today has been outstanding, and he's been charging in with, yeah, as you say, Glenn, been ferocious all day, and you can tell he's just hungry for wickets all the time.
Well, look at the important wickets he's taken. Brown at the top of the order, then Jordan Cox, and we all know what his season's been like. Michael Pepper and Paul Walter, the Centurion, they're the victims that Potts has, and he's got Brown for a second time in the game, so he's taken vital and important wickets and big wickets in the match as well.
So Porter here is going to be facing up Potts. There's 3 men in the cordon, first, second and third slip, and it looks like there's a short leg coming in. Michael Jones just popping a lid on, so maybe a bit of short stuff here from Potts to try and maybe get another wicket before the end of play. As Potts is in, and as predicted, it's short, but it doesn't really get up. Porter blocking that out into the offside with ease. That is the end of the over. A wicket maiden for Potts now, 1 for 5 from his 4, and Essex left on 23 for 1.
Yeah, so good over that from Potts. Perfect over for Durham. He's 1 for 5 from his 4 overs. Has bowled really well. He's still got 3 overs to go in the day, and Essex want to escape without any further damage. But when they return tomorrow morning, the situation, even if they don't lose another wicket, won't look much better for them. And as you predicted, Callum Parkinson is going to get a go from this Sir Alistair Cook end late on in the day. Dean Elgar's currently having a conversation with Ollie Robinson, the Durham wicket keeper, just while he rescores his guard with the change of bowling. And Parkinson did get it to go off the straight earlier in the day. Picked himself up a couple of wickets as well. He got Matt Critchley to not the best of shot, the Essex all-rounder. And then Ethan Bosch, who had a massive yahoo outside off stump and top-edged one into the gully for Baz de Leader. Very precise with his field placings here, Parkinson. One slip, forward short leg in. Parkinson over the wicket, in and bowls, worked into the onside by Elgar and picks up the single. 24-4-1 the Essex score goes along to, so he hands over to the night watchman Jamie Porter, whose job it will be to take up, you would think, majority of the strike.
I'd like to see Parkinson take the pin out here, chuck it up, give it some flight and try and tempt Porter.
I like that, take the pin out.
Take the pin out. Got to be done.
Note that one down for the season, thank you. Yeah, so they're going to strengthen the close fielding as Porter lets that first ball go by through to Robinson, so they've now got short leg, silly mid off, 2 slips in right around James Porter, and they'll be in his ear as well. He can probably smell what they had for lunch. As Parkinson is in, and Porter again stretches that front leg out and then make sure he gets everything out of the way. Through to Robinson once more. Robinson needs to readjust his sights, wants to get that one on the line, and then just turning away from the right-hander. He's in and he bowls. Porter this time plays defensively on the bounce into the arms and the hands of Silly Midoff, and there's no run. Well, he hasn't tossed one up yet.
Get it up there, Callum.
Hasn't taken the pin out, as you've described. It's Parkinson in. That's quicker, and Porter plays defensively, and the oohs and ahs are was because it was, I say in the air, probably about 2 inches off the ground. I'm not sure how Silly Midoff's supposed to catch that. But yeah,
tricks from the crowd around the back there.
Parkinson in again, and Porter right back on his stumps. Sees that one off as well. End of the over. 2 more overs to go in the day, and Essex are 24-4-1.
There's now another helmet being run out, suggesting that there's going to be 3 round the bat at some point before the end of the day.
I'm just surprised they didn't. They never went out and out on the attack, Durham. I'm really surprised they didn't from ball 1. Really get men around the bat and strengthen that slip cordon, but they had breakthrough. Yeah, another helmet. There's 4 helmets out lined in a row now behind Robinson.
As Potts is in from round the wicket to the left-handed Elgar, and that's defended on the front foot, just pushed into the offside, and like a sharp delivery there. Elgar maybe snatching his hands off the bat, getting a little bit higher up than he thought.
Well, he got himself to 40 in the first innings, Dean Elgar. A lot of that Essex top order all got themselves a start. But apart from Paul Walter, didn't go on.
Potts now fuller and down, straight down the leg side, and that's flown away to the boundary. I don't know if there was any bat on that. Yeah, it's given his runs.
There was a muffled cry from Potts of catch that, but
Yeah, Ollie Robinson didn't have much of a chance to
No.
get right across there. He would have had a long way to travel to take that. Just a slightly wayward ball there from Potts.
It was the faintest of tickles.
And now he's chosen to come back over the wicket, change his angle to the left-hander as he's in, and this time defended out into the leg side. Picked up cleanly at mid-on.
Well, if they can get him out before the close of play, because he's the prized wicket, and they know he's got real stickability, Dean Elgar, and he's been such a mainstay of this Essex team this season, not only in the red ball stuff but in the T20 as well. He's played some wonderful hands in that.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much he would have expected to be getting a run out in the T20s, but did well, didn't he? Did a job. As Potts is in, Fuller and defended by Elgar, back up towards the bowler.
Well, you look at his T20 scores. Okay, he got a duck in the first game against Gloucestershire, but 77 against Somerset, 32 against Middlesex, 28 in the second game against Middlesex, 54 against Sussex, and 60 not out against Hampshire. He's actually made his third highest T20 score in his career twice now. 77s against 77 against Somerset, and obviously first up this season he made a century on debut up at Trent Bridge against Nottinghamshire to announce himself. And Essex have got him on a 3-year contract.
Yeah, he's been really consistent, hasn't he? Looked impressive for Essex. And thank God for that British passport.
Yeah, someone did the research.
Pretty handy. As Potts is in, and that's defended solidly by Elgar.
He's seen it all, done it all at all levels of the game, and when you lose someone like Sir Alice Cook, Essex might have been casting their net around, and someone did their research. Dean Elgar's British passport, well, it doesn't count as an overseas. We can get him for 3 years because he's packed in international cricket. And then obviously picking up Jordan Cox as well, when they knew they were losing Dan Lawrence. Some smart business from the Essex recruitment side.
Yeah, and that's both their leading run scorers coming into this game, Cox and Elgar. So some good transfer window for Essex there. As Potts is in, and that's defended on the back foot by Elgar out into the offside. Just tricking to the fielder for no run to mark the end of the over. Essex now 28 for 1, and there's 1 over left in the day, and it will be bowled by Callum Parkinson.
Yeah, so they've got 4 helmets out there all lined up behind Ollie Robinson, and 3 of the players who've got helmets on are now stood around Callum Parkinson almost like schoolboys going, "What do you want us to do, sir?" And one of the others has the helmet, another helmet on his arm as well. It's almost like there might be one helmet too many, or are they? No.
I think Brown's putting it on.
Yeah, so Jones has been tossed the 4th helmet. Wouldn't say he was reluctant, but he just wandered up and asked, and so for this final over then of the day, Callum Parkinson is going to bowl to Jemmy Porter, forward short leg, 2 silly mid-offs right in his eye line, and 2 slips. He won't be lonely, say that. Here's Parkinson, in and bowls to Porter, plays from the crease defensively out for no run. 28 for 1, the Essex score. Just a further 405 runs to go, chaps, or 9 more wickets for Durham going into this final day. Parkinson takes mid-off out, almost if to say, well, I don't think he's going to be driving to mid-off anytime soon with 5 balls to go, and that's Ben Rain, who puts himself in now at short mid-on.
Joins the fun.
Yeah. So here's Parkinson again, 5 more balls to go. He's in and bowls, and Porter confidently steps forward and then takes everything out of the way, and through to Robinson it goes, and there's no run. And Porter will be counting every ball. 4 more to go. Parkinson into the Essex night watchman, and Porter this time plays defensively out to the man at point, and there'll be no run once again. He's not tossing it up here, Parkinson. He's bowling with fair bit of pace as well. He's pushing it through.
Wonder whether he might just vary it here.
Here is Parkinson again in, and Porter back on his stumps, defensively out to the offside for no run. No scares or fright so far. It's not spitting, it's not turning.
Maybe he's setting him up. He's playing the long game. Firing it in. And then one's just going to catch him off guard and he's going to pop it up to one of those many fielders around the bat.
2 more balls to go then. It's the penultimate one of the day. Parkinson in and bowls to Porter. Really pushes them through. Really quick, and that has Porter right back on his stumps. He doesn't get through though. Plays defensively out for no run. Parkinson again spins himself a little catch. Final ball of the day then. Well, false start body. They're just shifting the field around, so the umpire quite rightly steps in front of him and says you can't move your field around while the bowler's approaching. So here we are, Parkinson, final ball of the day. He's in and bowls to Porter. Plays defensively and the ball almost rolls back onto his stumps. And Porter looks down at the ground as it bounces back. Taken by Robinson. That is the end of the day's play, and Beth Harvey, Durham's day.
Yeah, they'll be very happy with that wicket just to end the day. Massed that huge lead earlier today and managed to skittle Essex for far fewer than they would have liked to have scored. So I think they'll be the favourites going into day 4 here tomorrow.
Thanks for your company, Beth Harvey and Martin Emerson. Do rejoin us tomorrow on the BBC Sport website and the app. Essex closed 28 for 1. Durham need 9 more wickets. Essex need 405 further runs. Should be good on the final day. We'll see you tomorrow.